Kojo, 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 Kojo.
Namaste. Good morning. My name is Kanish Parmar and I shall once again be your Sutradhar for today as well, as I welcome all our audiences connected to us on this second day of the third edition of Arth, a Culture Fest, which comes to you virtually this year. Well, those who've joined us yesterday, I'm sure you will agree with me that yesterday was indeed a fantastic and exciting day, keeping your Earth journey ever exciting. For some of us who have joined us today for the first time, let me take this moment very quickly once again to take you through the Earth journey. Earth is a culture fest that keeps alive the meaning of our culture. It focuses on literature, culture, society, music, traditions, history, and of course art. Earth takes you through the richness of India, one of the world's most ancient living civilization that discovers and rediscovers itself every day. It is a civilization united by its diversity, the richness of its culture, and the glories of its past, the turbulences and triumphs, the landmarks of each era, and the knowledge, legacy that has come down through the centuries. As you walk through India's history, her geography, her linguistic, scientific and artistic contributions, your individual interpretation will be your discovery, your meaning, your Earth. Get ready to drench in one more virtual extravaganza Earth Day. Well, this is going to be a brilliant start for you as we start our day today with an intriguing topic, which has become the talk of the town of sorts. Well, it is redefining the center in Indian politics. We have with us Mr. Milind Deora, former Union Minister of State and Member of Parliament, Government of India. Mr. Milind Deora entered the Lok Sabha in 2004 as member of the Indian National Congress. Born in 1976, Milind was one of India's youngest member of parliament. He has held various positions in Parliamentary Committee on Defence, Civil Aviation, Estimates, Urban Development and Information Technology. In conversation with him, we have Mr. Hindol Sen Gupta, who is a multiple award-winning author of 9 best-selling books of non-fiction and fiction categories. His book, Being Hindu, became the first book on Hinduism in 70 years to win the Wilbur Award given by the Religion Communicators Council of America in 2018. He is a World Economic Forum Young Global Leader and has been a Knight Begget Fellow at the Columbia University. He's editor-at-large for Fortune India and a Chevening Scholar at the University of Oxford. So let's go ahead and start with our first session for the day. Here we go.
Thank you very much. The Earth Festival, very delighted to be here and delighted to see my old friend Milind Deora. I haven't had a great conversation with him for a while, especially what with COVID. Thank you for joining this conversation, Milind.
Thank you, Hindol. Good to see you again. It's been ages.
Wonderful. And we're going to have a wonderful conversation on a topic that's dear to both our hearts, how to reinvent or how to rediscover the center in Indian politics. Now, let's begin by talking a little bit about what the center really is, Milind, because the center, quite like the right and the left, also seems to shift its positionality from time to time. Today, when we talk about the center, what do you think you have in mind when you think about the center? And then I'll talk a little bit about what I think. But let you go first.
So I think the political center was best defined, Hindol, by John F. Kennedy. And there have been many political centrists over the decades in the oldest democracy, the United States of America, and India as well. And John F. Kennedy defined it as idealism without illusions. And essentially what it means is that the left is an ideology, the right is an ideology, but I think Homo sapiens, human beings, have now evolved to a stage where we need a new political vocabulary. And I think it's very hard to pigeonhole people into either the left or the right. In some cases, somebody may be economically right of center, but socially left of center. Where does that leave them? And in my opinion, the center is actually where the truth lies. The political center has often been criticized by both the left and the right as being non-committal, as being a fence sitter. But I think the centrists, and if you look at many politicians around the world, if you look at most notably Macron in France, you look at in some ways many Indian prime ministers cutting across political parties, from the Congress.
I think we've had a little bit of a technical glitch with Milind Deora. Was just waiting for him to continue his excellent points that he was making about where the center lies. As we wait for Milind to get back his connection, let me talk a little bit about what he was saying and indeed my responses to political centrism. Let's talk about from the point where Milind left it. You know, he mentioned John F. Kennedy's declaration or understanding of the political center as really being a position where you want to do the right thing, but without any illusions. Now, that's a very interesting, position. And indeed, that in a nutshell defines what centrism in politics could really be. Because in politics, often you may want to do the right thing, but there are realities on the ground that you cannot actually avoid. And those realities are very, very important. Indeed, that this kind of understanding of being cognizant of political realities while wanting to do the right thing is deeply embedded in Indian civilization and culture too. If you look at the worldview of Kautilya, the Kautilyan worldview is constantly cognizant of what the right thing is, and indeed also how to achieve it, but keeping in mind the realities on the ground. Let me give you one example. When Kautilya realizes that Magad needs a new emperor, so to speak, or the ruling elite has been so corrupted that a new leader needs to be put in place, he realizes that even though he finds the right person in Chandragupta Maurya, realizes that he cannot send him rushing into battle because the forces at the center of Magad, so to speak, the ruling elite, are too powerful to be taken into or drawn into a face-to-face battle immediately. So what does he do? He basically uses what today we would call salami tactics. He says that, well, what do you do? And this is a very important and a very famous saying of Kautilya.
I do apologize. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Milind. And I was just taking off from what you were saying to talk and just to finish what I was saying. You know, this idea that centrism, this political centrism means that you're cognizant of the realities on the ground. And, you know, if you look at it from the Kautilyan point of view, when he sends Chandragupta Maurya to, fight the corrupt elite, so to speak, he begins from the peripheries because he understands that going into immediate battle would be futile. So it is from the peripheries that slowly, the work begins to transform. And that's, wanting to do the right thing, as you said, but also being cognizant of ground realities.
Right.
Why don't you take off And,
Yeah,
and
sorry, I got cut off. I apologize for that. To me, the center, political center is really where things get done. And I think in today's day and age where politics has become extremely polarized, sides are being chosen, the center left, in a sense, has become the far left. The center right has become the far right. It's very hard for two sides to come together. And my personal belief in politics is that leadership is not about choosing sides, it's about bringing sides together. And the center allows you to do that. So contrary to those who may criticize centrist people, again, you've had John F. Kennedy, who was quote unquote a Democrat, but a political centrist. You have a Macron in today's day and age. You have, as I said, many Indian prime ministers who've veered towards the center. The centrist space is where you can actually cut across the aisle and get things done. And I think that's the way politics was and the way institutions were created over the last several centuries. The Westminster system of parliamentary democracy, which India adopted, was based around the fact that politicians from the left and the right will eventually be able to converge at the center and get things done. And I think today we need to re-examine some of those institutional frameworks, Hindol, because as there's been more and more polarization, and we see people sort of digging their heels in to their particular ideologies and their particular viewpoints, you see the space of reconciliation shrinking. And I actually think that as the fringe, either on the far left or on the far right, tend to dominate and hijack the left and the right, or really the center left and the right, I think it's very critical for moderates, either towards the right or to the left, to in fact come together and reclaim that space. Because that's what a country like India needs to go forward. We socially and economically, I think every great nation actually needs to reconverge towards the center. So that's my particular belief when I revisit some of the thoughts and the ideologies of politicians that have influenced me over the last several decades.
I want to talk a little bit about what you are referring to, Milind, about the fringes. Now, we were accustomed to talking about certain groups and certain pressure points in politics as the fringe. It's a term that you also use, and we've all used it. The question or the worry really is, how fringe is the fringe anymore, right? And this is not just a concern in a country, but this is a concern around the world. If you look at America, the so-called fringes, I mean, after what happened, in the attack on the White House, that's not fringe anymore, right? I mean, a fringe group cannot come and take over the White House, even if for a small amount of time. And we are seeing this in country after country. I wonder whether we are, people like you and me who are really at the center are accurate in our positioning of these groups as the fringe. Are they really fringe anymore?
I think it's a very important question, because you're right. I think that in my own experience of active politics over the last 16 and a half years, what I consider the fringe, again, on the left or the right, have now become the mainstream left and the mainstream right. And I think that is something which, I have friends on the right and friends on the left in Indian politics. And one thing that most moderates agree upon is that we need to reclaim that space, because it's almost like, in music, we talk about how alternative music becomes mainstream music at some point. And that's essentially what's happened in politics. The fringe, which was the alternative space, which did present ideas which were revolutionary and exciting, have now become mainstream politics. And that just creates and deepens the political divisions. It deepens polarization. It deepens and it weakens the ability for politicians cutting across the aisle to come together and get things done for their country. So the real question is, how do you reclaim that, and why has that happened? I think the reason that that's happened is multifold. One is that certainly the nature of media, certainly the nature of how narratives are created has, demonstratively changed over the last several decades. And you know this as a journalist, that Back in the day with the newspaper, the sort of opinion cycles were 24-hour long opinion cycles, and now with 140 characters on Twitter and social media, it's shrunk to a couple of minutes and maybe few seconds. And that is something which has radically changed how people engage in politics and has allowed the fringe to become a very loud voice on either side of the political spectrum. I think the second issue is also the fact that you see younger people in India, you see them in the United States, who are increasingly becoming more and more wary of mainstream politics as a means to get things done and to bring about change. So you spoke about what happened on the Capitol Hill recently, and that's a manifestation of the fact that people are getting more and more frustrated. And I don't blame younger people for that around the world. I actually think that the institutional upgrade which needed to have happened or should happen as society evolves, as culture evolves, as technologies evolve, hasn't been happening. I don't think India or the Westminster system of parliamentary democracy, or in the United States, the presidential form of democracy, has evolved and has upgraded itself as technology has moved forward. And I have that example which we spoke about on the phone the other day, that when the Right to Information Bill was being enacted in 2005, and I had the opportunity to initiate that debate in Lok Sabha as a first-time member of Parliament, and I remember speaking about it, that it was a disruptive legislation in that it was disintermediating the role of an MP or an MLA and the role of questioner in Parliament. Because back in the day before RTI, a citizen of India had to approach the elected representative to be heard in government and to get a question answered by the government of India or the government of the state that they live in. And in a post-RTI era, you didn't need to do that. You just had to file an RTI application, and the bureaucrat concerned was duty-bound by law to respond to you in a time-bound manner. And what that did was that disrupted and, as I said, disintermediated the process of question ask. And in fact, I saw after the Right to Information Bill was passed, you saw greater disruptions in Parliament during question hour, because question hour effectively became, as it got disintermediated, as I said, you started to see people circumventing question hour and Parliament and directly accessing government. But Parliament, in a sense, should have upgraded itself, and it didn't do that.
That's exactly what's happening now. I mean, and what a long journey we've come through, through in the last few years. Milind, you were talking about a time when the ordinary person needed a question asked in Parliament through their elected representative, then it moved to the RTI. Today, of course, in every government department, you'll hear people complaining about how all time goes in only, answering RTI queries, which many would argue, including me, that this is in a sense the richness of our democracy. But we've actually gone one step further. Today, if somebody wants to put pressure on the elected representatives to answer a question, all they have to do is gather a whole bunch of people, get something to trend on Twitter, and put pressure on the elected representative. And the person, 9 times out of 10, will answer. Now, the question here is, this format of engagement between the people who elect and the people who are elected requires a certain evolved behavior, should I say, or evolution, both on the part of the politicians and on the part of the voters. We don't actually have that yet, do we? We have the processes of this engagement, but have we evolved both as politicians and as voters?
I think so. Again, the definition of evolution is very relative, because in some ways, I think citizens today are far more political than they were 5 years, 10 years, 15 years ago. And today, everyone has an opinion and everyone has the ability to express their opinion. Back in the day, not everyone had a political opinion. People saw politics as this distant realm that I'm not supposed to participate in, and it's quicksand I don't want to tread near. And even if I had an opinion as a citizen, I had no real way to manifest that opinion and to express it. And today, because I have so many means to express it, social media being one of them, the world has become very, very political. And it's very easy for an issue, therefore, to dominate people's mind space. And with limited information and limited nuances as to how to deal with that issue and how to analyze that issue, what it does is it becomes a very black and white thing. So, if you're a member of the opposition,
I think we're having a little bit of a problem with.
yeah, I'm sorry, there's a network problem where I am. Is that good now?
Yes, you're back. Go on.
Yeah. So I said that, what happens is politics has become so polarized that if you don't support this government, for instance, or you don't support the opposition, you instantly criticize and you, in your heart, you believe that everything that the party you oppose, whether it's the opposition or the ruling party, is wrong. And that is actually an untruth, because I'm a congressman, there may be a lot that I disagree with this government, but there's a lot that I agree with them as well. And if you have to, for me, my job is politics. My job is to criticize, hold the government accountable as a member of the opposition. The opposing party's job is to sort of hold, to criticize the other parties. But objectively, as a citizen, as a journalist, as a medium like social media, the job facts before the people of India. And I think that in that polarized climate, what's happening is people are either getting slaughtered and pigeonholed into the far left or the far right. And as I said earlier, the truth lies somewhere in between. And the truth needs to be rediscovered. And the only way to rediscover that truth is by essentially the center.
Quite right. We're coming to the last few minutes of our session, and I want to take some of the questions that are being put in the chat box that we have been presented with. I'll take all the questions together and then we can discuss this quickly, Milind. What are the best case scenarios that come about from redefining the center in Indian politics? What are the common indicators that point towards the need for redefining politics? How does one go about redefining the political landscape of a country? In your opinion, does the current political scenario in India require to be redefined? Why don't you go first?
Well, I would say this. I would answer some of the questions by saying that I am actually more hopeful about Indian democracy and than I am about. And when I say I'm hopeful about Indian democracy, I mean that I think the political climate is far less. This is something which a lot of people will say they wouldn't agree with me, but I think the political climate in India is far less divided and polarized than it is, let's say, in the United States. The fact is that we should still be proud of the fact that even if we disagree with a particular political party or a political ideology, when that political party or that ideology election, whether it's a state election, a local election, the general election, there's a smooth transition of power. And I think what the United States has shown us, unfortunately, is that that polarized climate, which did exist from the time a country like the United States was founded, has come to the forefront now. And it's manifesting itself in violence. It's manifesting itself in people who actually believe that on either way, that the election was faulty and was stolen. So I'm very hopeful for India's democracy. I also do believe that the Indian voter is far more politically aware and has always been so. And I'm not talking about the Twitter generation, by the way. I'm talking about the pre-Twitter generation. If you go to rural India, for instance, and you've traveled a lot, Hindol, I think they are far more, and as you go down in economic strata, you find that the awareness with regards to politics is far greater. And so I'm more hopeful that the Indian democracy is far more robust, is based on solid foundations, and can withstand the shocks that you see in the United States of America. And regardless of our political ideologies, people will never say that the election was faulty, that someone stole an election. How do we go back towards the center? I think that's a tricky space. And I think that really requires, in trying times like now, it really requires leadership that can bridge that divide. And if Prime Minister Narendra Modi is able to reach out to the center, to people on the center left, then good for him, and in the sense that he will be able to bridge that political divide. Otherwise, you may have in the years to come, a leader from, say, the political left who might be able to reach out to the center. And I think that in the United States, the best way that, and I don't really have a particular bias about American politics. I think that India and America, our relationship should transcend which party is in power. But I think that the Democrats understood that the way to defeat Donald Trump was not through a Bernie Sanders who was on the far left, but through a centrist candidate like Joe Biden.
Fascinating. And I completely agree with you on the point that the Indian voter is more evolved, and India's politics, in a sense, or political processes are actually far more evolved than most people assume them to be. Indeed, after what we've seen in America, there's far more reason to hope for India's future and India's political processes. And indeed, in fact, as through the COVID period also we have seen, I think that's another reason to hope. With all the sort of usual politicking, but actually there has been tremendous cooperation across parties, across states, across regions, even between political leaders who may actually otherwise have fairly strong things to say about one another. They have cooperated to bring together a semblance of order in our response to the COVID pandemic. And I see great hope in that. And, as you of course know, India is now sending vaccines to 70 countries around the world. This is unprecedented, right? And Foreign Minister Jaishankar is right in saying that this is unprecedented and this is cause for great hope. Now, can we move closer and closer to the center in our conversation? And I think some of the problem is in what you were saying, social media. Everybody has an opinion about things that perhaps some of are not very well understood, and some of it may be far more nuanced. Public policy is not always easily understood in television show debates, right? Public policy is complicated and so on and so forth. But I am actually very hopeful. And to take the last point you made, the deep digitization of India, something that I work a lot on, that is actually creating a whole new India in a sense, right? In people's opinions, people's views, how they interact with politics. And that in 10, 20 years will give us a whole new India. So this is actually a very interesting and a critical time of transition for us, which would be very, very, and how we behave in this time will determine what will happen in the next 50, 100 years in our country, right? So that will be really, really interesting. Last final points to you, Milind, before we close, to sum up some of your thoughts on what we've discussed today, and a couple of last points that you might want to make.
No, I would just say, to summarize, I think that I do agree with you that Indian voters are far more evolved than their Western counterparts. I have no doubt about that. I've experienced that. And I do think that I really believe that, I hope also that this trend that we're seeing around the world, where if you are somebody who is center, there's a proverbial gun on your head to be branded as a far left ideologue. And if you're someone who's center right, there's almost a gun on your head that you should be far right. I think it's very important for moderates on either side of the political divide to come together and reclaim that space. Because as you mentioned, when you think of public policy, economic policy, social policy, ultimately policies are created through discussion and debate. And that's how a country moves forward. And to have a discussion and debate, you can only have a discussion and debate, a healthy discussion and debate, and a constructive discussion and debate, when people on either side can come together. And so I think it's incumbent upon all of us, regardless of our political ideology, to begin by encouraging a healthy discussion. That on its own is a move towards the political center.
Great. That's a wonderful point in which to conclude. I absolutely agree with you. I think there should be more conversations, more dialogue, and who knows, there would be in the days to come, maybe, there's a far right Twitter, far left Twitter, maybe there would be a centrist Twitter, some, digital innovator would create it, and a digital
Absolutely.
as centrist. But thank you, Milind Deora. It was a pleasure being able to talk to you once again, and I look forward to seeing you in person sometime. And
thank you, Hindol.
To the Arth Festival for giving us this opportunity.
Kojo, 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 kojo. kojo. kojo, 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 kojo. Kojo, 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 kojo.
Thank you, Mr. Deora, and thank you, Mr. Sen Gupta, for giving us a very fresh and a different perspective to the topic. Well, continuing with the flavor of politics and more so with political leaders, we'd like to go ahead and move into our next conversation. And this one is very aptly and beautifully titled as The Poet Prime Minister, discussing the Vajpayee legacy. Now, we have with us Mr. Shakti Sinha, who's the Director General of the International Buddhist Confederation, a non-government body. He's also the Honorary Director of the Vadodara-based think tank, the Atal Bihari Institute of Policy Research and International Studies, Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda, and the Honorary Director of the Delhi School of Public Policy and Governance, established as an institute of eminence by the Delhi University. He's the author of the recently published Vajpayee, The Years That Changed India. And we have once again with us, in conversation with him, Mr. Hindol Sen Gupta, who's a multiple award-winning author of 9 best-selling books of non-fiction and fiction category. His book, Being Hindu, became the first book on Hinduism in 70 years to win the Wilbur Award given by the Religion Communicators Council of America in 2018. He's also a World Economic Forum Young Global Leader and has been a Knight Baggot Fellow at Columbia University. He's the editor-at-large for Fortune India and a Chevening Scholar at the University of Oxford. Another interesting conversation coming your way. Here we go.
I'm absolutely delighted to be in conversation with Shakti Sinha once again. In fact, just before the conversation began, Mr. Sinha was telling me how he really comes to my part of the world, to where I work every day, and I just messaged him saying we must coordinate a lunch. And always very delighted to meet Shakti ji, even though virtually. Brilliant book, first-hand account of having worked with Atal Bihari Vajpayee. I have spoken to Shakti ji before in other platforms about the book, but always delighted to take up an opportunity to discuss Atal Bihari Vajpayee, his legacy, with a man who knew him intimately. Thank you, Shakti ji, for being on this conversation.
Thank you, Hindol. Always a pleasure to talk to you and listen to you. And I was just listening to your previous conversation with Milind Deora, again, a very thoughtful person. I think it was a very delightful conversation, something that we really need in India. Building on the theme of the topic today, and for those of you who can see, this is the book that Hindol was just referring to, Vajpayee, The Year That Changed India.
I want to begin, Shakti ji, on that note by talking to you a little bit about Atal Bihari Vajpayee's legacy in a sense, building bridges in politics. Right? You mentioned my conversation with Milind, you mentioned centrism. Atal Bihari Vajpayee, in a sense, was a great bridge builder. Right? How did he do it? What was his secret sauce?
That's a good one. That's a really good one. He was, in many ways, very different from the run-of-the-mill politician. And instead of telling you in theory what happened, I'll just give a specific example. At a time, see, he was running a coalition government at a time. His party had 160 MPs. You needed 271 for a majority. So you relied on other parties. And there was a lot of nitpicking, sniping, going to the media. Mamata Banerjee famously on, off, hot, cold. It was a lot of it. And in the midst of all that, when he was literally on shaky biscuit, and his party told him that this is unfair to you and this and that, and unfair to us and to you, etc. And even the press said that. And he said, no, take it from the other point of view. It's years of frustration that is driving them. We must listen to them. So instead of getting angry at the outburst at him, which was weakening his position, he was able to take a step forward or step back in that sense, become empathetic, put yourself in the other person's shoes, and then try to understand that. And he did that also with Pakistan, the height of the Kargil war. And we were in conversation with Nawaz Sharif. And there was frustration in India about Nawaz Sharif's failure to control the Pakistani army and how we should not be polite with him. Again, Mr. Vajpayee said, he said, put yourself in Nawaz Sharif's shoes and try to understand the situation. He's not agreeing with the other side. He's not saying this, whatever they are saying, they are right. No, he says, understand where is it coming from. If you understand where is it coming from, your ability to handle it will be that much better off, because then you have sense of what are the red lines not to be crossed, where it is possible to make some compromises, and where you can have a dialogue. So I think that was really the secret sauce behind Mr. Vajpayee's known personality as somebody who brings people together.
Let me ask you a devil's advocate question then, sir. In our Twitter-fueled age, one of the things that is sometimes said about Atal Bihari Vajpayee is that essentially, while he was such a great bridge builder, in a sense, that ability to constantly listen to people, even to his own detriment, took off the killer instinct from him. And in a sense, which is why he couldn't drive in a sense,
Right.
a sort of killer instinct in politics that would have won him that second term, which
Right.
people, including me, I'm happy to say, really believe perhaps he should have got. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So that killer instinct got blunted by this moderation. What do you think about this argument?
You know, I think there's a valid point to that argument. I mean, though you said it's a devil's advocate, but I think you have a valid point to it. But there are two sides to the picture. One, yes, it did weaken you in the sense that you're not able to be decisive because you need to carry people with you. But also understand that when you have 160 MPs, in the House of 540, do you have an option but to try and compromise? Otherwise, your government goes. So, you know, where do you draw the line? Now, when Jayalalitha became unreasonable beyond a point in March of 1999, the government fell because they said we can go up to this much to accommodate her. We will not go beyond that. And therefore, the government fell. So you could be decisive at times, but not always. But yes, in the sense that if you become a little weak on your core support group, and if they feel that this is not our government, then, you know, to win an election, you need your workers to put in that extra effort. I mean, run 100 meters in 9.7 seconds and not 10.5 seconds. You need that extra effort. That went wrong. And I guess actually it also went wrong in the management of the party, which dumped a very good alliance with the DMK in Tamil Nadu, which had won them the last election, crossed over to the AIDMK alliance and got 0 out of 40. 13 Tamil Nadu and 1 Pondicherry. Had the NDA got 30 out of those 40 seats, which would have happened with the DMK, Vajpayee would have been Prime Minister in 2004. So, you know, his ability or his inability to push his point of view when he wanted the alliance with DMK to continue, but allowed himself to be overruled by the party. So I think there is a point to it that at times, I guess it would have compromised the fact that you are not able to drive the agenda as much as you should drive the agenda. That's a very valid criticism.
And yet, of course, to be fair to him, Mr. Vajpayee's thoughts and Mr. Vajpayee's approach to politics today is especially relevant for us, and I believe not just relevant in India, but indeed relevant across the world, because today at a time when we talk so much about decolonization, and we talk about decolonization with aggression, in a sense, to me, Mr. Vajpayee represented decolonization without aggression. And, you know, I'm obviously trying to choose questions for you, sir, which we haven't discussed before in other platforms about your book, because your book is so fascinating.
No.
But I want you to answer this, because today decolonization has become very aggressive. Pull down this statue, destroy that statue, chop off the head of that statue. You know, that sort of decolonization. Whereas Mr. Vajpayee was as grounded as can be, and yet represented a particular kind of thoughtful decolonization.
I think it's somewhere halfway house, Hindol. Actually, you know, even he, when talking about Ayodhya, always mentioned that in the 1920s, when Poland became free of Russian control, the first thing it did was to demolish a Russian Orthodox church in the heart of Warsaw and reconstruct the earlier Roman Catholic cathedral which was there, which had been demolished by the Russians and Orthodox put. So he also felt that a certain emotional things, people would try to restore the past and remove signs of slavery, signs of colonization. So that much he did agree. But yes, I think that he otherwise always wanted to look forward and carry along rather than get always stuck in the past. So while he was proud of India's past, very, very proud, if you read a couple of essays that he wrote, one I remember in longhand he wrote in Hindi about 40 pages, which is available in a book that I know, he's very proud of India's past, very proud of being a Hindu in that sense, and yet at the same time, a forward-looking person who realized that the Cold War has got over, all our Americanism, anti-Americanism, it's time to put an end to anti-Americanism. And if somebody actually opened up to the Americas, it was not so much Narasimha Rao, which was very mild, but Vajpayee's very decisive opening up in 98, 99 and carrying them forward to the next steps of strategic partnership. So he was able in that sense to understand the past is dead or largely dead. And therefore, instead of chopping off heads, chopping off statues, heads of statues, I think let's build on something new. That I think would have been more appropriate to him.
That's a fascinating point to segue into my next question, which is that indeed, today we are talking about India's embrace of the Quad, which, if you remember, right up till the end of 2018, there was a debate whether India would invite Australia into the Malabar exercises and how much would India, was India demurring in a sense, how much would India go forth? But with the first ever summit meeting of the leaders of the governments of the Quad countries and their first joint statement, many people said there will not be a joint statement. In a sense, we are talking about almost a new level of engagement in India-US relationship.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which, as you just referred to, began with Mr. Vajpayee.
Yes.
Take us through a little bit about his thought process. Did he ever see this kind of, would Mr. Vajpayee have ever envisaged a Quad happening?
It's a very interesting point because, he in 1998, when he went to the USA for the first time as Prime Minister, at a time when post-Pokhran, there was massive sanctions against us, there was international build-up against us. So a feeling of hostility. He spoke at the Asia Society in New York. I remember it was about 11 o'clock in the morning, end of September. And he gave the history of India-US relations and said India and the US are natural allies. Now, allies is not a word any Indian Prime Minister before or since has used. We were listening on Quad, as you so rightly pointed out. He said that because he saw in the emerging world the fact that India, the USA, and later he did use the word democracy again and again, that there was a role to play for the democratic countries in the world because of their belief in a rule-based order. Now, he was very clear that you cannot isolate China, that India cannot be anti-China, right? And which is why we were listening on Quad till now. But I guess the Chinese People's Republic of China pushed India beyond the point, which forced India now to take a stand, agree to a Quad summit of the leaders, and issue a joint statement. Something which even their meetings of joint secretaries or foreign ministers had not done so. So in that sense, I think India was nimble now to realize that the time now for choosing is over. It's not I'm making a choice, but if I'm forced to make a choice, I have to make a choice. But yes, Vajpayee was very clear that Japan and Australia are important countries. He went to birth very fond, realizing that Japan and India at two ends would be able to anchor Asia. So he had that very nebulous kind of an idea, but yes, a very much a pre-Quad idea that these countries would have to work together.
I want to talk a little bit about the point that you mentioned in the beginning of your last answer about Atal Bihari Vajpayee's understanding of what we today are referring to as a coalition of democracies. As you know, President Biden has committed in his very first year to bring together, in a sense, a coalition of democracies around the world. And I want to talk to you a little bit about and get you to answer what kind of coalition of democracies was Atal Bihari Vajpayee thinking of in those years?
In fact, it's a very specific point we made to him, not as a theoretical question, but in reality, with the Iraq war, where the Americans wanted to set up such a democracy fund, and they did set up a body to promote democracy in the world. Vajpayee instead argued for a UN-led effort on democracy, and India actually contributed money to that UN fund for promoting democracy. So, it was very clear in his mind that the way forward post-Cold War was for countries to become more democratic, which would lead to a better world in that sense. So even though it was not articulated as well as it is being done now, circumstances have changed. I think the idea was very clear that the time for authoritarianism is over. And the more the countries become democratic and respect each other as equals, sovereign equals, the better off the world would be. And therefore, nobody is small, nobody is big. Of course, physically you're big and small, economies are big and small, militaries are big and small. But in a better world, we treat each other with greater dignity, which would come only for democracies, but would not come between an authoritarian states and other countries, as we are seeing right now. Very, very obvious to the world right now.
On that point, I want to ask you, a lot of the extremism is today said to be driven by online behavior, social media, constantly. Even in my last conversation with Bill, we referred to it, this entire body of technology is promoting a particular kind of behavior which is unprecedented in history, right? And Mr. Vajpayee was also somebody who really promoted the idea of technological intervention and technology coming into India, and India being a leader of technology, right? I wonder whether you could take us through Atal Bihari Vajpayee's thoughts on technology and its uses in public life.
He himself was not very technologically savvy, but yes, he did believe. In fact, once we were traveling in a car, and my mobile rang, and I had an earphone with a very thin wire. Your wire looks very obvious. This is the pre-pod days. I had a thin wire to the phone, and I was talking. When I entered the conversation, he said, "But your phone didn't open. How? Those days you had to flip the phone open. Motorola, it flipped open." He said, "You didn't open the phone. You're still talking on the phone." So then I showed him the earpiece. So he was not technologically savvy, but he understood that in the changing world. And please remember, '99 was the year of the Y2K, where we thought that the world will come to an end, because none of our computer systems are geared for the year 2000, because they were all ending at 00. So after 99, what would happen, And India did a major job in refiguring out the world technological base to provide for this problem to be over with. So he therefore became very conscious of it, because very conscious of the telecom revolution, how the telecom would actually connect the farmer to the buyer directly. So in other words, he saw technology through those interventions. None of us at that stage would have realized how social media can be so polarizing because of its ability to reduce everything to very simplistic words. Are you with me? Are you against me? Are you this? Are you that? Unfortunately, which you just mentioned, and with Milind, you were so right about it. How to develop more sense agenda. So technology for him was an enabler of economic growth. Technology was an enabler which would empower people, especially the disadvantaged. So therefore, your technology, the telecom revolution, and your village roads, and your Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan. So it's a multi-pronged effort to convert a recipient into an active agent of. I think for him, that's technology.
Fascinating.
He would not have known a mainframe for a PC.
Sorry?
Say again. He would not have known a mainframe for a PC to go back to those days. But that did not matter. Leaders don't need to get into nitty-gritties.
Yeah. They need to have a bigger vision.
Yeah.
I want to talk to you a little bit. Of course, I cannot let you go without talking to you about Pakistan, because India-Pakistan is in the news once again. And, there's talk once again about the Pakistan Army General saying that, a new beginning has to be made. Now, where have we heard that before, right, sir? Where have we heard that before? I want to talk to you a little bit about what Mr. Vajpayee would have made of these cycles that it keeps going through with Pakistan.
It's a very fascinating question, because I'm trying to put, as you were asking the question, my mind was going back to those days. He once was clear that geography is important. It comes back to haunt you. Pakistan is a neighbor. It's probably the 6th largest country in the world in population. It's not a small country by any chance. Which Pakistan is ignored, and we also tend to ignore. And you have to make up with Pakistan in some way or the other. If you have to give a concession, if it leads to peace, yes. But also realizing, I guess, after many efforts, that there was such a big constituency in Pakistan which could never allow normalization of relations. And therefore, he broke the taboo and agreed to speak with the Pakistani army. Musharraf would then seize power until the end. That, okay, army is the only blockage on the way. can we get the army online? And in that sense, a lot of people have written that his Pakistani policy failed because he thought he could convince them that is the interest of both countries to move forward jointly, So we've heard it many times before. We'll have a new beginning. As of course, we'll have a new beginning. Please stop sending jihadis to India. Please vacate Pak-occupied Kashmir and Pak-occupied Ladakh. We are fine. Absolutely no problem. We'll have a new beginning tomorrow. Why wait? So we've heard it before. We've heard it before.
We have heard it before indeed. As we come to the end of our time, I want to ask you a couple of questions about Mr. Vajpayee in India, right? Mr. Vajpayee, today we of course have a situation where, the BJP has, in a sense, a far wider footprint across India than Atal Bihari Vajpayee could have envisaged, right?
Yeah.
He was working with a far more limited space to play with. And yet he managed to do a very effective job of it. Whether it's with Mamata Banerjee, whether it's with Jayalalitha, whether it's with Sharad Pawar, all the different sort of bits and pieces or moving pieces on the chessboard of Indian politics, Mr. Vajpayee seemed to be able to masterfully, work around them. Tell us a little bit about his strategic mind in Indian politics.
One, of course, is that he did believe, by and large, we have to rectify this bias in our working by removing the pro-leftist bias and bring it. And again, I'm saying people don't like me saying so. They're upset with me for saying so. He was very conscious of India's Hindu heritage, but also accepting that India's Hindu heritage meant accepting that we have a very large Muslim population for Indians. They're not foreigners, they're Indians. So in that sense, he realized that we have to need to try and build larger coalitions. He failed in the sense that BJP could never penetrate into the Muslim areas and get enough votes from them. It picked up 5% in different states, but never more than that. And therefore, the second, BJP's footprint was small. 98, they won the first independent seat in Bengal. Tapan Sikhdar from Damdam, he won the election. For the first time, BJP could actually win a seat in Bengal. That was it, right? Down south, an occasional seat in Andhra Pradesh in 84, you can't win elections. So therefore, the BJP had no option but to develop with Hegde in Karnataka, with the Shiv Sena in Maharashtra, with the Akaladar in Punjab. So you do need a Nitish Kumar and a George Fernandez in Bihar, a Mamata in Bengal, and etc. That BJP to grow would need to work with other political parties, or you would remain small too long. I guess the failure of 1984, when the BJP was dumped by its own workers and its voters, not just its own workers, and reduced to 2 seats, I think really haunted him, haunted the party, and really seared the soul that how can this happen? And therefore, it made them more defensive than today's realities would suggest. Today, in hindsight, we can say that you don't have it so accommodative. But I think 84 was a fright to them, and for his realization that I must work with these other. And which I said, he said, we must understand their frustrations, even if they are abusing us. Listen to them, So I guess that was his strategy.
The other thing about Mr. Vajpayee is his role as a parliamentarian. In a sense, he was one of the last of the true parliamentarians, right? A believer in the processes of parliament, right? A believer in the debates of parliament. A man willing to spend hours and hours going through the motions of parliament, right? And in a sense, we perhaps don't see those parliamentarians anymore. No. That was the last generation, in a sense, of parliamentarian. Tell us a little bit about Vajpayee, the parliamentarian.
He took parliament very, very seriously. He attended it as much as possible. He's the only prime minister who have ever, Friday is private members, as it is called, where private members move their bills which never get passed, except for one bill which hasn't passed in history. No bill has ever passed in private members' bill. He was there on a Friday when private members' bill was being introduced, and the whole house stood up and clapped. No prime minister ever bothered to come on a Friday to parliament. So he took parliament duty very seriously. He speeches in the parliament when he had to make important ones. He worked hard at them. He worked really hard. Took material from the parliament library, went to the library and read old debates, such as were discussed. What did XYZ say? What was this person say? There was a very famous CPI leader from Bengal. I'm trying to remember his name. I can't remember his name. Anyway, What would he say on that day? So, the kind of effort he made to understand Parliament and processes, and he would do anything but to attend a Parliament session. There would be no meetings, nothing. In Parliament means in Parliament, So he took Parliament very seriously, took debates very seriously, always listened to the other side and took notes and responded to those. Something which very few people now bother to do, that he would respond to every point made by the other side, which means he's listening to you very carefully, because it is the highest temple of democracy in India. This represents the people of India, So in that sense, we laugh at politics, but I think some politicians realize that politics is very, very essential for a healthy democracy.
Last point, sir. We have almost run out of point, but I can't let you go without this last question. Tell us in a few sentences why you wrote this book, why it was so important for you to write this book.
Oh, very important for me to write the book because, one, I thought people had forgotten the kind of legacy that Vajpayee created and left, whether it was making BJP the center focus of Indian politics, whether demonstrating leadership in war, Kargil, demonstrating leadership in peace, Lahore, realizing the new world, opening up to America, realizing technological changes and therefore roads, telecom, schooling.
Hello.
Hi, Dr. Laharia. Hi, Dr. Kant. Good afternoon.
Hello. Good afternoon.
I'm
Mr.
Anand.
Anand.
I think there's a 5-minute delay, so we're just waiting for the organizer.
Sure. So either I think this is not live, or is it?
I don't think so.
Okay, so
Now that was an interesting conversation, wasn't it? Let's go ahead further from here now. Let's talk about the pandemic. Of course, Earth would be incomplete if we do not talk about the pandemic. You would agree that pandemic is far from being over. And however, at the same time, India's response to it is definitely commendable. And the next topic that we will diverge into is a panel discussion. And this one is titled as Battling the Virus, India's Unique Response to the Pandemic. So please join me in welcoming the panelists for the same. To begin with, please welcome Dr. Randeep Guleria, who is the Director, AIIMS, New Delhi, March 2017 till date. He was awarded the Padma Shri in 2015 in the field of medicine. Along with him, we have Dr. Gagandeep Kang, who is a professor, physician scientist working on vaccine and public health, particularly focused on children and enteric infectious diseases in India. She established laboratories to support vaccine trials and conducted phase 1 and 3 clinical trials of vaccines, a comprehensive approach that has supported 2 Indian WHO pre-qualified vaccines. She is an elected fellow of all the Indian Science Academies, is the first Indian woman to be elected to Fellowship of American Academy of Microbiology and to the Royal Society. Along with them, we also have on the panel Dr. Chandrakant Laharia. Dr. Laharia is a medical doctor and India's one of the leading public policy, vaccine and health system experts. His work on epidemics and pandemics is a unique blend of academic research, field responses and policy work. He is the co-author of Till We Win, India's fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. He is the youngest fellow ever elected to the Indian Public Health Association. This session will be moderated by Dr. Anand Ranganathan, who obtained his BSc Honours degree in chemistry from St. Stephen's College, Delhi, after which he left on a Nehru Centenary Scholarship for Cambridge, UK, where he obtained his BA in Natural Sciences, his MA and his PhD. Scientific contributions from his lab have been published in peer-reviewed journals like the Journal of Biological Chemistry, Chemistry and Biology, the Journal of Infectious Diseases, and Nature Communications. So let's go ahead and get into this topic, which is definitely one of the most relevant topics as of right now. Let's do this right away.
Thank you very much. I think I can begin now. I see Dr. Guleria as well. Welcome, everyone. And it's a real pleasure to be moderating this session along with Dr. Laharia, Dr. Guleria, and Dr. Kang. The session title is a pretty interesting one. It says, Battling the Virus, India's Unique Response to the Pandemic. And by the looks of it, the second wave is possibly upon us. We truly are battling it. But as the title suggests that we have possibly had a unique response to this pandemic. So maybe I think the good place to start would be to go around our esteemed panelists and ask them if, in their view, our response merits being called unique, or is it the same response that other countries, especially in the West or maybe developed countries in the East, have had. Let me begin by Dr. Gagandeep Kang. Do you feel that our response has been unique, Dr. Kang?
Well, Anand, the principles of public health were established in the 14th century with how you handle diagnosis and isolation. That's something that we have been familiar with for a long time. So if we look at the test, trace, isolate approach that we have taken, it's something that the entire world knew and has done appropriately. In terms of shutting down societies, the lockdowns, we've seen that the Indian lockdown was the most stringent of them all, but it is a strategy that other countries have taken. But if we are to think about what is different about India, I think the fact that India is a vaccine supplier to the world and is now beginning to help other countries to control their pandemics. And much of the world is much worse off than we are even today. I think the fact that we are reaching out, that we are donating vaccines, that we are enabling other countries to receive vaccines in, I think, what is a much more generous way than other vaccine producing countries have done. I think that really is a remarkable part of India's response.
Yeah, in fact, on vaccines, we'll come to a bit later. In fact, there's a satirical website called Foxy, and it had a uproarious headline saying, India fast running out of countries to supply vaccines to. But we'll come to how effective the vaccination policy has been in our country, whether we need to step it up and remove the comorbidity clause that is over 45. But let me now turn to Dr. Guleria, who has been at the forefront of our COVID response. Dr. Guleria, do you think India's response has been unique compared to other countries?
So I think we did follow standard protocols as public health measures are concerned, but there was a few things which were unique as far as our country was concerned, which may or may not have been there as far as the Western world was concerned. The first thing was that there was a very good alignment between, I would say, the political bodies, the policymakers, and the scientists in getting things done, whether it be the lockdown, whether it be creating COVID centers, COVID hospitals, and looking at how we could really ramp up things as the pandemic evolved in our country. The second, I think, unique thing that India was able to do was we were able to really show that our country is very resilient, because we started off with a situation where we had really nothing. We were importing most of the things that we were needing, whether it be N95 masks, whether it be PPEs, whether it be kits to do the RT-PCR testing, even things like the viral transport medium or the swabs, the nasal swabs. Most of them were coming from outside. Many of them were being imported from China. And we had a situation in a pandemic where nothing was coming from other countries. You had to do it on your own. And there we were able to show a lot of resilience. A lot of people who were not in this business came forward, and we were now in a situation where we have no shortage of N95s. We did a project way back in March, April, where we were thinking of how can we recycle N95s and PPEs in case there's a shortage, can we reuse them? And we created a room with a fogging machine so that we could use PPEs again after we hung them up, cleaned them and hung them there for some time so that they got disinfected. So that was the challenge that we had at that point in time. But we came out of that. We even started manufacturing ventilators. So I think there was a lot of learning that we were able to do, which was unique. Other countries also did that. But in India, where we had resource constraints, we still managed to do it very, very well. And we also moved into a lot of R&D, as was mentioned. We produce a lot of vaccines, but we're not very strong in doing a lot of vaccine research and then being able to collaborate with industry in a big way. But that was something that many groups were able to do. And because of that, we have now a number of vaccine candidates which are there. One year, I hope we are able to sustain that learning and take it forward as we move in the coming years, because there was a lot of learning which really taught us as to how we can build a more resilient and self-reliant nation.
Yeah, thanks very much. I mean, there's no doubt what you say is very true, that we were importing a lot of stuff that was needed for us to combat this pandemic, and now we are exporting a lot of that stuff. That includes the vaccines as well. So really ramped up our infrastructure. But I think after I'm done with asking the same question to Dr. Laharia, I would come to you, Dr. Guleria, to ask you that if we have shored up our infrastructure so well, and indeed we have, so many more hospital beds, so much more preparation for going into combating COVID, why is it that just today, many cities like Bhopal, Indore are once again going to lockdown? But I'll ask that of you later. First, initial opening comments from Dr. Laharia as to whether ours has been a unique response compared to other countries.
So when responding to this question, we also need to remember that the challenges to the country are also unique. So then we have to identify local solutions. So that's make unique challenges and unique responses. For example, country did not have sufficient testing kits. So India testing where you use limited resources to identify the cases. So that kind of interventions were done. But also country had a challenge if we look unique both in good and bad senses. The challenge which country faced in terms of migrant crisis when they were on the streets and highways was also unique to the country. And then in the mid of the lockdown, the approaches need to be found out and ultimately resolved. So there were unique challenges and unique solutions need to be found. That's one. Second is, of course, for a country the size of India, when health system is really varied across the states and across the settings, the number of states came up with different ideas, and that helps. So I would say that, for example, in the social sector, education of children, there are a number of settings where there is no access to internet or mobile phones, but then country found the different ways of approaches to solve, and now situation is returning to normal. So on health sector, two innovative things, vaccine supply and production and the way rollout, and also hospitals getting ready for this situation was unique. But in other sectors also, India has done something unique. But that was only to respond to the challenges which were there. Finally, I would like to say that in the pandemic, we do not look for a unique solution. We look for the solution which will address the problem. So to answer this question, probably we need to revisit a year later again, whether we address the problem or not, but unique or not, I would maybe keep my judgment for the later.
Right, thanks very much. I now return to Dr. Guleria, and here I ask him that if indeed it is absolutely true that we've shored up our infrastructure so well, brilliantly, in fact, in many cases, so many more hospital beds, thousands of beds. In fact, we have COVID trains as well. The PPE, we are now net exporters. We have now the serological testing, and we've ramped up our RT-PCR testing. So everything is, all the infrastructure is there. Why is it now that, Dr. Guleria, we are going into another lockdown, many cities?
So you're right, that is true that we are seeing a resurgence of cases. There's another spike that we're seeing, and there are multiple reasons for that. I would like to say that the first reason is more related to behavioral change. Most people now have started saying that since the vaccine is there, COVID is over. And they have stopped wearing masks, stopped having physical distancing or washing their hands. There are huge parties that we see where people don't wear masks, and there is no physical distancing. There are big crowds collecting. And any of these crowds or places can become what we call super spreading events. And that can lead to a huge surge in the number of cases, because the virus has not gone anywhere. The virus is still there in our community. And we also know that based on the serosurveillance data, a majority of, I would say more than 70% of our population still is not protected. The vaccines will protect them, but that will take some time. So we still are a vulnerable group. And if we start not having COVID appropriate behavior, it will lead to a huge problem in terms of the virus spreading more rapidly, especially among those who are vulnerable in terms of immunity. The second issue is, and that's more related even to the action that has been taken, we were very aggressive last year in what we would say was our policy of testing, tracking, and isolating. Anyone who was positive was really, his close contacts were tested, they were quarantined, or if they were positive, isolated. There was aggressive testing done, even the rapid antigen test was used. Most states have stopped doing that right now. That whole aggressive policy of testing aggressively to pick up cases early, the policy of tracking all of those who were close contact of that individual so that you were able to pick up people early and prevent transmission to others, has also had a lot of laxity. That has also allowed the virus to really spread. And that is also causing a huge increase in the number of cases. So I think these are the two main factors that we are seeing a surge in the number of cases. We need to be vigilant. We need to really work aggressively like we did last year in looking at clusters, developing containment areas, and aggressively following the policy of having these containment areas really close so that they don't allow the infection to spread to other areas. how somehow we have reached a stage of what I call COVID fatigue, and therefore we are not doing things as we were doing in the past, and it's sort of causing a huge surge in the number of cases.
Right. So you mentioned that people are getting a bit lazy and not adhering to the COVID norms. In your medical opinion, do you think with these 4 state assembly elections now coming up, do you think all these political rallies where lakhs of people accumulate, there is no social distancing, no one's wearing masks, do you think election commission should cancel these rallies?
So that's a difficult question because it has a lot of other sort of connotations. But from the health point of view, we should avoid any event where you will have lack of physical distancing and people will not wear a mask, because that can lead to a spread of the infection, and therefore that is something that needs to be looked at. We are seeing a huge surge in the number of cases, and in these states there has to be a lot of very aggressive COVID appropriate behavior has to be enforced. And at the same time, like I said, testing, tracking, isolation, treatment has to be looked at more aggressively, because the more testing you do, the more contact tracing you do, the higher the number of cases you will be able to pick up and prevent them from spreading it to others.
Right. I'd like to now turn to Dr. Kang and ask her a couple of questions. I think they're very pertinent and she's the right person to answer them. First question is, Dr. Kang, if you could explain it to our, the people who are watching this, why is it that this virus, and in fact, all virus infections, they come in waves? Why do they subside? I mean, the pool was already there, people were infected, and it's not that we had a drastic change in temperature. Why is it that the infections or the infection rate went down to nearly absolute zero, and then now it is shooting up? So why is it that these viruses, they come in cycles and waves?
Viruses depend on being able to transmit to susceptible populations. And if you look at society and who's susceptible within a society, you need a certain number of individuals entering into a space where transmission is possible. In many viruses that have been with us forever, this is new births. Children are vulnerable because they have not had prior exposures before. And in the case of new viruses like this that come into the population, you see the virus first go through the population that has the highest degree of social mixing. So if we had not had a lockdown, the people who mingled most with other people would be the people who would be most exposed and have the highest rates of infection. And then as society opened up after the lockdown, so first post-lockdown, we saw a rapid increase in cases. And here again, it was going to be people who were going to be the frontline workers and healthcare workers who were most exposed. You may remember that post-lockdown, we were reporting very heavily on all the police personnel who were getting infected, and that's to be expected. Now we are seeing a wave of infection of all the people that were not infected the first time around, because society has pretty much gone back to what were normal behaviors. So people who were protected during the initial period and therefore uninfected are now being exposed and having that infection. Now,
so,
after a while,
sorry to interrupt. So are you saying that the wave nature is because of the reaction of the people who are infected or who are going to be infected?
So the wave nature varies by virus and varies depending on the transmission mechanism. So if we look at something like influenza, influenza is very seasonal. It's dependent on how the virus survives in the environment as well as the mixing between humans. So we tend to see influenza with winter seasonality in the Western population, a post-monsoon peak also seen in places like India. And that's really dependent on how people are mixing and when the virus is around. If we see waves for enteric viruses as well, noroviruses and rotaviruses also occur in waves. This again has to do with the survival of the virus and periods when people congregate. So in the West, many viral infections are winter infections because people are indoor at that time. So it is a combination of virus survival, which is dependent on environmental conditions, and social behaviors that determine disease waves happening. COVID was unusual because, it's a virus that needs to settle down. Once it settles down, I think it's very likely that we will start to see a seasonal pattern with that as well.
Right. Thanks very much. In fact, I want to devote a lot of time to the vaccine, the success as well as the controversies surrounding it. But before I do that, I want to ask Dr. Laharia, because this has been bugging me. And in fact, Dr. Kang can also jump in after Dr. Laharia is done with it, which is that looking forward, what should be the government's response? Because it always bugs me that we all had this SARS-1 virus in 2003. And the spike protein of SARS-1 is very similar to the spike protein of SARS-2. And I remember many of my colleagues had actually started, making or designing vaccines against SARS-1. And they had applied for grants, and that some of them even got the grants, and they'd started on the spike protein. But by the time they could, move sufficiently into the research, SARS-1 actually disappeared. And with it disappeared all this hankering for having a vaccine against SARS-1. And with it disappeared all the government funding and, all the razzmatazz is a wrong word to use, but, with every pandemic, there's a kind of what do you call it, a wake that comes along with it, a lot of exposure. And everything disappeared. SARS-1 disappeared from, our consciousness. Now, the thing is, if we had a SARS-1 vaccine, maybe in the initial months, 6 months, 5 months until we got to the SARS-2 vaccine, that could have saved millions of lives, given the fact that there was, cross-reactivity, and the antibodies that were formed against spike of SARS-1 could have also bound to spike of SARS-2. So, Dr. Laharia, do you feel that, in responding to pandemics, global pandemics, the governments take a very short-sighted view? They don't think 10 years ahead, 15 years ahead. Do you think that needs to change?
You are very right in saying so. However, when we are talking about the vaccines, why a particular pathogen is selected for development of vaccine and why other is not selected, this is a global debate. And we know in the last 2 decades, there have been a number of viruses which have emerged, which were termed public health emergencies of international concern. Ebola, Zika, Nipah, and there has been some efforts to develop vaccines against those, but there is another dimension that which population and which countries are affected, and that fairly determine how the global community comes together to develop vaccine. However, Dr. Kang is a member of that Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness and Innovations, and which was formed in 2017, and which that kind of global coalition has essentially contributed to accelerate what we could achieve the COVID-19 vaccines in this pandemic. So that's a lesson that if we think ahead in the future and we collaborate and work together, much could be achieved. So that's very important point. You are very right that we don't think in the future. And in this pandemic, we have also learned that countries are thinking of their own, and there is not enough global solidarity or looking to take care of others. So there are some other lessons which were always known and have been once again thrown out in the public. So we need to think again nationally, globally, together to prepare for epidemics and pandemics, because we know that virus and pathogens are here for many billions or millions of years before human beings. And they will be there, and human beings will also be there. So we need to think of how to prevent future epidemics, pandemics. We also need to think that what, as a human beings, wrong things we are doing, which are making us more vulnerable. And since all of this is happening, of course, right now we are in the middle of the pandemic, and immediate priority is to fight pandemic. But alongside we need to, there had to be some mechanism that we do not forget the moment we are out of the pandemic and remain ill prepared as we were for this pandemic. So definitely a lot more solidarity for future response required. Over to Dr. Kang. I guess she would be.
Yes, before I do, because I'm not noting down, I think there are like important buzzwords coming out of this wonderful conversation. And one thing that you mentioned, Dr. Laharia, was global collaboration. So I'll save that and ask on that to Dr. Guleria. But Dr. Kang, your response: if we had SARS-1 COVID vaccine or SARS-1 vaccine, do you think we could have saved millions of lives before the SARS-2 vaccine came along?
So Anand, you will be very pleased to hear that the reason that we could move so quickly with SARS-CoV-2 vaccines was because we knew so much about SARS-CoV-1 and had vaccines in development. It is because the spike structures are so similar, the conformation of the spike is known, its binding characteristics are known. So pretty much once the sequence of SARS-CoV-2 was made available, people looked at all the data that they had from SARS-CoV and said, we can predict what's going to work, and were able, therefore, to design vaccines very, very quickly, just tweaking a little bit to make the changes for a vaccine that could fit SARS-CoV-2. And in fact, you may be even more interested to hear that the vaccine that is being developed by Biological E is an original SARS-CoV vaccine. And it's relying on the fact that the receptor binding domain of both the viruses are so similar that we are anticipating a reasonable degree of cross protection, and that vaccine is in phase 1 trials. But couldn't agree with you more. Had we gone further with SARS-CoV vaccines, we would have had more tools available to us much faster.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for saying that in the end, because I was about to interrupt and tell you that that's a bit of an academic cop-out, because you're absolutely right. We've learned so much from SARS-CoV-1 structure and everything to help us develop mechanisms to combat SARS-2. But SARS-1 was in 2003. We could have easily had a vaccine till 2010-11. In fact, it could have helped us in the MERS epidemic as well. Or it wasn't really a global pandemic, but it could have helped us in the MERS thing that happened in 2011. But going forward, do you think, as Dr. Bagai has mentioned a lot of times, that Indian government and other government need a specific body, call it a pandemic response body, like you have National Disaster Response organization? Going forward, we really need a bunch of policymakers, scientists, and perhaps politicians to come together and be, absolutely focus on just pandemics.
I think Randeep will have the answer to that. He's been doing this for 15 years.
Right. Okay. So, Dr. Guleria, you can answer that, but I'm going to couple that with a question of my own, which was the buzzword that I took from Dr. Laharia, which is global collaboration. And it kind of fits very well with, dare I use this word, Atmanirbharta. But in science, it is very different. I mean, science does not look at any borders or nationalities, and most of the things that we have to admit that we use in science and medicine in India has been developed outside or possibly in collaboration. But here is the thing: when we talk about collaboration, it's all very well, but if you look at the response, or especially the scientists' response to SARS, most of the vaccines are actually not a result of global collaboration at all. I mean, I'll take the example of Moderna or Pfizer. I mean, these are done by, a couple of scientists who, for example, working on Moderna, who got to know the public sequence. I mean, that was made public, the genome sequence of SARS. And with overnight, they designed the RNA, and then they put the vaccine to test. So do we really, do we now really push for global collaboration, or we give more resources to our own scientists? Because ultimately R&D, as this pandemic has shown, is not really a result of global collaboration. Even if we look at, for example, the Covaxin, which is Bharat Biotech in collaboration, not with a foreign entity, but ICMR, ultimately it has It has been fructified by using techniques that are 30 to 40-year-old, I mean, inactivation by beta-propiolactone and things of that sort. So there is no global collaboration. Now, which is the model that you're looking for going ahead? Global collaboration, or again, I use this word, Atmanirbharta?
So coming to your second question, I think it has to be a combination of both. There has to be global collaboration because viruses don't look at borders, and therefore, when we are seeing that the virus is going to spread at a global level, people at different parts of the world have different expertise, and unless we're able to bring that all together, we will not be able to move rapidly in terms of development of various newer platforms as far as vaccines are concerned. But at the same time, you need to really have support for your own national researchers in terms of being able to develop things locally and give them that support, whether it be in terms of infrastructure, whether it be in terms of job satisfaction and sustainability, of being able to work on this and be able to develop these platforms and vaccines and other even drugs or molecules for any viral infection as early as possible. Because like you said, the pandemic did show that there was a lot of global collaboration, but at the end of the day, it also led to national or people at various parts looking at their own country to really take it forward based on the support and the funding that they got from that government. There is a lot of investment which is involved, and that becomes the biggest challenge. And therefore, coming to your first question, it's something that we need to keep in mind because we've been talking about having a group look at outbreaks and pandemics for a very, very long time. This happened after the SARS outbreak and also after bird flu, H5N1. And H5N1 is the virus which luckily does not have sustained human to human spread, but it has the capacity of case fatality of over 60%. That is very high mortality. And there was the data from two labs, one from in Europe and the other in the US, which showed that you just needed two mutations in this virus for it to become a pandemic virus in terms of being novel and having sustained human to human spread. So there was a lot of concern, and a vaccine was actually made for H5N1, and it was actually stockpiled by various countries. But since there was no pandemic, there was a whole debate as what to do with these vaccines. They were given to farmers in Indonesia so that they could vaccinate themselves, because poultry workers in Indonesia, because this was predominantly a disease happening in poultry workers as far as humans were concerned. There was also then talk of having a virtual stock of vaccines being created by asking the industry to really have availability of vaccine, and thereby being able to manufacture it if there was a need at a large scale. All of this has actually led to what Gagandeep is involved in right now in terms of global collaboration and trying to really take it forward. But a lot needs to be done, because what I've seen is we talk about it a lot and we really push for it a lot when we have a pandemic. I've seen this happening during H1N1, the swine flu pandemic. A lot of concern, a lot of issue of why doesn't India have a monovalent H1N1 vaccine? But once the pandemic wanes and things become better, let's say the will and the let's say the financial support tends to wane, and that causes a problem in the long run. So we need to develop a strategy where there is sustainability, there is support for research in this, even if it doesn't need too much. H5N1 didn't become a pandemic, but we need to be prepared, because that doesn't mean it can never become a pandemic. And that type of research and sustainable development needs to be done. And you're right, we need to get not only scientists, but policymakers and politicians on board to understand this. More often, the committees that we have are basically scientists who really do a lot of work and then put this forward, but it never gets taken up at a level that it should be. So I think this pandemic has really shown us that we will have future pandemics, and we need to be prepared, whether it be vaccine, whether it be infrastructure, whether it be upscaling our facilities for testing. All of that we need to work on so that we can do it rapidly in the near future.
Yeah, as I say, politicians set the deadlines but never meet them, and scientists meet the deadlines but never set them. Here I want to actually now jump straight into the vaccine and all the controversy. But before I do, and of course, Dr. Kang would be best suited to answer about what her objections were. Let me also get one clarification from Dr. Guleria, because this is strictly an apolitical scientific discussion. So I'm sure everyone is in fact being very forthright. So Dr. Guleria, you were wrong when you said that the co-vaccine is going to be used just as a backup, correct?
So that's a controversial question. It depends on what you mean by backup.
That you explain.
I'll try and explain that. You see, even now, co-vaccine is being used as a support to the main vaccine, which is Covishield. In terms of actual number of doses, the ratio is almost 9:1. People who are getting the vaccine are predominantly getting Covishield. Covaxin is still being produced at a much lesser rate as compared to Covishield. So in terms of that, it is still a backup, because bulk of your vaccine production is basically Covishield. So you're not really.
Can I argue with Randeep on
yes,
this
one? I was just about to say that. I detect a smile.
Let me just complete and then we can have this discussion. That is number one. The number two issue was that at that point in time, if you were to critically look at the data, we needed more data. And there was a lot of concern there that we may have an increase in number of cases, and there were all sorts of prediction being done at that point in time. And therefore, more and more people need to be vaccinated. But the data at that point in time was not as robust as one would have liked it to be. We did not have any phase 3 data at that point in time. And that is why there were people who felt that we should wait for some more time till we have some data, both in terms of efficacy, which was only based on phase 2 data and not really robust phase 3 data. So this is the gray area that we had. And this was then left to the expert committee to really ponder upon and weigh the risk and the benefit and come out with what they did as a mid path in terms of saying that this may be given authorization, but it may be only under strict clinical trial phase, which could also be interpreted as a backup.
Okay, so after you retire from the AIMS director, you're going to take up diplomacy, Dr. Guleria. But Dr. Kang, before you come in, I also like to ask you, because you were one of the first ones, being an expert in this field and having being in the team that developed the rotavirus vaccine, you were the first ones to object to sanction or emergency use authorization being given to Covaxin. But did you, for example, know that such authorization had also been given to H1N1 vaccine in 2012, and it goes with the rules that were possibly amended, I think, in 2018, that saying that looking at just the phase 1 and phase 2 trials, that is safety and immunogenicity, you can indeed give emergency use authorization. So 2 questions here. One, what was the basis of your objection? And I'm just saying, as if things were absolutely normal, then your objection is perfectly valid, because unless you look at the efficacy trial data and years pass by, you don't normally give authorization for mass use of the vaccine. But here you objected to even the emergency use authorization. So could you please elaborate on that and comment on Dr. Guleria's response as far as the backup thing is concerned?
Okay, so let's start with our regulations. We've been through a very difficult time in the early following 2010. All clinical trials were stopped. Everybody had a really tough time with the regulators. It was a mess. We have only just begun to emerge from that mess. We now have regulations that are being put in place with a reasonable amount of thought, of borrowing from what WHO, what the FDA, what the stringent regulatory authorities recommend. And it's very important for our country that our regulator is recognized as a quality regulator. Okay? I already have a problem with our Drugs and Cosmetics Act, because we equate drugs and vaccines. which is not what most regulators do. When you test a drug, the phase 1 is efficacy, a phase 2 is a pilot, phase 1 is safety, phase 2 is a pilot efficacy, and phase 3 is really validation of efficacy. In a vaccine, your steps are very different. Your steps are safety, immunogenicity, clinical efficacy for the prevention of disease. We have had some missteps in the past where we have licensed vaccines bridging to claiming that immunogenicity was equal to efficacy. We've done this for multiple typhoid vaccines, for example. And this has led to the regulator licensing a vaccine, which has then to be, in order to be WHO pre-qualified and required to be used in other countries, has required an additional efficacy trial, which has been done in multiple countries, has been done in the form of challenge studies. So it's like our regulator is not meeting the standards that other people set for vaccines. So I was actually delighted when in September, the regulator came out with a recommendation for the path that would be followed for SARS-CoV-2 vaccines. And it was clear, it was comprehensive, it was aligned to global standards. And in January, they went against their own recommendations, which had been published in September at the height of the pandemic peak in India. They were willing to have a situation where, height of pandemic, you're saying one thing, you're at the absolute trough, and now you change all your rules and allow for emergency use authorization, which, by the way, does not exist in our clinical trial rules. What exists in our clinical trial rules is bypassing all clinical trials and in a situation of emergency, authorizing any product that has been tested in clinical trials elsewhere. By that rule, if you follow it, you should be allowing Pfizer vaccine to come into India. You should not be asking for bridging trials. You should be allowing AstraZeneca because they have data from outside the country. Okay? And for Covaxin, no need to do clinical trials if you think that it works. But if you are going to follow a process, that process has to apply equally to all vaccines, and that's not what was done. So I have no problem with any vaccine. I've been working with Bharat Biotech for a dozen years now. I think they are a solid company with solid R&D that really make very good vaccines. And I think that this did them damage. I'm delighted that it is a vaccine that works. But if we want our regulatory systems to be really strong, we cannot chop and change. We have to hold ourselves to the highest standards, and we did not do that. In an emergency, I get the point of changing, but then don't say Pfizer we will not allow, but this one we will allow because it is an Indian product. You must have one rule. Second, about influenza vaccines, what you mentioned. Influenza is very different from every other class of vaccine. Every influenza vaccine, every season, is licensed on the basis of only safety and immunogenicity studies. This is because we make new influenza vaccines every year, not just for the pandemic. So we were following a process that already existed. So you can't equate what is a known platform which has been in existence for decades with a completely new infection.
Right. So two points to glean from there. One, Dr. Kang, is, so let me ask you directly before I go to Dr. Guleria, who may counter your arguments. In your view, Dr. Kang, do you think because the bridging trials for AstraZeneca, Covishield was also not submitted, do you think even Covishield shouldn't have got emergency use authorization, even though it had conducted trials on 20,000 volunteers, non-Indian volunteers?
Actually, I think Covishield could easily have waited a couple more weeks and gotten a full licensure, because all that is required is efficacy data from somewhere else and a bridging study in India. So if we
Right.
follow the rules, they could have gotten a full licensure. And in fact,
But they still
now
haven't
all of
completed those studies.
they have the data in their summary of product characteristics that are given with the Covishield vaccine.
It's not peer reviewed, right? It's not yet come out in the open.
Peer reviewed is a whole different ball game. And who would peer review a bridging study in any case? Those very rarely get published. But the actual data themselves are in the packs that are submitted with the vaccine.
Right. The other point before I go to Dr. Guleria is that you're saying that H1N1 vaccine is a different case altogether because there you only rely on safety and immunogenicity, and then you can give those vaccines, administer those vaccines. So the question, Dr. Kang, is that in this situation where people are dying, aren't you as a scientist and a doctor willing to take a chance that if the safety and the immunogenicity of a vaccine against this debilitating virus is good enough, maybe club it or think of it as an H1N1 type of vaccine to maybe, administer so that you could save some lives?
And then you can't have it both ways, right? One, India is doing a brilliant job. Our deaths are very low. Our deaths are 10 times less than the rest of the world, right?
Yeah.
So this is not a very fatal virus. And on the other side, you're making this argument that we must have emergency use authorization when the bulk of people who are going to get the vaccine are not going to suffer severe disease and die, right? So how many lives? So how many lives would you have saved in 2 months? See, we licensed the vaccine beginning of January, beginning of March, we had the results. How many lives would we have saved in those 2 months? You saw what has happened. The vaccination program started on the 16th of January, right? How many people got vaccinated? Of those, how many people would have been likely to die by the time we had the data? So I still make the argument that we don't understand the damage we've done to ourselves by being in too much of a hurry. We could have had such firm standing in the global community if we had just waited.
Right. No, that's a point of view. I have a slight disagreement with it because I wear my Mahatma Gandhi hat and say that even if you are able to save one life, go for it. But let me bring in Dr. Guleria. Before I finally bring in Dr. Laharia, I'm sorry, I'm not ignoring you, Dr. Laharia, but this is a very good to and fro which is happening finally.
I completely agree.
So Dr. Guleria, what do you have to say to Dr. Kang's assessment on 2 points? One, that where was the hurry? We should have waited for 2 months. And on the second, that the emergency use authorization, in fact, should not have been given to either Covishield or Covaxin.
Anand, I have no problem with an emergency use authorization if you have efficacy data.
If you have efficacy,
right?
Correct.
Right now, all vaccines are operating on an emergency use authorization, mostly globally. Yeah. And that's only because the paperwork for a BLA just takes so much time to do. That package is humongous and it takes a while. If you've got your top line efficacy data, absolutely give emergency use authorization. And I'm happy with an interim analysis as well. Just show that the vaccine is working. And working does not mean only immunogenicity.
Okay. Dr. Guleria, your response, please.
So I'm a clinician, so I have a slightly different response because you don't want any of your patients to die because of COVID-19, and you did continue to see significant number of patients, especially with comorbidities and elderly, and at times even younger people who argued with me that, you say mortality is low. I have a friend of mine who lost his mother and his wife, and he said, your mortality, you say, is very low, but in my family, it's 50%. Only me and my daughter are left in the family. I've lost my mother and I've lost my wife, who was only 55 years old. I knew her since childhood. So when we talk of mortality, sometimes it depends on how you look at it. And therefore, I would say that this is a dynamic situation. The pandemic is dynamic and you need to take decisions at a given point in time, they may be wrong. I'm not willing to say that the decisions are always going to be right, but not taking a decision is also not right. And I think at that point in time, the decision was that based on whatever data was available, the benefits seemed to be more than whatever risk there was of the vaccine. And one was willing to accept the fact that maybe the efficacy is not that much, but at least it will give some protection based on the phase 2 trial, and therefore it would be worthwhile to roll it out. Even today, people come and tell me that I think the vaccine rollout was delayed, and we're seeing a spike. If we had started vaccine rollout a month or two earlier, maybe we would have vaccinated a larger number of people, and we may not have seen such a big spike that we are now seeing. So there is already a feeling that we rolled out the vaccine much later than what we should have done. So there is actually, I would say, a conflict between the clinical side and as far as pure scientists are concerned, because I do agree, as Dr. Khan said, that from the science point of view and from looking at it very critically, you should have all your data points in before you say that, yes, you should give approval. That means both the safety and the efficacy data, which is robust enough. But there are times when in a pandemic, you have to take that leap of faith, if I may put it that way, and therefore have faith in the product and say, okay, it's worth taking the chance. And I think that's what the regulators did. I'm not part of the expert committee, so I'm just giving you what my feeling was. But I did support it because I felt that at that point in time, it was something that we should have done. It may or may not have been the right decision. Now, if you look back, it seems that it was worth it, because whatever now data has emerged, it does seem to show that the vaccine is effective. Vaccines will continue to have controversy. The AstraZeneca vaccine has faced controversies over the last few days, and many European countries have stopped it for some time. That will continue to happen. That is the dynamic part of it. But that doesn't mean that we should stop the vaccine on a permanent basis. We need to really keep assessing the situation as the vaccine rollout evolves and as the pandemic evolves.
Yeah, spoken like it reminds me of Dr. Ru in, I think, Camus' Plague. But does that response satisfy you, Dr. Kang?
It doesn't, because I think we had enough doses of Covishield to vaccinate all the people that we have vaccinated with Covishield and Covaxin so far. And my worry really is about looking towards a global picture. Every death is a tragedy. I completely agree. And if we could have prevented them, that would have been something that we should look forward to. But vaccines that are unproven being given to people, in hindsight, we have 20/20 vision. But unproven vaccines, can you imagine if the results had turned out to be negative? What would we have been doing now? We would be going back to those 3 million people who have received Covaxin and trying to vaccinate them with Covishield, right?
Isn't that a little bit of an alarmist? I mean, I can completely understand, as Dr. Guleri also mentioned, technically speaking, scientifically speaking, you're absolutely on the dot. But the fact of the matter is that the safety was already analyzed of Covaxin.
It's not about the safety. No one had any questions about the safety, and everybody had a lot of hope, which has been validated, that the vaccine would work. But ethically, there is a question about giving an unproven product to people. That's why you do clinical trials. And this new avatar of a clinical trial mode has never existed before. Okay, there is compassionate use that was used for the Ebola vaccine, but it was done after Ebola efficacy was proven. It was only while we were waiting for licensure that we used the Ebola vaccine. So there is no parallel for India's approach to a clinical trial mode. I am really relieved, really delighted that it all worked out finally for us, but it had the potential to be something that could have been very, very damaging.
Yeah, I mean, it was in many ways a leap of faith. You're right there, because the efficacy right now is 81%. And if it was, it was nowhere near as good as 81%, then you're right. We might have had to vaccinate or revaccinate those people who had been given Covaxin. But Dr. Guleria, have you changed your opinion listening to Dr. Kang, or vice versa? Dr. Kang, have you changed your opinion a little bit? Have you compromised a little bit on your views after hearing each other out?
So if I may start, I think Dr. Kang has a point, and we need to keep that in mind, because we are scientists and we need to have standing internationally also and need to follow scientific norms. But having said that, we also need to really look how the pandemic evolves, and there are times in a pandemic where decisions are taken which may not be scientifically rational, and we've seen that throughout the year. We started with using hydroxychloroquine. We didn't know whether it'll work or not. Even at one point in time, hydroxychloroquine became whether you were pro-Trump or anti-Trump. It became like that. It has become an issue when you have a pandemic, that you have to look at various drugs, from anti-HIV drugs to hydroxychloroquine, to debate on remdesivir, to plasma. There was a huge thing of giving convalescent plasma, and there were huge plasma banks created in the country. And then we had data which suggested that they may be of no use. Even meta-analysis are now showing that plasma was really of no use. So pandemics are different. You need to really...
Sandeep, you need to generate the evidence. And while we are, we can try experiments, but it should be with the goal of generating evidence.
I think in a pandemic, you need to do both side by side. That is the only point that I'm making.
I think both of you have made some really marvelous points, and I think we're much richer, believe me, after this discussion, because both of your views have appeared independently in the media, and people have kind of, not very sure. But I'm hopeful that, this discussion has really, tempered the situation. And let me now finally, I apologize, Dr. Laharia, but this was a very riveting to and fro between the two eminent, clinicians and scientists. So I just couldn't resist, putting to rest that discussion. But let me come to you finally. And here, as both Dr. Kang and Dr. Guleria talked about our preparation and our being, the fact of the matter is we're good at making vaccines. And we are a world hub. We are distributing vaccines to so many nations. But here is my question. If we are so good at making vaccines, and most of the technologies that are involved in the anti-SARS vaccines, anti-CoV vaccines, are at least 20 to 30 years old. I mean, even if you take the RNA vaccine technology, that is also about 15 to 20 years old. So here is the question. Why were we always late, even in this? Because the genome sequence of the original SARS-CoV was published on Jan 11th, 2020. Moderna filed for clinical trials on Jan 13th, 2 days. They took 2 days to design their vaccine, and they put it in the, for clinical trials. You had the culture of SARS that was done by CDC in Atlanta on February 14th, I think. Our National Institute of Virology did it almost 1.5 to 2 months late. Had we done it as fast as Moderna or, let's say Pfizer, we could have actually had the complete phase 1, 2, and 3 clinical trials result by maybe November. So all this controversy wouldn't have arisen. So do you think once again we missed the bus, and who is responsible for this?
Well, I don't think we were late or we missed the bus, because in case of both Oxford and in Moderna, they were working on the similar platform for different vaccines. So all they need to do is quickly switch from on the same platform from one pathogen to another pathogen. And that's how they could save the time. The Oxford University was working on MERS virus and on the same platform, and then they used for SARS-CoV-2. So they had done a lot of background work before moving to this vaccine, and that's how they could save time. India, I believe, has done fairly well and fast using the technique and approach which they have used for developing Covaxin. But I don't want to stop before I touch upon two other aspects quickly. That one, I really like the debate and discourse between Dr. Guleria and Dr. Kang, and they are co-author. 3 of us have written a book. In the book, we have argued that the victory against pandemic would not be complete only with the disappearance or once when the pandemic is over. The victory will be really can be called victory when we derive and learn lessons from the pandemic experience and then put those lessons into the practice. So the kind of debate which we saw or heard that just now is will help India to derive those lessons and be prepared for the future epidemics and pandemics. So that's the one important thing, that we need to have similar debates and dialogues where we derive lesson. And the second part I want to highlight is, which I really wish that you had asked me that question, but you did not. So you asked Dr. Golevia the question regarding whether India need a specific body for pandemic response.
Right.
And my answer is no. The reason is that epidemic or the outbreaks, epidemics and pandemics keep happening. The only difference in these three terminology is the geographical area. Like every outbreak is a localized, which happens to one part or other smaller locality. Every single day in one part or other part, outbreak keep happening. Epidemics are bigger geographical areas, slightly rare, and pandemics are very rare. But good part is that for all three, whether epidemic, outbreak or pandemic, the response is similar. What is required? You need to have a good surveillance system. You need to have a trained people. You need to have a well-functioning system. And if you have all these three at a local level or a bigger level, you will be prepared for pandemic also. So India need to start, or all countries need to start preparing for outbreaks. That wherever the particular case is happening, we need to have a surveillance system, trained manpower, stronger health system, and that will prepare us for a future pandemic. So prepare for localized intervention, and we will be prepared for pandemics. We don't need a separate body, and that good answer is a health system is pending. And that is also part of the learning which we need to carry, and that's when our response and global community response to pandemic will be successful if we learn. And that will also prepare us for the future pandemics.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I think that was really required. And I think we've completely run out of time. I'm going to be thrashed by the organizers. I did not see the clock, but it's been an absolutely riveting discussion. And it's been a real pleasure and an honor to host it. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kojo, kojo. 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 Kojo, kojo.
Now, that was indeed a powerful conversation, wasn't it? Well, there is one thing to get an overview, and then there is one thing to get into a debate like the powerful one we just had. Now, one of the things, apart from our fight with COVID, that India is known for globally is Bollywood. That's right. I'm jumping the gun here, moving the gear here, but this one is another interesting topic that we are going to be diverging into now. Now, one would be able to find Bollywood fans in the farthest corners of the globe, and I'm not referring to Indian fans per se. I'm talking about global citizens, and I'm sure that we're all proud of this as well. However, this brings up a very important question. Is Indian cinema only Bollywood? And this is exactly the topic of our next panel discussion that we will be talking about. So let me very quickly introduce you to our panelists here. First up, we have Mr. Sameer Vidwans, who has been associated with the Marathi experimental and commercial theatre for more than 18 years as a writer, director, actor. And he has directed 6 Marathi films, including Time Please, Double Seat, YZ, and Mala Kahich Problem Nahi. He has co-written Marathi films like Aghat, Zameen, and to name a few. And he has also directed Marathi commercial plays as well. So he won a Filmfare for Best Director for his film Anadi Gopal. Joining him is going to be Mr. Ani Ivy Sasi, who is an upcoming Indian director and editor. He's known for his immense contribution in the Malayalam film industry. He's going to be making his directorial debut starring Pranav Mohanlal very soon. He has also involved himself in writing a script for Priyadarshini ji. Now we have with us, along with them, Miss Sayani Datta, who is a popular and talented Bengali film actress who debuted in the film Na Hanyate in 2012 and entered the International Film Festival circuit with her second film Shada Kalo Apcha. She has recently made her Hindi debut in The Wife on Z5. So that's an interesting panel we have for you. Along with them, for moderating this session, I would like to invite Mr. Gautam Chintamani, who is a film historian and an author of Dark Star, The Loneliness of Being Rajesh Khanna. This one is going to be another interesting session to look forward to. Here we go.
Namaskar and welcome to this session, which I know it for a fact is going to be very interesting. They say never judge a book by its cover or a film by its title. The title here is a bit misleading. Is Indian cinema only Bollywood? No, Indian cinema is not Bollywood. Indian cinema is much more than Bollywood, and even Hindi films are much more than Bollywood. But for the sake of a better term or for no other specific reason, Bollywood tends to convey the feeling. And what has now happened is that every other cinema in India has got a fancy name of sorts, Collywood, Tollywood, But there is a lot to Indian cinema, which has always been there. It has always impressed the world, and it continues to be. I'm very happy that we have three people today who come from three diverse cinemas, have really put India on the map of cinema across the world. We have somebody from the Marathi industry, we have Malayalam film industry here, and we have the great Bengali film industry. But more than that, it is all about Indian films. For a country like India, where the access to entertainment is limited, or at least for a long time it was, films became the go-to scene for just about everybody. And perhaps that is what unites us in a very strange and peculiar way. I'll start with Sayani here. Does it still bother you when people look at you, and even Ani and Samir here, from a particular cinema? You were introduced, or you are largely introduced as a Bengali actress. How does it feel? Because cinema is universal.
Yes. So, sir, for years, it has been pretty wrongfully to my mind that cinema looked at purely from a Bollywood perspective. And we kind of mean to say that regional cinema means Bollywood and Hindi films. So when I started working with Rituparna Ghosh, he said that, I object here. So I have started my career with the famous, great Rituparna Ghosh. So he told me that, cinema doesn't mean, regional cinema doesn't mean Bollywood and Hindi films. So as I say that I have an objection to this, while we also cannot deny the fact that Hindi is largely spoken language. And lots of people across the world speak this language. But India is much more than Hindi, right? So I come from a Bengali film industry. I have started my career in the Bengal. I have grown up watching films of Rituparna Ghosh, Mrinal Sen, Hrithik Gharo. And today when I have started my career in this industry, obviously I got the opportunity here because I have worked in the Bengal, and labeling India just as regional cinema, I think is very silly.
It is indeed, because there is so much more. And but tell me something. I'll ask Ani this, because he has the
in Malayalam or Telugu or wherever. So.
It's a very interesting point that you raise about the budget. Budget is something which automatically differentiates many cinemas. And unfortunately, when we speak of the West or when we speak of Hollywood, suddenly the budget makes all the difference. Samir, you come from an industry which has a bustling theater background. Most Marathi films, whether somebody has worked in the theater or not, cannot avoid the strong literature. In fact, all Malayalam cinema, Bengali films, all have such a strong influence of theater as well as literature. Does budget trouble somebody like you? Because for our viewers here who might not have seen Anandi Gopal, please watch that film. It's one of the most fascinating stories that Samir has made of India's first doctor, this great lady who needs to be celebrated more. So Samir, would that kind of a film be different if you were to make it in Hindi? Because like Ani said, budget makes all the difference when it comes to these films.
I will be speaking in Hindi, so please bear with me for that. Yeah. So yes, as Ani said, budget matters. जब तक जहां तक स्टोरी टेलिंग का सवाल है, बजट मैटर नहीं करता, लेकिन जिस तरीके से स्टोरी बतानी हो उसको हम लोग कह सकते हैं इम्पैक्ट वाइज यस बजट मैटर करता है. जैसे मराठी में जब मैंने फिल्म बनाई तो एक स्पेसिफिक बजट था, उसके ऊपर हम लोग जा नहीं सकते क्योंकि ये पीरियड फिल्म है, तो उसको बनाने में वैसे भी बहुत बड़ा खर्चा आता है। लेकिन एक स्पेसिफिक बजट है, उसके ऊपर हम लोग जा नहीं सकते क्योंकि कमर्शियल एस्पेक्ट भी बहुत सारे उससे जुड़े होते। लेकिन अगर उसको ज्यादा बजट मिलता तो शायद वो फिल्म में ज्यादा दिनों तक शूट कर पाता, शायद ज्यादा अच्छे सेट्स पे शूट कर पाता। जैसे उसमें एक सिचुएशन है जहां पे वो कोलकाता जाती है और कोलकाता में वो सीखती है। अब मैं वहां पे जा नहीं सकता हूँ ड्यू टू बजट, मैं वहां पे जा नहीं पाऊंगा क्योंकि वो बजट वाइज बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ जाएगा। अगर बजट होता तो शायद मैं कोलकाता जा पाता, मैं वो कोलकाता दिखा सकता, तो उसको ऑथेंटिसिटी मिल जाती। स्टोरी टेलिंग वाइज कुछ फर्क नहीं हुआ, लेकिन हाँ, अगर हम लोग सिनेमा विजुअल की बात करते हैं तो यस, विजुअल्स में बहुत ज्यादा फर्क आता है। या वो अमेरिका गई थी सीखने के लिए, तो वो मैं जॉर्जिया जाके मैंने वो शूट किया, लेकिन अगेन बजट की वजह से छोटा सा 2 दिन में 3 दिन में, और इसमें कोई कुछ नहीं कर सकता, मतलब ये करना ही पड़ता है क्योंकि एक स्पेसिफिक एक लिमिटेड बजट में करनी पड़ती है फिल्म। लेकिन हाँ, वो सारी बातें आती है। As far as storytelling is concerned, I don't think that makes any difference. Budget doesn't make any difference. But yes, impact-wise, yes. Visual impact-wise, yes, it does.
तो समीर, अगर हम ये देखें कि जो तीनों सिनेमा की आज हम यहाँ बात कर रहे हैं, उन्होंने भारतीय सिनेमा पे एक बहुत बड़ा छाप छोड़ा है। और एक जमाना ऐसा था जहां पे रीजनल फिल्म मेकर, और किसी शब्द के लिए नहीं, मैं सिर्फ ईज के लिए इस्तेमाल कर रहा हूँ इस शब्द का, रीजनल फिल्म मेकर्स को देखा जाता था कि आप जब बॉम्बे सिनेमा बनाने के लिए आएंगे, जैसे अगर आप सत्यजीत रे की बात करें तो जैसे शतरंज के खिलाड़ी बनाने से पहले सत्यजीत रे कोई भी बजट मांग सकते थे, उनको मिल भी सकता था। अगर आप अडूर गोपालकृष्णन की बात करें तो वो भी अपनी चला सकते थे। और बंगाल की बात तो फिर और कुछ ये उत्तम कुमार हैं, मृणाल दा हैं, सारे स्टॉलवर्ड्स हैं। लेकिन बजट से क्या स्टोरी टेलिंग कॉम्प्रोमाइज भी हो सकती है? बिकॉज अगर आपको एक फ्रीडम मिल जाता है, कैन यू गो ओवरबोर्ड देन?
हाँ, पढ़ सकती है, पढ़ सकती है। अब ऐसे होता है ना कि कंडीशनिंग की वजह से वैसे होता है। अगर समझो कोई, अगर मैं हिंदी फिल्म बना रहा हूँ, या हिंदी या छोड़ देते हैं हम लोग किसी भी लैंग्वेज में, लेकिन अच्छे बजट को लेके अगर मैं फिल्म बना रहा हूँ, तो जब मैं उसको सोचूंगा तो मुझे वो लिबर्टी मिलती है ज्यादा सोचने में। लेकिन ये कंडीशनिंग का हिस्सा होता है कि मुझे पता होता है कि मुझे फिल्म इतने ही बजट में बनानी है, तो थोड़ा सा कंडीशनिंग वैसा हो जाता है और सोच भी वैसी ही हो जाती है। फिर मुझे ये दिखाना है, मैं ऐसे दिखा नहीं पाऊंगा, तो इसको मैं कैसे मोल्ड करूं कि जो जो मैं बताना चाहता हूं वो भी बता पाऊं, और जितना जैसे मैं दिखाना चाहता हूं उसके करीब जा पाऊं। लेकिन हाँ, अगर पहले से पता हो कि ये अच्छे बजट से फिल्म बनानी, तुम बना सकते हो, अगर मैं बना सकता हूं, तो हाँ, मेरा विजुअल सेंस कुछ अलग कहता है। फिर मैं थोड़ा उसको जैसा चाहूं वैसा दिखा पाऊंगा, ऐसा मुझे लगता है। लेकिन अगेन मुझे लगता है कि ये सब्जेक्ट के ऊपर भी बहुत ज्यादा डिपेंडेंट है कि सब्जेक्ट कैसा है। अगर आनंदी जैसा सब्जेक्ट है तो हाँ, फर्क पड़ेगा। लेकिन जैसे मैंने डबल सीट बनाई थी, तो अगर डबल सीट मुझे हिंदी में भी बनानी अगर मैंने चाही, तो मुझे बजट का कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। उसको जितना बजट चाहिए था उतना मुझे मिला, ऐसा मुझे लगता है। तो मुझे ये भी लगता है कि कंटेंट क्या है और उसका प्रेजेंटेशन आप कैसे करना चाहते हो, उस हिसाब से मुझे लगता है सिर्फ 2 चीजों में फर्क पड़ता है बजट से, जो पड़ता ही है, कि जैसे नंबर ऑफ डेज शूटिंग, कि मुझे एक सीन के लिए अगर मुझे 2 दिन चाहिए तो मुझे 2 दिन मिलते हैं अगर मेरे पास बजट हो। यहाँ पे मुझे वो थोड़ा सा भागम दौड़ी करनी पड़ती है, तो वो। और दूसरा इक्विपमेंट्स, अगर अच्छे इक्विपमेंट्स आएंगे, अच्छे लाइट्स आएंगे, तो जो जो टेक्सचर में देना चाहता हूँ मेरी फिल्म को, वो मैं दे पाऊंगा सुकून से। ये 2 चीजों में फर्क पड़ता है, बाकी मुझे लगता नहीं कोई इतना। वो हाँ, कंटेंट के ऊपर डिपेंडेंट है, ऐसा मुझे लगता है।
सर, मैं कुछ कहूँ about so the budgeting thing which you have just mentioned, and I completely agree with you, sir. But in Calcutta, I have a lot of director friends and producers who still doesn't want to cross a budget, because they feel that if they cross a budget, a minimum budget which they have in their mind, and they don't want to cross it no matter what you tell them. It's a fact. And उसके लिए क्या होता है, बहुत सारी ऐसी फिल्म्स जो बनना चाहिए बहुत बेटर, वो बन नहीं पाता है because of less amount of days, because हमें जल्दी जल्दी खत्म करना पड़ता है, क्योंकि नहीं तो प्रोड्यूसर से कॉल आता है कि you have to finish the shoot by 12 tonight, otherwise days बढ़ जाते हैं, और days बढ़ने के बाद there is a huge issue. So in Calcutta, in Tollywood industry, it's a big issue And big budget films, pehले producers bolte hai, it's a big budget film, but number of days are this. You have to finish no matter what. You have to finish it, otherwise film incomplete रह जाएगी. And बहुत सारी ऐसी films अभी भी है जो half complete होके रखा है and they are not being able to finish. So it's a problem in Tollywood.
So Sayani, more than that, what is the high point of the Bengali film industry right now?
Because the subjects.
Of course, it's a common factor in all three of your cinemas. What is another thing that I wanted to ask each of you is that OTT platforms, the change in the whole exhibition style, where Ani's films or Sameer's films or your films will be far more easily accessible today than say what it would have been 10-15 years ago.
Absolutely.
साल में एक बड़ी regional film आती थी which would make everybody sit up. Today there can be one big regional film every month, and in that sense we are actually tying India together. So one of the most bustling industries, of course, Marathi industry today, because the kind of subject that they are tackling is far interesting than mainstream Hindi films. Bengal and Malayalam films have always done that. So, Ani, what is it that is right now happening in the Malayalam film industry, which can take it to the next level, or at least prepare it for a pan-India audiences today?
Again, like we spoke about it, it is the subjects first, and then, but it also has some really brilliant technicians coming up, some really very, very technically strong, narratively strong directors or cinematographers. Everyone, like a lot of people are coming up, and that by itself, when promoted right, I think would reach like even a global stage for that. And again, like you said, OTT will help us with that, because we can reach instantly everywhere, and that does help. Also, I would like to add one more point to the previous question. The budget, I agree with both of them, because there is a kind of peace that you get while directing when you know that you have enough time, and that gives a lot of good content to you. That gives your work is flows better. But when you don't have budget, there is magic that is improvised in the last minute, and that magic is created only when that kind of restraints are put on you. So I agree with both in so anyway, sorry, back to the
I think it's very interesting point that you bring up, because that magic is what really attracts a non-native speaker. If I don't understand the language, it is that X factor or that bizarre, strange, magical thing that cinema does, which makes me want to go and have a look at it. While growing up, how much of influence was cinema from the other parts of the country? Because most of us are young here, and the country is also getting younger. There was a time where Doordarshan would play one regional film every Sunday with subtitles. And I think that was a very big learning factor for somebody like me, because suddenly I was exposed to Marathi films, I was exposed to Assamese films which I otherwise would not have come across. And I come from a very strange background. Half of my family is in the army background, so I grew up all over the country, and half of it were literarians and film writers. So I had access to Telugu cinema in that sense. For me, that was a very big factor. So when you make your films or when you pick projects, Sayani, how do you choose what attracts you? Because growing up or operating in Bengali films, you would have had a particular way of looking at things. And now that you have shifted to Mumbai, or you're operating more from Mumbai, does your approach change, or is it still that same thing as an actor for you to pick it up?
So it's absolutely the same thing. It doesn't matter where you start your career. The process is same for the actors. And I, being a Bengali, I have grown up watching Satyajit Ray's films, and I think we Bengalis are very proud of it that, we have Satyajit Ray. So while growing up and watching, I won't lie but I have only seen Bengali films when I was growing up. because at any Bengali house, they prefer watching Bengali films than any other language films, So, but for me as an actor, it has been the same. The process has been same. Yes, here the things are a bit difficult and different when you start, when you are a newcomer. Otherwise, it's same, sir. It's absolutely same. From 1 to 10, it's same.
So, समीर, क्या वजह है कि जब हम भारतीय सिनेमा की बात करते हैं तो आमूमन लोग बॉलीवुड ही सोचते हैं. You operate in the Marathi film industry, which distance wise सबसे नजदीक है बॉलीवुड के. तो क्या वजह है कि बाकी सब फिल्मों के बारे में उतनी बात नहीं होती, whereas पॉलिटिक्स अगर हो तो रीजनल पॉलिटिक्स के बारे में आप काफी डिस्कस करते हैं. क्रिकेटर्स अगर आप देखें जो हर प्रांत से आ रहे हैं उनके बारे में भी काफी बातें होती हैं. लेकिन जब सिनेमा की बात आती है तो एक रजनीकांत को छोड़ दीजिए या एक अडूर गोपालकृष्णन को छोड़ दीजिए, एक उत्तम कुमार को छोड़ दीजिए, उनको छोड़ के फ्रांस की सिनेमा के बारे में इतनी बात क्यों नहीं होती, जबकि आजकल प्लेटफॉर्म अवेलेबल है और आप आराम से देख भी सकते हैं सब चीजों को.
एक्चुअली ओटीटी की वजह से मुझे लगता है कि अब ये होना स्टार्ट हो चुका है, क्योंकि अब मैं जब मलयालम फिल्में देखता हूँ, मैं बहुत सारी मलयालम फिल्में देखता हूँ, बंगाली फिल्में देखता हूँ, तो मुझे लगता है कि तब मुझे पता चलता है कि वहां पे क्या हो रहा है, वहां उनका सोशल पॉलिटिकल अप्रोच क्या है, सब्जेक्ट की टूवर्ड्स हो, किसी के भी टूवर्ड्स हो. अब मैं देख पाता हूँ. लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि इससे पहले दो चीजें मुझे होती थी कि एक तो हिंदी एक रीजनल लैंग्वेज है, ये हम लोग मानने के लिए रेडी है नहीं. हमें लगता है हिंदी एक सबसे बड़ी लैंग्वेज है, हिंदी ये नेशनल लैंग्वेज है, ये आम लोगों का एक ये है जिसको कहते हैं ना कि उनको यही लगता है. दूसरी बात, ग्लैमर उससे बहुत ज्यादा अटैच्ड है. और जब भी बात होती है ना, जब मैं बात करता हूं तो बस दो तरीके के सिनेमास इंडिया में कमर्शियल सिनेमास होते हैं ऐसे लगता है. एक उनको नाम दिया जाता है साउथ इंडियन सिनेमा और एक बॉलीवुड सिनेमा. अब और साउथ इंडियन सिनेमा मतलब साउथ इंडिया में भी तो मलयालम फिल्म है, बहुत सारी ऐसी फिल्में हैं जो इंडिपेंडेंट फिल्में बनती है, बहुत सारी फिल्म वो लोगों को पता नहीं होती. तो ना कमर्शियल मुझे लगता है कि एक बॉलीवुड सिनेमा एक साउथ इंडियन सिनेमा ऐसे उसको ना बाइफरकेट कर दिया है. बस यही दो बड़े लेवल के सिनेमा है, बाकी तो छोटे छोटे चलते रहते, तो लोग इंटरेस्टेड भी नहीं रहते उसको. जो रीजनल सिनेमा है ना, बंगाली हो, मलयालम हो, तमिल हो, तेलुगु हो, कोई भी हो, पंजाबी हो, गुजराती अभी और भी बढ़ रहा है धीरे धीरे, इन सबको ग्लैमराइज करने की जरूरत है ऐसा मुझे लगता है. छोटा सा यहाँ पे कहूंगा, मैं हर साल इफी जाता हूँ, इंटरनेशनल फिल्म फेस्टिवल ऑफ इंडिया. वहां पे पैनोरामा में सब लैंग्वेजेस के सिनेमे दिखाते हैं, लेकिन जहां पे ग्लोरीफाई करने की बात आती है ना, बॉलीवुड स्टार्स ही आते हैं वहां पे. अब अगर एज अ नेशन आप रीजनल स्टार्स को बुला के, स्टार्स मतलब मैं बोल रहा हूँ फिल्म मेकर्स, एक्टर्स, सबको रीजनल हर एक प्रांत से बुला के उनको ग्लोरीफाई नहीं करते हो, तब तक लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा. आप कितने भी न्यूज़पेपर्स निकालो, आप कुछ भी निकालो, आपको दिखेगा कि कोई बड़ा स्टार आके गया, कोई बड़ा स्टार डायरेक्टर आके गया, कोई बड़ा स्टार एक्टर आके गया. लेकिन मलयालम, तमिल, तेलुगु, मराठी, साउथ, बंगाली इतने कम दिखते हैं ना उनके साथ. मुझे लगता है कि ये होने की जरूरत है. अगर ये होता है तो फिर ये बात अपने आप ऊपर आएगी कि हर रीजन से इतनी सारी फिल्में, अच्छी फिल्में बन रही है, तो इंडियन फिल्म ये इन सबको लेके इंडियन फिल्म है वो, या फिर वो बॉलीवुड या साउथ इंडियन फिल्म के टैग से निकल के बाहर आएंगे ऐसा मुझे लगता है.
Ani, how much of the responsibility is it of the press in highlighting what Sameer is saying? The government does what it does. The government promotes films. The government also financially supported films. If you see, once upon a time, NFDC अगर नहीं होता तो काफी सारे फिल्म मेकर्स को शायद थोड़ा और टाइम लगता to come up. But how much of this responsibility is of the press? Because even if I see the regional newspapers, when it comes to eyeball-grabbing headlines, may think that resorting to highlighting Bollywood or Hollywood in that sense may get them a little more eyeballs. Is it completely one-sided, or do you think that the press also needs to play a bigger role in highlighting what Sameer says, the true stars or stars of regional cinemas who could be highlighted, and not just acting stars, but writers and other directors and so on and so forth?
I think there is a kind of a symbiosis that works even in every place, like whether like you said, if the headlines are taken up for Bollywood, I think they want to sell that particular issue more, is because that is how we glorify things, and that is how it works both ways. It is glorified so it goes that way, or it is glorified so that it can go that way. So it works both ways. But the thing is, what kind of a role does press play? I just wish press genuinely understood what the content is and spoke about that, instead of I like, it would be really nice if people stopped idealizing individuals rather than an organization, or a film as a whole. That would make a lot of difference. I feel that would give, put spotlight on everyone, on a particular film, and that would make a difference. And that's all I can suggest is all. Yeah.
My next question is that how much of a lure is Bollywood? I'll give you an example of this. A few years ago, I was writing a book on the making of Pink, the film, and while interacting with Tumida Anirudh, the director, I realized that he had originally planned this film as a small niche Bengali film, the world that he knew. And when he spoke to Shujit Sarkar, it was Shujit and his producer Ronnie Leary who said that this kind of a story needs to be told at a pan-India level. So the lure of telling a story to a bigger audience, or the attraction of being able to do something with all the freedom that, like Samir said, that or Sayani says, that budget makes all the difference. Have you felt, all three of you felt the need to say the same story in Hindi, because then that way you will have a bigger audience, or you will have a little more freedom to do what you feel like doing?
So for actors, I think yes, for sure. We need to reach people, right? Otherwise, how will those people know what work we do? And if you're working for a small industry like Bengali film industry or any other industry minus Bollywood, then you will not be able to reach as many people as you want to, right? So for our actors, yeah, I think Bollywood can open up a lot for us to reach, to portray our work, that yeah, we are capable of doing this kind of work. So I feel that way.
समीर, आपको कभी लगा ऐसे कि अगर आप हिंदी में फिल्म बनाएंगे तो आपको थोड़ी और फ्रीडम मिलेगी, या आपकी स्टोरी ज्यादा लोगों तक पहुंचेगी? क्या ये कभी फीलिंग आई? और हैव यू बीन ऑफर्ड फिल्म्स? बिकॉज़ आई एम श्योर यू वुड हैव बीन ऑफर्ड अ लॉट ऑफ.
नहीं, ये तो है. मतलब ये तो दो तरीकों से मुझे लगता है कि जैसे मैं कह रहा हूँ कि शायद मैं यही सब्जेक्ट हिंदी में कहूँ तो विद गुड बजट में कह पाऊंगा, और इसमें मैं कोई इसकी बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ कि ग्लैमर या स्टार या इसकी कोई बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ. सिर्फ मैं प्योरली फिल्म मेकिंग की बात कर रहा हूँ अभी. प्लस अच्छे स्टार्स आएंगे, ये बात अलग है ही. तो मुझे इस तरीके से भी लगा है कि हाँ, शायद ये स्टोरी में हिंदी में कहूँ तो पैन इंडिया अप्रोच एक मैं रख सकता हूँ स्टोरी को लेके भी, और ऑडियंस भी वाइडर मुझे मिलेगा. और कुछ स्टोरीज ऐसी होती है कि लगता है कि शायद ये मैं हिंदी में ही बनाऊं ताकि ये ज्यादा एक्सेप्ट हो. बहुत सारी स्टोरीज ऐसे होती है कि जो शायद यहाँ महाराष्ट्र में या मराठी लोगों में वो प्रॉब्लम है नहीं, लेकिन मैं अभी बॉम्बे में रहता हूँ, मुंबई में रहता हूँ, जो एक कॉस्मो सिटी है, तो अलग अलग तरीके के अलग अलग कल्चर के लोग मेरे आसपास रहते हैं. तो मुझे लगता है कि कोई एक स्टोरी हो जो मैं मेरा रीजनल अप्रोच, लेकिन अगर इसके फैमिली में सेट करूं, और अगर मैं इसका अप्रोच लेके अगर मैं कुछ कॉन्सेप्ट बनाऊं, तो वो मैं बनाना चाहता हूं जो शायद किसी मराठी लोगों को या किसी मराठी फैमिली को वो रिलेट नहीं कर पाएंगे, लेकिन पैन इंडिया उसको अप्रोच में दे सकता हूं. तो मुझे ये दोनों तरीकों से लगता है कि हाँ, मुझे हिंदी फिल्में बनानी है और अच्छी फिल्में बनानी है. लेकिन अगर जैसे मैंने कहा कि आनंदी गोपाल पहला प्लान था हिंदी में ही बनाने का, लेकिन हमें लगा सबको कि नहीं, ये रीजनल ही है, ये मराठी लोग कनेक्ट करे, ये ही उसका क्या कहते हैं कि उसका डीएनए वही है, तो उसको पहले मराठी में ही बनानी चाहिए. और फिर हमने वो जानबूझ के उसको मराठी में बनाई. अब लगता है कि अगर मैं हिंदी बनाऊं तो ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोग उसे देख पाएंगे, और हाँ, क्योंकि ऑडियंस वाइडर है वहां पे.
Ani, what about you? Have you ever felt this lure of letting go of what you would want to do in order to get a wider, bigger audience?
Not really. Like for me, the lure is being at shoot, doing the work. That is the lure for me. So, my father is a was a filmmaker, and he's made around 169 films in Malayalam and all that. So I could have made a film in Malayalam like 8 years back, but I didn't want to because that film didn't sound right to me. And I wanted that because we will be working on the film over the course of shoot or before at pre-production, during post-production, everything. And if at any point I feel that it wasn't right, or if it was either boring at some point, or if culturally I couldn't relate to it or relate to it at all at some point, I would regret it. And I'll have to watch it another 300, 400 times in order to complete it. And I didn't want to go through that. So if I ever probably get a subject which works in Hindi, I would probably do. Otherwise, there's no lure as such. Not at all.
Also, tell me something. In the recent past, हम ये देख रहे हैं that there are people who have started working in mainstream Hindi films, but who have tried to still hold on to their sensibilities. So, छोटे प्रांतों की स्टोरीज हो गई या छोटे शहरों की स्टोरीज हो गई, उनका नंबर बढ़ता जा रहा है. How much of it is actually authentic when you see it from the other point of view? Like, for example, Sayani, if you see a film like, say, Gangs of Wasipur, or for the sake of argument, Bareilly Ki Barfi, and I'm only talking about the mainstream commercial films here because that is what we are trying to understand, that how much of authenticity do you feel is displayed by Bollywood when it comes to subjects which you feel are closer to you, or characters that you feel are more organic to you? Is there authenticity, or वो सिर्फ नाम मात्र के लिए authenticity रह गई है और बाकी सब आप
नहीं sir, there is authenticity for sure, because आप किसी भी तरह की फिल्म बनाओ, for again I'm talking from my perspective as an actor, हाँ मैं तो वही देखूंगी ना कि authenticity क्या है मेरे लिए, right? तो जहां तक मैंने जो फिल्म्स देखी है आज तक, या अभी आप जिस मेन स्ट्रीम सिनेमा के बारे में बात कर रहे हो, आई थिंक या ऑथेंटिसिटी तो है सर, बिल्कुल है, मैं एग्री करती हूँ इस बात पर. आई कांट डिनाई इट फॉर श्योर.
समीर, कितना भारत देखने को मिलता है बॉलीवुड फिल्म में आजकल एज अपोज टू से 10-15 years पहले, बिकॉज इंटरनेट हैज रियली मेड आवर वर्ल्ड रियली स्मॉल. वायरल मैसेजेस आजकल आपको एक आइडिया देते हैं कि कोने कोने में क्या हो रहा है. And something which is very funny in one language is also enjoyed by people in another language, even though वो लहजा शायद उनको समझ में ना आए. So how much of India is there in Bollywood now? I think Sameer's
तो मुझे लगता है कि नहीं, एक ही रीजन देखने को मिलता है. Hello.
Now we can hear you, Sameer. Welcome back.
Yeah. Okay. हाँ. मेरे स्नो है, क्योंकि हमें खूब एक छोटा हिस्सा देखने को मिलता है. मैं सिर्फ जैसे आप एग्जाम्पल दे रहे थे कि गैंग्स ऑफ वसेपुर हो या बरेली की बर्फी हो या कोई, हिंदी हार्टलैंड में जितना है ना उतना ही देखने को मिलता है. लेकिन मुझे नॉर्थ ईस्ट का कुछ देखने को नहीं मिलता, ना मुझे कश्मीर या इसका कुछ देखने को मिलता, ना मुझे साउथ इंडिया का ठीक से. मेरे लिए बहुत बड़ी इसलिए है क्योंकि शायद वो छोड़ा नहीं उनका और वो नेशनल लेवल पे लेके आए. तो मेरे लिए फिल्मों में अगर मेरे ऊपर अगर साउथ इंडिया का कोई इंप्रेशन है तो मणिरत्नम सर की फिल्मों का है. फर्स्ट इंप्रेशन बोल रहा हूं मैं, बाकी फिर आगे जाके मैंने पढ़ाई की, ये सब बातें अलग है. लेकिन वो मतलब जिया जले में मलयालम लिरिक्स होते हैं, ये है जो हिंदी फिल्मों में नहीं होता. वो बस हिंदी हार्टलैंड पे देखने को मिलता है. बाकी ना रूरल महाराष्ट्र को देखने को मिलेगा, ना असम का देखने को मिलेगा, ना कश्मीर का देखने को मिलेगा, ना नॉर्थ ईस्ट का, ना साउथ का. तो मुझे लगता है कि सिर्फ एक जो जहां पे ये अगेन ये कमर्शियल चीजों की बात है कि जहां पे ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोग देखने जाएंगे वो हम लोग लाएंगे फिल्मों में. तो मुझे लगता है कि ये आंसर मेरे हिसाब से तो ना है. मतलब इंडिया, इफ यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट इंडिया.
Another problem that Bollywood has given us, and Bollywood has given us a lot of problems. अगर उसने एक इंडिया का एक इमेज भी बनाया है, तो एक बहुत खराब इमेज इंडियंस का अपने लिए भी बनाया है. एक प्रॉब्लम बॉलीवुड की यह है मेन स्ट्रीम सिनेमा की, वो कैरिकेचराइज बहुत करता है प्रांतों को. It resorts to very lazy writing. It thinks that certain people are certain way only. I can give examples, and I think हर प्रांत का एक बराबर तरीके से मजाक उड़ाया गया है बॉलीवुड में, और किन्हीं लोगों को ये प्यार ज्यादा दिखाया गया है. So what is the problem? What is the reason why this still continues? Sensitivity एक बात होती है, sensibility एक बात होती है. ये दोनों चीजें मिलती क्यों नहीं? Ani, you have worked in both industries, and you have worked with somebody who's actually redefined comedy in Hindi films. If you see Priyan sir's films post Hera Pheri, एक template change हुआ है. So what is it that this kind of thing still continues? We have technicians, we have filmmakers, we have actors who come from different parts of the country who become a part of this great dream machine called Bollywood. Yet this aspect of caricaturizing Indians by Indians still continues. I would just like to get your views on that.
I think a lot of it has to do with the presumption of how the audience will either forgive or accept, or rather like it. Like they presume that chalte, let's just do it. You just have to do it, and they will like it because you are so whatever you are glorified to be. So I think that works out there, and so when working in a stage like that, and when anyone at all tries to make a difference there, the problem is there will be another bunch who will try and convince you, saying no, this is what the audience will like. And that is where the template or the format comes in. No, like the audience will clap here, the audience will laugh here, and it loses the organic nature of a screenplay there. And when that is said, and when it repeats, what you tend to do, a lot of the people just tend to do it for the money. Just make it. It's okay. It's all right. Like, we'll just have to finish it and give it, and we'll do it for the money and go by. That's all.
So, Sayani, do you feel that as a cultural statement, Bollywood is doing greater disservice to different parts of India than the actual unifying role that it could play?
I agree with what just Anisa told us just now, that a lot of people does it for money, and it's a fact. I have a lot of my friends in Calcutta who does certain films for the sake of money, because they don't care, because they said, it's my job, you pay me money, you ask whatever you want the character to play, I will just play and go home. So I absolutely agree with sir. So yes, but I will never do something like this just for the sake of money, because I have been offered a lot of films in Calcutta, a lot of commercial films in Calcutta, which I personally did not wanted to do, because I started my career with the art film, and it was a very strong film. Okay, it was a story of a mother and daughter. So from starting my career from that film, and when I was offered by a lot of people saying ki this kind of film doesn't work anymore these days, you have to do more commercial films, more films where there are songs, your films will do well. So yeah, there are actors who have changed their what they used to do. Like, I have started my career with a friend of mine who absolutely shifted to a commercial zone right now, and I haven't yet. So it's each to his own, but yes, given an option, I will stick to what I do and what I love doing. And it is not for money, it is out of the love for my job.
Also, when it comes to depicting women, do you think that regional cinema or different cinema from Hindi cinema is now getting more inspired by Bollywood, as opposed to Bollywood getting inspired by somewhat better portrayal of society and people?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
When it comes to portraying women, Do you
Yeah.
think that rather than the regional cinema or non-Hindi cinema, which
Yeah.
comparatively closer to reality, inspiring Bollywood when it comes to depicting women, or is it the commercialization of Bollywood which is now playing a bigger role on?
Actually, I can't hear anything.
Okay, we'll come back to you, Sayani, once we figure the audio. समीर, मैं आपसे पूछता हूँ, अब ये मान लेना कि बॉलीवुड ही खराब है और बाकी सारा सिनेमा ठीक है, क्या ये सही होगा? बिकॉज अगर आप कैरेक्टर्स की बात करें या डिपिक्शन की बात करें, तो हर सिनेमा में एक कमर्शियल एस्पेक्ट है और एक मार्केटेबिलिटी फैक्टर को मानने के लिए एक डिजायर होगा कि ये कर लो क्योंकि ये बिकता है. इज रीजनल सिनेमा, ऑल रीजनल सिनेमा बेटर, और उसमें भी कुछ इश्यूज हैं विच मे मेक इट गो द बॉलीवुड वे, कि वहां पे भी एक ऐसा डिवाइड आ जाएगा कि कमर्शियल फिल्में कमर्शियल होंगी और बाकी फिल्में बनती रहेंगी?
एक्चुअली ऐसा मेरा मानना है नहीं कि बॉलीवुड खराब है, क्योंकि जैसे हम लोग कह रहे हैं कि बरेली की बर्फी इज अ गुड फिल्म, न्यूटन भी आती है, उसी बॉलीवुड में मसान भी आती है. ये मुझे लगता है कि फिल्मों के बारे में ज्यादा अच्छी तरह से बता पाएगा, लेकिन मुझे यही लगता है कि मराठी में भी ऐसा है जो आपने सवाल पूछा कि किसी भी रीजन का कोई भी कैरेक्टर उठाओ और उसको कैरिकेचरिस्ट बनाओ, क्योंकि वो जैसे आनी कह रहा था कि ये टेम्पलेट है कि ये लोगों को अच्छा लगेगा. लेकिन उसी वक्त फैंड्री जैसी फिल्म आती है, सैराट जैसी फिल्म आती है, टिंगिया जैसी, श्वास जैसी फिल्में भी आती है. तो मुझे लगता है कि हर इंडस्ट्री में ये ये है ही कि एक पूरा कमर्शियल कि ये लोगों को अच्छा लगेगा. ये प्लेज में भी है, ये बंगाली में भी है, साउथ इंडियन लैंग्वेजेस में भी है, कि मराठी में तो बहुत है कि कमर्शियल प्लेज होते हैं और एक्सपेरिमेंटल प्लेज होते हैं. तो ये हर रीजनल फिल्म या हर कल्चर का हिस्सा मुझे लगता है कि ये कमर्शियल है, ये एक्सपेरिमेंटल है, और इसके बीच में एक थिन लाइन चलती है. अगर हम लोग चलने की कोशिश करें तो मुझे लगता है बेहतर है कि जो ये स्टोरी है ये मैं दिखा रहा हूँ, जो लोगों को पसंद भी आए, अगर पसंद भी ना आए तो भी मैं जो बताना चाहता हूँ वो मैं बता पाऊँ. अगर वो थिन लाइन मिल जाए तो अच्छा है.
So we are inching towards the end. एक आखिरी सवाल पूछता हूँ मैं आप सब लोगों से before we can take some questions from the viewers if there are any. Sayani, coming back to you, if you can hear me now, when it comes to portraying women, do you think that the impact of Bollywood, जहाँ पे commercialization इतना ज़्यादा है कि एक तरीके का टेम्पलेट चल रहा है, is that template inspiring non-Hindi films to look at women in that aspect more than what these cinemas should be inspiring Bollywood? I mean, how much is the impact of Bollywood's culture on when it comes to depiction of women in Bengali films? Because you have started your career with the great Ritu Parno Ghosh.
Yes, sir. It has a huge impact. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, because I can't hear anything.
No, you're good. So,
okay, I don't know if you guys can hear me. So it has a huge impact. Hello?
We can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
It is just frozen. Hello? Sir, can you all hear me? Because I can't see, I can't hear anything.
We can hear you.
Anyway, I think that we still have problems. So, Ani, tell me something. When it comes to depicting characters, how much is the other cinema influencing Bollywood, or Bollywood influencing cinemas which are non-Hindi cinema?
How much is Bollywood influencing Hindi cinema? I'm not too sure. I mean, other cinema influencing Bollywood, I'm not too sure, because when Bollywood tries depicting other regional stuff, I don't think it works until and unless that particular region's filmmaker does it. Like he said, how Manisha put a Malayalam song in the middle of a Dil Se song. But the other way around, I think, again, like only like songs or like a night number or like a promotional song in the end is what would have happened. Nothing more otherwise. So
I think what we have understood today from three emerging voices in Indian cinema is that there needs to be a little more focus on the real stars of cinema who are not non-Hindi cinema to be highlighted. A lot of India is being shown in cinema across India, which needs to come to Bollywood. Bollywood can be a big umbrella, but Bollywood needs to understand, or commercial Hindi films need to understand, that there is much more to India than just the world that it shows. Once again, thank you, Arth, for hosting us. Thank you, Anni. Thank you, Samir. And thank you, Sayani. It was wonderful to chat with you. And I wish you all the best for all your films and hope to see you much more of India that you show being picked up by Bollywood. And you can also get inspired by Bollywood to some extent. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Kojo, Kojo. Kojo, Kojo. Kojo, Kojo.
Yet interesting session that was just witnessed by each one of you talking about cinema. Let's change the mood and get into government and governance now. We've got an important session coming up, a talk between Nitin Gadkari ji and Mr. Sudhir Chaudhary. Well, none of them needs an introduction, but for the better good for everybody, let me very quickly take this moment to introduce you to both of them. To start with, Mr. Nitin Gadkari ji, we have a pleasure to have him here with us. He's a well-established politician. He is a major member of the Central Cabinet. He is the incumbent Minister of Road Transport and Highways and the incumbent Minister of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. He is the former President of the Bharatiya Janata Party and is currently a member of the Lok Sabha. In conversation with him, today we have Mr. Sudhir Chaudhary, who is the CEO and Editor-in-Chief of Zee News, WION, Zee Business and Z24 TAS. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is going to be indeed a very interesting session that we all are looking forward to. Here we go.
नमस्कार, अर्थ के इस सेशन में आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। आज हमारे साथ हैं केंद्रीय परिवहन मंत्री श्री नितिन गडकरी। अर्थ में हम कल्चर की बात करते हैं और नितिन गडकरी जी से आज हम बात करेंगे ना सिर्फ भारत की कल्चर के बारे में, बल्कि भारत की वर्क कल्चर के बारे में भी आज उनसे बात करने की कोशिश करेंगे। उनके बारे में हमेशा कहा जाता है वो बड़े नेता तो हैं ही, वो भारत सरकार में केंद्रीय मंत्री भी हैं, लेकिन वो एक बहुत सफल व्यवसायी भी हैं। वो एक ऐसे व्यक्ति हैं जिन्होंने इनोवेशन को हमेशा प्रमोट किया है, नए नए आइडियाज़ को हमेशा उन्होंने प्रमोट किया है। तो भारत के लिए अब नेक्स्ट बिग आइडिया क्या हो सकता है, वर्क कल्चर और भारत की कल्चर का जो मिश्रण है वो कैसे हमें नए नतीजे, नए रिजल्ट्स दे सकता है, आज इस बारे में हम उनसे बात करेंगे। नितिन जी, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है अर्थ में। अर्थ वैसे तो एक कल्चरल फेस्टिवल है, कल्चर के बारे में हम बात करते हैं, लेकिन कल्चर भी बहुत सारी जुड़ी हुई हैं। भारत की कल्चर है, आपकी कल्चर है, आपकी वर्क कल्चर है, तो आज हम सबके बारे में आपसे बात करेंगे। लेकिन आपके बारे में कहा जाता है कि यू आर अ मैन ऑफ इनोवेशंस। आप इनोवेशंस को बहुत बढ़ावा देते हैं, हर तरह के नए नए आइडियाज़ को आप बढ़ावा देते हैं। भारत के लिए आपको क्या लगता है कि व्हाट कुड बी द नेक्स्ट बेस्ट इनोवेशन फॉर इंडिया टू टेक इट टू द नेक्स्ट लेवल?
पहली बात तो मैं आपके अर्थ शब्द पर बहुत खुश हूँ। अर्थ का अंग्रेजी शब्द पैरेलल स्पिरिट होता है और मैं अक्सर एक बात कहता हूँ कि देयर इज़ ए डिफरेंस बिटवीन लेटर एंड स्पिरिट। संविधान जिस शब्दों में लिखा गया है वो लेटर्स है और वो लेटर्स के पीछे जो भावार्थ है वो स्पिरिट है, इसको अर्थ कहते हैं। तो पहली बात जीवन का अर्थ, राजनीति का अर्थ और देश के राष्ट्रीयकरण का अर्थ, द स्पिरिट इज़ वेरी इम्पॉर्टेंट। और लेटर ये सामने दिखने वाला होता है और जो स्पिरिट समझ के चलता है वही कुछ कर सकता है। तो पहली बात तो आपके इस अर्थ शब्द का मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई। आई एम गिविंग माई स्पेशल थैंक्स टू यू। अभी मेरे सामने सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट बात जिस पर मैं काम कर रहा हूँ वो ये है कि 2 थियरी पर मैं काम करता हूँ। एक है वेस्ट टू वेल्थ। तो मेरा एक कहना ऐसा है कि नो वन इज़ वेस्ट, इट इज़ डिपेंडिंग अपॉन द लीडरशिप, इट इज़ डिपेंडिंग अपॉन द टेक्नोलॉजी दैट यू कैन कन्वर्ट वेस्ट इनटू वेल्थ। तो पहली बात इसमें काफ़ी काम हुआ है, और आज ही मैंने स्क्रैपिंग पॉलिसी जाहिर की है कि जो गाड़ियाँ 15 साल 20 साल पुरानी हो गई है उसको हम स्क्रैपिंग करेंगे और उसके एल्यूमिनियम, कॉपर, रबर, प्लास्टिक और स्टील निकलेगा और रिसाइकलिंग होगा, और हमें ऑटोमोबाइल कंपोनेंट उससे 40% सस्ते हो जाएंगे। और अभी हमारा 7.5 लाख करोड़ का टर्नओवर है, और इस समय में मैं आने वाली 5 साल में इसको 10 लाख करोड़ के ऊपर ले जाना चाहता हूँ। तो ये सबसे ज़्यादा देश में रोज़गार देने वाली इंडस्ट्री है। और इसी में अभी हम इलेक्ट्रिक यानी लिथियम आयन बैटरी जो है, फिर इथेनॉल, मिथेनॉल, बायोडीजल, बायो सीएनजी, इलेक्ट्रिक एंड हाइड्रोजन फ्यूल सेल पे काम कर रहे हैं। अभी हाइड्रोजन फ्यूल सेल की बस चालू हो जाएगी। तो लिथियम आयन में 81% बैटरी हमारे देश में बनती है, और मेरा प्रयास है 2 साल के अंदर लिथियम आयन की बैटरी देश में तो बनेगी पूरी 100%। और 2 व्हीलर पेट्रोलियम, जो पेट्रोल का जो स्कूटर और 2 व्हीलर है, और जो 4 व्हीलर पेट्रोल का है, डीजल का है, और जो बस है डीजल की, ये तीनों भी आज पेट्रोल और डीजल के, जैसे 2 व्हीलर, 4 व्हीलर और इलेक्ट्रिक बस, ये बस भी पेट्रोलियम और डीजल के बराबरी भाव में मिलेगी। और ये होगा तो देश में रिवोल्यूशन होगा, इंपोर्ट बचेगा, पोल्यूशन कम हो जाएगा, रोजगार निर्माण होगा, और हिंदुस्तान वर्ल्ड का नंबर 1 का मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बनेगा। ये मेरा सबसे बड़ा जो काम है, इसके पीछे मैं लगा हूँ। आपको पता नहीं, अभी इन लोगों को एक्सपोजर नहीं मिलता। DRDO, बाद में हमारी साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी की डिपार्टमेंट, और प्रधानमंत्री जी के साइंटिफिक एडवाइज़र इसरो, सबको मैंने घर पर बुलाया था। और ये फ्यूचर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में काफ़ी 2 नीति आयोग, और इसमें ये तय हुआ कि हमारे देश में लिथियम आयन की बैटरी कैसे बनाए। आपको ताज्जुब होगा कि ये पुराने गाड़ियों से एक मेटल है वो निकलती है, उसका नाम मुझे याद नहीं आ रहा, वो मैग्नेट है, वो भी निकलता है, और उसको प्रोसेस करके इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ी के लिए जो हम पार्ट्स इंपोर्ट करते हैं वो बन जाएंगे। ये कंप्यूटर में आपका जो वेस्ट है, हार्डवेयर, जो वेस्ट निकलता है, इससे लिथियम आयन निकलता है। तो हमारे देश में स्टार्टअप बहुत काम कर रहे हैं, रिसर्च करने वाले कर रहे हैं, वो साइलोज में कर रहे हैं। इनको सब में साथ लेकर अगर हम उसको ठीक प्रकार से उसको थोड़ा सा इकोसिस्टम में लाकर बनाएंगे तो मुझे लगता है कि ये देश की भविष्य बदल जाएगा।
तो आपकी बातों से मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जो भी अभी इस देश में लोग पेट्रोल और डीजल की गाड़ियों के बारे में अभी विचार कर रहे हैं, सोच रहे हैं, अब उन्हें ग्रीन एनर्जी और ई व्हीकल्स के बारे में सोचना चाहिए। क्योंकि अभी तक लोगों के मन में एक डाउट सा रहता था कि लें या नहीं लें। आप तो जानते हैं हमारे मिडिल क्लास में कार खरीदने का फ़ैसला जीवन का बहुत बड़ा फ़ैसला होता है, पूरा परिवार। और हमारे जो भारतीय लोग हैं वो तो कार के बारे में कितना एवरेज देती है, कितना BHP का इंजन है, सब जानना चाहते हैं। तो जब ई व्हीकल्स के बारे में बात आती है तो भी लोग अभी सब कहते हैं कि नहीं, अभी रुक जाते हैं, अभी ठहर जाते हैं, लेट्स वेट।
मैं आपको एक बात बताता हूँ, मैं जब 74 में कॉलेज में गया तो मैंने स्कूटर खरीदी की थी। तब मैंने कहा कि मेरी स्कूटर बहुत अच्छी है क्योंकि इसका एवरेज पर लीटर पेट्रोल के 24 किलोमीटर आ रहा है। तब लैम्ब्रेटा करके कंपनी थी, वेस्पा, बजाज का और लैम्ब्रेटा, और उसको 5-5 साल मिलती नहीं थी, ऑन था। तो मैंने वो स्कूटर खरीदी की। अब वही 80 किलोमीटर 88 किलोमीटर पे एवरेज आया। तो पुरानी गाड़ी बदलने के बाद उसका एवरेज, उसकी टेक्नोलॉजी इतनी बदली है कि फ्यूल में फ़ायदा होगा। मैं आपको एक बात बताता हूँ, अब आपके सभी पत्रकारों को मैं कह रहा हूँ कि आपकी पेट्रोल की गाड़ी है, सबके पास कुछ पुरानी है, वो कम से कम 18 से 20 हज़ार रुपये पेट्रोल पे खर्चा करते हैं। अभी मैंने अपनी गाड़ी सरकारी छोड़ दी और मैं इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ी में नागपुर में घूमता हूँ SUV में। तो मेरा जो 20,000 रुपये महीने का था वो 2,000 रुपये आया। तो आज मैंने कहा कि कोविड के कारण आपके तनख्वाह में कुछ कमी हुई होगी, कम ज़्यादा, पर आप एक बार ये पेट्रोल व्हीकल छोड़ दो और आप इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल ले लो, आपका 20,000 रुपये का पेट्रोल 2,000 रुपये के बिजली पे आएगा। इतना सस्ता है, पर पोल्यूशन भी कुछ नहीं, इंपोर्ट सब्सटीट्यूट कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव पोल्यूशन फ्री। प्रॉब्लम उसकी कॉस्ट बहुत ज़्यादा है क्योंकि उसका प्रोडक्शन का नंबर कम है, पर आने वाले 2 साल में नंबर इतना बढ़ेगा कि वो सेम प्राइस में मिलेगा। तो सब गरीब लोग वही खरीद सकते, इसमें गरीब का फ़ायदा है। तो टेक्नोलॉजी में जाने में फ़ायदा है। जैसे एक समय मिट्टी का तेल डालकर हम लोग दिया जलाते थे रात को, कॉस्ट कितनी जाती थी। आज हम सोलर लाइट लगा रहे हैं, अब सोलर हमको लगभग एक समय जब सोलर एनर्जी शुरू हुई तो 15 रुपये यूनिट थी, आपको याद होगा। अब सोलर का रेट आया 2 रुपये 40 पैसे यूनिट, तो पावर सस्ती हो रही है। तो टेक्नोलॉजी जो अभी नहीं होंगी उसके साथ हमारी आर्थिक बचत भी है, कंफर्ट्स भी है, इंपोर्ट सब्स्टिट्यूट भी है, पोल्यूशन फ्री भी है, कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव भी है। तो मुझे लगता है ये सोच निश्चित रूप से फ़ायदे की होगी।
आप तो यातायात के प्रभारी हैं पूरे देश के, और ये कहा जाता है कि कोई भी देश की गति उस देश का यातायात तय करता है। यातायात जितना फास्ट है देश भी उतना फास्ट चलता है। और ये जो सड़कें हैं ये हमारे देश की धमनियों जैसी हैं, लेकिन इसमें अभी तक हमने ये देखा कि उसके अंदर एक ब्लड क्लॉट्स जैसे हैं, मतलब वो फंसा हुआ है, या उसके अंदर बीच बीच में बॉटल नेक्स हैं। तो और आपने भी जब ये प्रभार संभाला था तब आपने देखा होगा कि तब तो बहुत ही ज़्यादा समस्या थी। तो इसको आप कैसे खोलेंगे? देश की धमनियाँ जो है बिल्कुल साफ़ हो जाएं, क्लियर इसके अंदर से बहने लगें एनर्जी।
ये जो बाईपास सर्जरी हार्ट के लिए होती है कि जब ऐसे ब्लॉक तैयार होते हैं तो उसको निकाला जाता है, तो एंजियोग्राफी और एंजियोप्लास्टी होती है। तो हमने लगभग रोड की अब इतनी अच्छी एंजियोग्राफी और एंजियोप्लास्टी कर दी है कि लगभग अब जवान दिल बन गया है।
अच्छा।
तो अभी आपको देखिए, आप एक 3 साल 3.5 साल रुक जाइए, अमेरिका और यूरोपियन स्टैंडर्ड का रोड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर आपको मिलेगा। अभी आप कभी, मैं दिल्ली से मेरठ एक्सप्रेस हाईवे अभी बनाया, ये आपके स्वामीनारायण मंदिर के सामने 16 लेन का रोड है। आपके मीडिया वाले लोग मुझे पार्लियामेंट में बताते कि हाँ, उनके घर से यहाँ आने के लिए 1.25 घंटा 1.5 घंटा लगता था पार्लियामेंट में, अब वो 15 मिनट में आ रहा है। और ये रोड मेरठ तक जा रहा है, तो 4.5 घंटे दिल्ली मेरठ था। अभी मैं जून में उद्घाटन करने वाला हूँ, ये पीरियड अभी आ गया 45 मिनट। फिर ये अक्षरधाम मंदिर से हम एक रोड बना रहे हैं, उसमें 4 पैकेज अवार्ड हो गए। दिल्ली से देहरादून 2 घंटे में, देहरादून के पहले 50 किलोमीटर पहले 47 किलोमीटर पलटेंगे तो हरिद्वार जाएगा 2 घंटे में। फिर यही रोड को हम अंबाला ले जाएंगे और अंबाला से चंडीगढ़ ले जाएंगे तो चंडीगढ़ भी 2 घंटे में। तो आप मुझे बताएं, अभी आपके पास, मैं यहाँ गुड़गांव के पास सोना में हमारा मुंबई दिल्ली हाईवे का काम शुरू है, 1 लाख करोड़ का रोड हम बना रहे हैं, इसको AAA रेटिंग मिला। अब वो रोड में आप जयपुर में मैक्सिमम 2.25 घंटे 2.5 घंटे में चले जाएंगे, 2.25 घंटे में। आज जयपुर जाने के लिए 4 घंटे 3.5 घंटे लगते हैं। तो मेरा सुझाव यही है कि आप बिल्कुल सही बात कही। अमेरिकन प्रेसिडेंट जॉन केनेडी, इनका वाक्य मैंने अपने ऑफिस में लिख के रखा है। तो जॉन केनेडी ने बहुत अच्छी बात कही है। उनने कहा था कि अमेरिकन रोड्स आर नॉट गुड बिकॉज अमेरिका इज़ रिच, बट अमेरिका इज़ रिच बिकॉज अमेरिकन रोड्स आर गुड। तो रोड से प्रॉस्पेरिटी आती है। अभी मैं आपको एक मजाक बताता हूँ, मैं उस दिन हवाई जहाज़ से मुंबई से दिल्ली जा रहा था, तो एक व्यक्ति बिजनेस क्लास में बैठा हुआ मेरे पास आकर मेरे पैर छुए। मैंने कहा ये मत करिए, ऐसा क्यों कर रहे हो? एक तो पहले कोविड का भी टाइम था, तो उसने कहा साहब आपने मेरी ज़िंदगी बना दी। मैंने बोला क्या हुआ? तो हम लोग ये द्वारका एक्सप्रेस हाईवे बना रहे हैं गुड़गांव का, ये देख के आया मैं अभी, ये इंजीनियरिंग मार्वल है। और ये हाईवे 4 लेन में, नीचे में टनल है, 1 2 सब फ्लाईओवर बन रहे हैं। तो उसने कहा कि दोनों बाजू में, उस रोड के बाजू में मेरी ज़मीन थी, जो 50 करोड़ नहीं आ रहे थे मुझे, अब 500 करोड़ आ गए। केवल नया सिंगापुर बन रहा है वहाँ, और प्रॉपर्टी के भाव बढ़ गए और रोड बनने के कारण। पूरा गुड़गांव, पूरा द्वारका आएंगे, और ये जो दिल्ली जयपुर वाला रोड है NH8, उसका 50% ट्रैफिक कम हो जाएगा। और आप अगर जयपुर से आ रहे हैं तो वहीं से डायरेक्ट एयरपोर्ट में हम एक 1.5 किलोमीटर की टनल बना रहे हैं, आप T3 पे जाओगे, और दूसरी टनल जो है 5 किलोमीटर की बनके टनल वसंत विहार जाओगे। तो ये रोड का इसका रोड का ट्रैफिक कम से कम 2 लाख PCUs के ऊपर है, तो शायद 3 लाख PCUs है, तो ट्रैफिक पूरा कम हो जाएगा।
जैसे अभी आपने एक किस्सा बताया, 10 साल पहले किसी ने किताब लिखी थी, और उस किताब में एक उसने किस्सा लिखा कि बाहर से कोई फॉरेन डेलीगेशन आया हुआ था, उसको आगरा लेकर जा रहे थे बस से, और उन्होंने बताया कि जल्दी पहुंच जाएंगे, हम हाईवे ले लेंगे, थोड़ी देर में हाईवे से निकल जाएंगे। तो वो बस जो है धीरे धीरे चल रही थी, और जो फॉरेनर्स बैठे हुए थे वो बार बार ये पूछ रहे थे कि व्हेन विल वी हिट दी हाईवे, हाईवे कब आएगा? और जो ऑथर है वो लिख रहा है कि अब मैं उनको कैसे बताऊं कि वी आर एक्चुअली ऑन द हाईवे ओनली। तो हम लोग चंद्रमा तक और मार्स तक तो पहुंच गए, लेकिन लोग कहते थे
बात इसमें रह गई, आपने विषय निकाला इसलिए वो मैं कर नहीं पाया, पर मैं मेरे पास वो विभाग नहीं है। मैंने वाराणसी टू हल्दिया एक जलमार्ग बनाया 1300 किलोमीटर 3 मीटर ड्राफ्ट का, फिर ब्रह्मपुत्रा का पूरा ड्रेजिंग कर दिया, वो भी बन गया। फिर बांग्लादेश में घुसकर मुंगली में भी ड्रेजिंग बना के वो भी जलमार्ग बन गया। फिर वाराणसी से प्रयागराज इलाहाबाद तक वो भी करीब 2 मीटर का ड्राफ्ट बना लिया। अब मैंने एक प्रोजेक्ट सबमिट करके रखा था, वो नमामि गंगा की काम मेरे पास था और जलमार्ग का भी था। तो दिल्ली से मथुरा, मथुरा से आगरा, आगरा से इटावा और इटावा से इलाहाबाद, तो ये जगह जगह पानी में कुछ बैरेजेस बनाने पड़ेंगे। और ये अगर पानी हमने मथुरा का रोका तो मेरी कल्पना ये थी जो आप कह रहे थे, वो सी प्लेन भी ला लिया, एमपीबीएस सी प्लेन, पानी पे उतरने वाला हवाई जहाज मैंने उसी समय ला लिया, ट्रायल भी किया, अभी गुजरात में उसकी शुरुआत भी हो गई और वो अभी आ जाएगा। तो मेरी कल्पना ये थी कि फॉरेन से कोई दिल्ली आएगा, एयरपोर्ट उतरेगा, यमुना जाएगा, वहाँ वो पानी के ऊपर हवाई जहाज़ में बैठेगा, वो हवाई जहाज़ पानी से उड़ेगा और 20 मिनट के अंदर ताजमहल के पीछे उतरेगा। ताजमहल 1 घंटा में देखकर वो वापस आएगा और फिर हवाई जहाज़ में बैठेगा और 20 मिनट में यमुना पर आएगा, और यमुना से भी आ सकता है या एयरपोर्ट भी जा सकता है, और क्योंकि वो एमपीबीएस है और यहाँ से होकर फिर एयरपोर्ट जा सकता है। तो अब वो दिन दूर नहीं है। जो टेक्नोलॉजी है, इनोवेशंस है, ये अलग अलग प्रकार से अभी मेरे पास प्रधानमंत्री जी ने रूल्स ऑफ बिजनेस में रोप वे, केबल कार, फेनिकुलर रेलवे दी है। अब मैं हवा में चलने वाली ट्रेन का काम कर रहा हूँ कि दिल्ली से जयपुर पूरा ऊपर हवा के हवा चले जाए, पता ही नहीं चले नीचे। अभी पूना में मैं एक प्रोजेक्ट कर रहा हूँ, पूना से शिरूर तक। उसमें ऐसा है कि नीचे में 8 लेन का रोड, फिर उसके ऊपर ब्रिज बनाया उसमें 6 लेन का, उसके ऊपर 6 लेन का, और उसके ऊपर में एक मास रैपिड ट्रांसपोर्ट और इलेक्ट्रिसिटी जो डायरेक्ट, क्योंकि 1.5 लाख पीसीयू वहाँ ट्रैफिक है, पुणे बहुत कंजस्टेड हुआ है, पूरा रोड एकदम बहुत रश है। तो ये ऊपर के ऊपर आप जाएंगे पता ही नहीं चलेगा। अब मैं दिल्ली और मुंबई तक, ये जो एलन मस्क है उन्होंने कहा था ना कि मैं वो हाइपर लूप, तो मैंने उनको कहा कि मैं तुमको कल जगह देता हूँ पूरी दिल्ली से मुंबई तक की, मेरे पास जगह तैयार है, लगाओ हाइपर लूप, 2 घंटे में हवाई जहाज़ बैठ के आप जाओगे। देखो आपको बताओ इतना रिवोल्यूशन हुआ कि मुंबई से पुणे मैं 95-96 में मैंने एक्सप्रेस हाईवे बनाया, 8 फ्लाइट चलती थी उस समय मुंबई और पुणे के बीच में, पूरी बंद हो गई। परसों अजय सिंह आए थे स्पाइस जेट वाले, मैंने उनको कहा 2 साल रुको, मैं देहरादून और चंडीगढ़ की तुम्हारी सब फ्लाइट बंद करवा दूंगा। तो बोले यार मेरा धंधा क्यों, मैंने बोला मैं रोड ही ऐसा बनाऊंगा कि हवाई जहाज से कोई जाएगा नहीं, 2 घंटे में पहुंच जाएगा। तो ये, और अभी रेलवे में भी मैं एक ब्रॉडगेज मेट्रो बना रहा हूँ नागपुर में, कि एग्जिस्टिंग ब्रॉडगेज पर उसकी परमिशन मिल गई। तो ये जो मेट्रो 350 करोड़ पर किलोमीटर बन रही, हमारी मेट्रो 5 करोड़ रुपए पर किलोमीटर, बहुत सुंदर है। कभी उस पर आप एक बार ब्रॉडगेज मेट्रो पर कार्यक्रम करिए, हिंदुस्तान का रिवोल्यूशनरी प्रोजेक्ट है। और बिजनेस क्लास और इकोनॉमिक क्लास में बैठकर टीवी, म्यूजिक सिस्टम सब है, रेस्टोरेंट है, एयर होस्टेस जैसी लड़की आएगी, पूरा एयर कंडीशन मेट्रो है, और उसका टिकट स्टेट ट्रांसपोर्ट के टिकट के बराबरी का है, और उसकी स्पीड 140 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा है। जैसे नागपुर से अमरावती आज जाने के लिए 2.5-3 घंटे लगते हैं, वो 1 घंटा 20 मिनट में पहुंच जाएंगे।
तो बहुत क्रांतिकारी है। लेकिन नितिन जी, आपसे जब बात करते हैं तो आप जितने पैशन के साथ और जितने आनंद के साथ ये आप बताते हो, उससे ऐसा लगता है कि आपको अपने काम से बहुत प्यार है, एंड यू लव योर वर्क एंड यू लव योर मिनिस्ट्री। तो इसके बारे में भी हमें थोड़ा आप बताइए, बिकॉज मैं वो देख रहा था जब आप बताते हैं तो आपके चेहरे पर इतनी चमक आ जाती है, दैट काइंड ऑफ सेटिस्फेक्शन। वो सिर्फ एक लीडर की नहीं हो सकती, उसके अंदर और भी बहुत सारी बातें हैं।
तो बेसिकली कैसा है कि अब मैं वैसे भी पॉलिटिशियन और राजनीतिज्ञ नहीं हूँ, मेरे स्वभाव में भी नहीं है वो, पर मैं अपने जीवन में बार बार सोचता हूँ कि व्हाट इज़ माय कंट्रीब्यूशन फॉर द कंट्री, मैं अपने देश के लिए, समाज के लिए क्या कर सकता हूँ। और अब मेरा घर सुखी है, मेरे बच्चे, परिवार ठीक है सब। अब मैं देश के लिए, गांव, गरीब, मजदूर, किसान के लिए अपने जीवन में कुछ करना चाहता हूँ। और मुझे बड़ी खुशी होती है कि जब लोगों में आनंद होता है, खुशी होती है, तो मुझे बहुत मज़ा आती है, मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है। मैं जनरली अभी किसानों में काम कर रहा हूँ, आदिवासियों में 1100 एकल विद्यालय चलाता हूँ मैं। फिर मैं अलग अलग हैंडलूम हैंडीक्राफ्ट के प्रोजेक्ट चलाता हूँ, बायोफ्यूल पे काम करता हूँ, कभी ट्रैक्टर बायो सीएनजी में कन्वर्ट करता हूँ। अभी गोबर का पेंट इतना हिट हुआ है कि 7000 लोगों ने इंडस्ट्री के लिए अप्लाई किया। मैं आपको बताता हूँ 2 साल के अंदर हिंदुस्तान में जितने बड़े ब्रांड हैं, आप उसके बजाय 50% प्राइस में ऑयल पेंट और डिस्टेम्पर हमारा गोबर का बनाया हुआ, मैं आपको भी वहाँ दीवार पे दिखा दूंगा, एकदम पॉपुलर हुआ। अब इतने लोग हैं, 5 रुपये किलो गोबर को भाव मिलेगा। अब जिस आदमी के पास 4 जानवर हैं उसको 100 किलो गोबर रोज आएगा तो 500 रुपये रोज 15,000 रुपये मिलेंगे। और गांव में गोबर बेचकर अगर छोटे आदमी को 15 और 20,000 रुपये मिलेंगे तो कोई क्यों आत्महत्या करेगा। तो मैं हर गांव में गोबर से पेंट बनाने की फैक्ट्री डालना चाहता हूं ताकि हमारे गांव के लोगों को रोजगार मिले। तो बहुत सी टेक्नोलॉजी ऐसी है जो हमारे गांव, गरीब, मजदूर, किसान सबका भविष्य बदल सकती है।
मैंने ये भी सुना कि असल में आप तो दिल्ली आना ही नहीं चाहते थे, आपका दिल्ली में मन भी नहीं लगता, एंड यू फाइंड इवन टुडे यू फाइंड योरसेल्फ मिसफिट इन दिल्ली। आप अभी भी आपका मन वहीं नागपुर में या मुंबई में आप रहना चाहते हैं, दिल्ली में नहीं?
नहीं, ये तो क्या होता है, आदमी जहाँ रहता है वो उस परिस्थिति के साथ उसका एक प्यार हो जाता है। तो मैं बीजेपी का लीडर ऑपोजिशन था, महाराष्ट्र में मंत्री था, और अभी बहुत सिली कारण है, बताना भी अच्छा नहीं है क्योंकि मेरी उससे बेइज्जत होगी। मुझे दिल्ली में आता हूँ तो यहाँ का भोजन ही पसंद नहीं था। वो पनीर खाते थे सब, तो पनीर और दूसरा कुछ मिलता नहीं था। और मुंबई में वेराइटीज़ ऑफ फूड रहता था, मैं बहुत फूडी था। पाव भाजी, मिसल, डोसा सब मेरे होटल्स रेस्टोरेंट तय हुए रहते थे। बाल ठाकरे जी के यहाँ घर में जाता था तो मेरे लिए वो स्पेशल भजे अलग अलग प्रकार के बना के रखने के बोलते थे। तो वो मुझे दिल्ली में फिर वो वही लगता था कि यहाँ तो मेरे को, मैं यहाँ एडजस्ट नहीं होता था। पर बाद में दिल्ली मैं आ गया, जो भी परिस्थिति में आना नहीं चाहता था, बीजेपी का अध्यक्ष बनकर आया, फिर मैं यहाँ रहा हूँ। अब मैं दिल्ली का बन गया हूँ, अब दिल्ली से एडजस्ट हुआ हूँ। अब मेरी दिल्ली के प्रति कोई तकरार नहीं। अब यहाँ भी मैं अब मुंबई नहीं जा रहा हूँ। अब पिछले 8-9 महीने से मैं मुंबई नहीं गया।
अब मिस नहीं करते आप मुंबई?
मिस करता हूँ। मुंबई है, मुंबई जैसा शहर नहीं है। आप रात को 12 बजे 1 बजे भी उतर जाओ एयरपोर्ट पर, कहीं भी जाओ, आपको सस्ते में गुड क्वालिटी का फूड कहीं भी मिलेगा। मुंबई में लोग बस के जाने के लिए लाइन में लगे हुए आपको वही मिलेंगे। मुंबई का कैरेक्टर, मुंबई का स्वभाव, मुंबई के लोग कुछ अलगता उनमें है। ये मुंबई की विशेषता है कि हमारे देश का वो कमर्शियल कैपिटल भी है और एक प्रकार से एकदम अलग शहर है।
तो आप सब लोग जो अभी हमें देख रहे हैं, आपको हम बता दें कि अभी हम नितिन जी के घर के पीछे जो लॉन है, बहुत अच्छा लॉन इन्होंने बनाकर यहाँ रखा है, वहाँ हम बैठे हैं। आपको पक्षियों के चहचहाने की आवाज़ें यहाँ आ रही होंगी। मैं मोर यहाँ पर देख पा रहा हूँ, मोर की आवाज़ भी आपको आ रही है।
ये मोर की विशेषता क्या है पता है क्या?
जी,
वो सोनिया गांधी जी का घर है।
अच्छा।
ये मेरा घर है और वो मनमोहन सिंह जी का घर है।
अच्छा।
तो वो मोर सोनिया गांधी जी के घर से निकलते हैं, मेरे घर में आते हैं, यहाँ से निकलकर मनमोहन जी के घर पे जाते हैं। उनको सबका घर अपना ही है, तीनों का। ना कोई पार्टी है ना कोई भेद है।
तो मोर को आपकी पार्टी के बारे में पता नहीं है?
वो इतने होशियार है, यहाँ जो मिलता है वो यहाँ खा लेते हैं, वहाँ मिलता है वहाँ मोर सही में हमको बहुत सिखाते हो।
तो नितिन जी, यहाँ बैठकर बिल्कुल एकदम एक बहुत ही शांति की भावना आ रही है। ऐसा लग रहा है कि हम किसी वन में बैठे हैं। और आज मैं जब आपको मिला तो मैं नई नई बातें आपके बारे में पता चली। आजकल आप योगा करते हैं।
एक घर में वहाँ जो है
जी,
वहाँ खेती है।
अच्छा।
वहाँ मैं अभी जितना कचरा ये पत्ती है ना,
हाँ,
इसका एक मशीन है।
अच्छा।
मैं अपने घर में ऑर्गेनिक खाद खुद करता हूँ।
ओह।
और अमिताभ बच्चन जी को भी एक कार्यक्रम में मैंने ऐसी चैनल में बताया, तो उन्होंने भी अपने घर किचन गार्डन बनाया और वो खाद बनाते हैं। वो उससे गोभी सब वो अलग अलग प्रकार की सब्जियां बनती है। अब मैं उसके फ्रूट्स के पेड़ भी लगा रहा हूँ और ये घर में बनता है। फिर वहाँ एक ट्रैक बना है चलने का। वो जो मिट्टी है उसमें गाय का गोमूत्र है, गोबर है और कड़ू नीम का रस है और ऑलिवेरा का जो ये रस है, वो मिट्टी में डालकर उसमें पैदल चलता हूँ। उसके भी काफ़ी अच्छे परिणाम है। कभी कभी मुझे 15-20 दिन के बाद उसमें चलने में मज़ा नहीं आती, तब ध्यान में आता कि इसका इफेक्ट कम हुआ है। वो बहुत साइंटिफिक है।
अच्छा।
तो मैं अभी प्राणायाम करता हूँ रोज़ 25 मिनट यहाँ से।
तो मैंने सुना अब आपके जो वीडियोस हैं उनको भी लाखों करोड़ों लोग देख रहे हैं सोशल मीडिया पर।
क्या हुआ, मुझे जब कोविड हुआ था तो बाद में मैं बहुत वीकनेस था, तो मुझे एक डॉक्टर ने सिखाया, बहुत ही सिंपल था वो, कि मोमबत्ती 5 लगाकर फूंक करके सो लो, और रबर का फुगा है वो फुगाओ, और प्राणायाम का नाक से श्वास लो, नाक से छोड़ो, छोटे छोटे थे। और मैंने करने के बाद मुझे इतना फ़र्क पड़ा, तो मैंने सोचा मुझे जो फ़ायदा मिला वो लोगों को मिलना चाहिए, मैंने दिया, और बहुत लोग कर रहे हैं। परसों मैं दुबई के एक वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस में था, तो वहाँ एक आदमी ने खड़ा होकर कहा कि मैं रोज़ करो और मेरी तबीयत सुधर गई। तो अब ये दुनिया भर में लोगों में पॉपुलर हुआ। तो मैं जो अच्छी चीज़ अगर मुझे अनुभव, वो मेरा रिसर्च नहीं है, दैट क्रेडिट इज़ नॉट माई क्रेडिट, तो वो मैं उनको दिया। इस बार मैं ज़्यादातर मीडिया सेवी नहीं हूँ, टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेवी नहीं हूँ, पर कोविड ने मुझे बहुत सिखाया। मैं मेरे लाइफ में जितना नहीं कर सका 1 साल में हुआ। मेरी कम से कम 380 वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसेस हुई और 80 करोड़ लोगों तक मैं पहुँचा। अभी 15 दिन पहले हार्वर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी के 4000 लड़के बैठे थे, और शशि थरूर और मेरा दोनों को मिलकर हम लोग 2 घंटे का कार्यक्रम हुआ। तो मैं वर्ल्ड में पहुंचा, और अभी उसके ऊपर एक अंग्रेजी किताब भी लिखी है, उसका प्रकाशन अभी मुंबई में होने वाला था। डॉक्टर माशेलकर जी की उस पर प्रस्तावना है कि जो मैंने अलग अलग विषयों पर जो बोला है उसको संकलित करके नागपुर में हितवाद करके अंग्रेजी अखबार है, उसके संपादक है वो, और एक एबीपी की बहुत अच्छी सीनियर रिपोर्टर है सरिता कौशिक, दोनों ने मिलकर उसको ये किया। और वो बहुत पूरी इनोवेटिव जानकारियाँ एग्रीकल्चर से लेकर सब जो मैंने बताया उसका उनने संकलन किया है। तो बहुत लोगों तक जाने का मुझे इस बार मौका मिला। दैट इज़ अ ग्रेट अचीवमेंट इन माई लाइफ, और मैं इसके लिए सेवी नहीं था, तो ये मुझे बहुत इस मौके का फ़ायदा मिला।
सो अब हम कह सकते हैं कि यू हैव एंटर्ड द नेक्स्ट फेज ऑफ योर लाइफ, अ न्यू फेज ऑफ योर लाइफ, जहां आपको एक मोटिवेटर भी कहा जा सकता है, आपको एक शांति गुरु भी कहा जा सकता है। यहाँ जब, क्योंकि आपने अपनी जर्नी जैसा आप बता रहे हैं लेम्ब्रेटा से शुरू की और आज आप यहाँ तक आ गए, एमएलए रहे, महाराष्ट्र में मंत्री रहे, फिर देश में इतने बड़े पद पर रहे, बीजेपी अध्यक्ष रह चुके, लगभग कोई भी आदमी जो सपना देख सकता है सब आपने पूरा कर लिया। अब क्या?
एक बात आपको बताता हूँ, राजनीति ये अतृप्त आत्माओं का महासागर है, और राजनीति में नहीं, जो करियर ओरिएंटेड इंटेलिजेंट लोग होते हैं वो जीवन में अस्वस्थ होते हैं। तो मुझे मेरे मित्र ने एक बहुत अच्छी कथा सुनाई कि एक आदमी अपने झूले पर झूल रहा था, तो उसने कहा अरे क्यों झूल रहा, ऐसे ही बैठे दिन भर कुछ नहीं करता तू। बोले क्या करूं? अरे कुछ धंधा कर, बिजनेस कर, पैसे कमा। फिर क्या करूं? बोले घर ले। फिर क्या करूं? बोले गाड़ी ले। फिर क्या करूं? फिर आराम से रहे। बोले आराम से तो रह रहा हूँ। अब मैं आपको बता दूं लाइफ का सक्सेस मेरे को मेरी औकात और हैसियत से बहुत ज़्यादा मिला है। भगवान ने, मेरी पार्टी ने, मेरे कार्यकर्ताओं ने, मेरी औकात बहुत सिंपल थी। मैं पोस्टर चिपकाता था, मेरा हैंडराइटिंग गंदा है, तो उस समय गेरू से या नील से लिखा जाता था दीवारों पर। तो अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी की सभा रहती थी, तो मेरा उपयोग वो लिखने के लायक भी नहीं था। मैं चुना मार के काली दीवार को सफ़ेद करता था, और बाद में वो अच्छा लिखने वाला वो लिखता था। उस पार्टी ने, जो मैं पोस्टर चिपकाने वाला एक कार्यकर्ता था, मेरी माँ एमएलए नहीं थी, मेरे पिता एमपी नहीं थे, कोई मेरा पॉलिटिकल बैकग्राउंड नहीं था, उस पार्टी का मैं कार्यकर्ता शुरू करते करते पार्टी का अध्यक्ष बना, और आज मुझे मंत्री बना, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में काम कर रहा हूँ। अब मुझे इतना काम करने का मौका मिला है कि इतने लोगों का रिकग्निशन मिला है, रिस्पेक्ट मिला है, और काम का अभी 4 धाम का रोड बना रहा हूँ। अभी मैं मानस सरोवर को जाने वाला पिथौरागढ़ से, हिंदुस्तान से रोड मैंने 95% बना लिया, 90% बन लिया। तो मैं ऐसे न होने वाले प्रोजेक्ट बन गए सब। अभी मैंने जोजिला टनल जो कारगिल में बन रही है, वो 11,000 करोड़ की टनल 5,000 करोड़ बचा है उसके ऊपर। तो मैं अभी लगता हूँ कि इतना अच्छा काम होता है, और वो मैं अकेला नहीं करता, सबके सहयोग से होता है। तो अब मैं देखो, समाधानी होना चाहिए आदमी ने, अतृप्त नहीं होना चाहिए, क्योंकि लोगों को कुछ भी मिला। जिसके पास अगर स्कूटर होती है तो उसको गाड़ी चाहिए, गाड़ी पहले इकोनॉमिक मॉडल होता तो फिर बोलते बड़ी अच्छी चाहिए एयर कंडीशन, फिर मर्सिडीज चाहिए, मर्सिडीज नहीं तो फिर हम प्लेन खरीदी करेंगे, फिर भी दुखी रहते हैं। तो समाधान मानने के ऊपर होता है। तो मैं जो कुछ हूँ, मेरी औकात और हैसियत से मुझे ज़्यादा मिला, इस आनंद से जीता हूँ और आनंद से रहता हूँ। गज़ल सुनता हूँ, अभी आपको ताजुब होगा, मैं भगवत गीता भी सुनता हूँ यही ग्राउंड पर, कैसेट वो लगा कर। लकी अली को सुनता हूँ, कभी अदनान सामी को सुनता हूँ, कभी मुकेश के गीत सुनता हूँ। शैलेंद्र मेरे बहुत फेवरेट गायक गीतकार है, उनके गीतों का आनंद है, एक एक शब्दों का। और मुकेश के इसमें वो सुनता हूँ, गुलाम अली जी को सुनता हूँ, जगजीत सिंह जी की गज़ल सुनता हूँ, कभी भगवत गीता सुनता हूँ। अभी वो परसों मेरे पास वो एन चंद्रा आए थे, उनके फिल्म का वो गाना था, इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, जिसमें मशहूर गाना है। इतना सुंदर गाना है वो गाना कि हम बना दे मधुबन, उसका एक काव्य है। बहुत आनंद आता है। और मैं रात को, अभी ये मेरा हुआ सब 8 बजे तक होने के बाद ये पूरा काम करके फिर रात को मेरे को खाना है, तो अभी थोड़ा खाता हूँ क्योंकि मैंने वज़न काफ़ी कम कर लिया, पर मुझे नियत नहीं ख़त्म हुई, थोड़ा थोड़ा खाता हूँ, रात को सोता हूँ, बढ़िया। तो आई एम वेरी मच हैप्पी, मेरी किसी के प्रति तकरार नहीं। और दूसरा मैं एक बात आपको, सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस, आत्मविश्वास एंड पॉजिटिविटी, ये बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है। और दूसरी बात मैं अक्सर एक सीखा हूँ, छोटी बात है, कि 2 रेशा है, एक आपकी और एक दूसरे की है। तो आपके पास 2 मार्ग हैं, आपकी रेशा बड़ी करो या दूसरे की रेशा पूछने का काम करो। तो मैं अक्सर सबको तो अपनी बड़ी करो, किसी को अगर कोई आपके बुरा भी चाहने वाला हो तो भी उसका अच्छा हो। हम लोग अपना काम ठीक से करते रहे और काम का आनंद लेते रहे, और उसी समाधान से जो आनंद और खुशी मिलती है वो बहुत बड़ी होती है। और जीवन में समाधानी रहना चाहिए। मैं पूरी तरह समाधानी हूँ, मुझे कोई नाराज़ी नहीं है, किसी की तकरार नहीं है, अपने काम में रहता हूँ, आनंद से रहता हूँ और अपने हिसाब से जीवन जीता हूँ। मुझे कोई फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता कि कौन पत्रकार मेरे बारे में क्या लिख रहा है, अच्छा लिख रहा है कि बुरा लिख रहा है। कोई लिखता नहीं बुरा, पर कोई किसी बात का ये नहीं। और मुझे लगता है कि दिस इज़ द वे। मैं क्रिकेटियर था।
अच्छा।
हाँ, और मुझे बहुत जल्दबाजी करके मैं कभी कभी आउट हो जाता था। मेरे टीचर बहुत नाराज़, तो जल्दी क्यों करता है। तो मैं, मेरे जो लाइफ में मेरे क्रिकेटियर जो मैं जिनको मानता हूँ, विवियन रिचर्ड्स को पसंद करता था, लॉयड, सोबर्स। अब हिंदुस्तान के टीम में एक कृष्णमाचारी श्रीकांत करके क्रिकेटर थे, तो वो आए बराबर पहले बॉल से ठोक पीट चालू करते थे। सर अभी मुझे मिले थे यहाँ, ये एक होटल में, तो बहुत खुश हुए वो। अब बहुत एज हो गया उनका। फिर फारूक इंजीनियर जो थे उस समय सुनील गावस्कर के साथ, वो मैं क्रिकेट का बड़ा शौकीन था, वो क्रॉस बैट से भी मारते थे। अभी वो काफ़ी एज हो गया, मुझे फारूक इंजीनियर अच्छे लगते थे। और कभी नहीं तो 2-2 घंटे खेलो, रन नहीं निकालो, ये नहीं। आज मुझे गावस्कर हो, कपिल देव हो, सचिन तेंदुलकर, सब मेरे मित्र हैं, सब अच्छे क्रिकेटर हैं। पर मुझे संदीप पाटिल याद आता है।
हाँ जी, बिल्कुल।
वो जो दिशा में जाता था वो छक्का मारता। अभी दिलीप वेंगसरकर मेरे पास आए थे, तो दिलीप वेंगसरकर मैं बहुत चाहता था उनको, क्योंकि उनकी एंट्री नागपुर में हुई थी जब प्रसन्ना बेदी 2 बॉलर थे और दिलीप वेंगसरकर ने सेंचुरी मारी थी। वो मुंबई से और मध्य विभाग ऐसे ये थे, इनके भी सालवे उस समय बीसीए के अध्यक्ष थे। तो उसने प्रसन्ना और बेदी को ऐसे छक्के चौके लगाए और दिन भर में सेंचुरी मारी थी। तो मैं कहता हूँ ज़िंदगी ऐसी होनी चाहिए, और रब का फेयर करना और समय गंवाना कुछ नहीं। जो है वो कम बालों में सेंचुरी मारो, वैसे जीवन में जो करना है करो, नहीं होता है तो भगवान की इच्छा है।
नितिन जी, आप राजनीति में हैं, सक्रिय राजनीति में, और कहते हैं राजनीति बहुत टॉक्सिक है। राजनीति में चारों तरफ षड्यंत्र ही षड्यंत्र, और ऐसा नहीं कि आपके साथ बुरा नहीं हुआ होगा, ऐसा नहीं कि आपके साथ षड्यंत्र ना हुए हों और आप उनके शिकार ना हुए हों, लोगों ने पीठ में छुरा भी घोंपा होगा। सो हाउ डू यू ओवरकम दोज मेमोरीज, और उसके बावजूद भी मैं देखता हूँ आप बहुत खुश रहते हैं।
देखिए, मेरे साथ ये सब कुछ हुआ है, पर मुझे इसका दुख और दर्द नहीं है। मैंने इस पर बहुत सोचने के बाद मुझे लगता है कि अपने नसीब में था वो हो गया। इसका एक तो काम हम कर सकते कि जो लोगों ने, किसी ने अपने साथ उस समय किया होगा, मैं किसी के खिलाफ नहीं करूँगा। और आज मैं आपको बताता हूँ कि जो मेरे दुश्मन थे वो मेरे दोस्त बन गए। अब देश में कोई पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ऐसी नहीं, कोई चीफ मिनिस्टर ऐसा नहीं है। मैं पंजाब के मुख्यमंत्री हो, केरल के मुख्यमंत्री हो, ममता जी हो, कोई भी हो, मेरे उनके संबंध इतने पारिवारिक है, अच्छे हैं। अब राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री, आज ही उनका भी फ़ोन आया था। तो मैंने कभी राजनीति नहीं की काम में, विकास के काम में, चाहे कोई भी एमपी, आप पार्लियामेंट में जाओ। अभी आज भी मैं बोल रहा था क्वेश्चन आवर में, हर पार्टी का सांसद पहले मेरा अभिनंदन करता था, शुभेच्छा देता था और फिर अपनी बात कहता था। तो मैं ये सोचता हूँ जिसका भला है उसका भला करते जाओ, जितना अच्छा काम है वो करते जाओ। और आखिर मर्यादा है मेरी भी, सब कुछ नहीं कर सकता। और किसी ने अगर अपना बुरा किया होगा तो छोड़ दो, उसको माफ़ कर दो और उसमें समय मत गवाओ। और धीरे धीरे फिर अभी मुझे इसमें खुशी है मैं नहीं चाहता कि मैं किसी का बुरा करूं और न मैं करना भी चाहता हूं।
आपके लाइफ का लोएस्ट पॉइंट क्या रहा है जब आप वाकई में बहुत डिस्करेज हो गए, हतोत्साहित हो गए और वहां से वापस
बीजेपी
बाउंस
का
बैक?
अध्यक्ष मैं जब था तो मैं कोई सेकंड टर्म मांगने के लिए किसी के पास गया नहीं था। तो बीजेपी में तय हुआ था कि मुझे सेकंड टर्म मिलेगी, पर उस समय जो जो हुआ वो पूरा षड्यंत्र था। बाद में उसकी इंक्वायरी हुई और इनकम टैक्स ने मुझे पत्र दिया, मेरा किसी के साथ कोई संबंध नहीं, पर वो इतना कुछ लोगों ने उसका राजनीतिक उपयोग किया। तो फिर मैंने केसेस भी डाली है लोगों के ऊपर और सब मैं जीता हूँ। मेरे डिफेमेशन की सूट में जो सब लोगों ने, पर मैंने उनको पॉलिटिकली एम्ब्रासमेंट नहीं करा है। वो आए मेरे साथ बात किया, बोला हमसे गलती हो गई है, मैंने बोला ठीक है छोड़ दो, ख़त्म कर दो। मैंने कभी उसको चलाया नहीं। तो उस समय मुझे कुछ न होती हुई, मेरा संबंध होने के बाद में भी मेरे पार्टी के भी लोगों को ऐसा लगा कि भाई यही हमको उसका सामना करना पड़ेगा। तो जब मैंने ये सुना तो मैंने कहा सामना क्यों करते हो, मैं रिज़ाइन कर देता हूँ, मुझे नहीं चाहिए आपको, मैं नहीं चाहता कि पार्टी में मेरे कारण कोई हो, और मैंने छोड़ दिया। और वो बात मेरे मन में बैठ गई कि मैं निर्दोष था, मैंने कोई गलती की थी ना, मेरा कुछ नहीं था। फिर भी कारण न होते हुए आया और वो 2012 में 3 साल के बाद इनकम टैक्स ने मेरी पूरी इंक्वायरी की, सब कुछ किया और कुछ निकला नहीं, और मुझे क्लीन चिट उन्होंने दी और दिया कि मैं मेरा किसी के साथ कोई संबंध नहीं। तो दैट वाज द थोड़ा सा मेरे लिए वो पेनफुल रहे दिन, क्योंकि आदमी अपने इज्जत से सबसे ज़्यादा डरता है, और जब वो कुछ न करने के बाद भी ऐसा शिकार बन जाता है तो वो तो पॉलिटिकल षड्यंत्र था। खैर अभी उसके प्रति मुझे कोई दुख नहीं। उसके बाद फिर मैं खड़ा हुआ, फिर मुझे काम मिला, मंत्री बना, मैं आज काम करता हूँ और देश में जाता हूँ, सब जगह रिस्पेक्ट है, रिकग्निशन है, और मैं अभी मेरी कोई तकरार नहीं है। और इसलिए मैंने वो ट्रक के पीछे लिखा हुआ रहता ना, बुरी नज़र वाले तेरा मुंह काला, ऐसा। तो वो मैं बोलता हूँ बुरी नज़र वाले तेरा मुंह काला भी नहीं, तेरा भी अच्छा बने धीरे धीरे तू भी। तो मेरा अभी मेरा ना कोई अपोनेंट, इवन मैं पार्लियामेंट का चुनाव लड़ता हूँ, सब पार्टी के लोग मुझे मदद करते हैं, सब जात पंथ धर्म भाषा के लोग करते हैं, क्योंकि मैं किसी के साथ भेदभाव नहीं करता। दे लव मी।
इसके बाद अब क्या सोचा है आपने नेक्स्ट? व्हाट इज नेक्स्ट योर विजन फॉर इंडिया एंड योर विजन फॉर योरसेल्फ? एंड स्पेशली ये सवाल मैं यूथ के लिए भी पूछ रहा हूँ।
देखिए मैं अभी देश के लिए तो जो कुछ काम है कर रहा हूँ, पर मुझे कभी कभी ऐसा लगता है, नानाजी देशमुख को मैं अपना आइडियल मानता था। अब मुझे लगता था कि 15 साल मेरी स्वास्थ्य अच्छा है तो मैं गांव गरीब मजदूर किसान में गांव में जाकर किसानों में काम करूं। मेरे क्षेत्र में विदर्भ में 10,000 से ज़्यादा किसानों ने आत्महत्या की है, और मैं बहुत इमोशनल उस विषय पर, जो परिवार बर्बाद हुए, उनके घर गया, उनके बच्चों को देखा, पत्नी को देखा, आंखों में आंसू आते थे। तो मेरे मन में एक बहुत इच्छा है कि मैं अब लाइफ उनके लिए दूँ। मैं काफ़ी काम वाटर कंजर्वेशन में काम करता हूँ, ग्लोबल अवार्ड मिला दिए, हैंडलूम हैंडीक्राफ्ट्स में, बायोफ्यूल में, सब किसानों में ही काम करता हूँ और काफ़ी बड़े प्रमाण पे काम कर रहा हूँ। तो अब मुझे मेरी इच्छा है उनमें काम करने की, पर वैचारिक दृष्टि से मेरे ऊपर पार्टी की भी जिम्मेदारी है। अब मेरा पॉलिटिकल इंटरेस्ट बहुत कम हुआ है।
अच्छा।
अब मैं सोशो इकोनॉमिक रिफॉर्म के लिए काम करना चाहता हूँ, पर परिस्थितियाँ ऐसी है कि राजनीति में आने का मार्ग होता है, जाने का एक तो पब्लिक आपको निकाल देती, पर पार्टी की कमिटमेंट के साथ जाने का मार्ग नहीं होता। अब देखते हो आगे क्या होगा। तो
पर सुनील गावस्कर ने एक बार कहा था कि रिटायर तब होना चाहिए जब लोग ये पूछें कि अरे रिटायर क्यों हो गए, तब नहीं होना चाहिए जब लोग कहें कि रिटायर क्यों नहीं हो जाते। सो व्हाट इज़ द राइट टाइम टू रिटायर?
मुझे लगता है जब अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं तभी रिटायर होना चाहिए। और ये बिल्कुल सही है सुनील गावस्कर जी की बात कि जब लोग पूछते हैं कि भाई तुम कब रिटायर होंगे, तो रिटायर होने में मज़ा नहीं होता। पर क्या होता है कि तुम्हारी कुछ पॉलिटिकल कमिटमेंट, आइडियोलॉजिकल कमिटमेंट। मैं राजनीति में जब आया तो संघ परिवार में सबने मुझे कहा कि अब तुम राजनीति में जाओ, तो मेरा करियर और मेरा जीवन तय करने का मुझे अकेले को अधिकार नहीं है। तो मुझे उन सब लोगों की सलाह, मैं अपनी इच्छा तो बताते रहता हूँ। अब धीरे धीरे राजनीति को छोड़कर कुछ सामाजिक आर्थिक क्षेत्र में, किसानों के क्षेत्र में अपने जीवन के कुछ साल बिताऊँ। ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग, बायोफ्यूल, बाद में हैंडलूम हैंडीक्राफ्ट्स, वनवासी क्षेत्र में 1800 एकल विद्यालय चलाता हूँ, वहाँ का 18,000 बच्चे पढ़ते हैं। अब मेरा वो सामाजिक कार्य और सेवा के कार्य में, देखो शिक्षा, सेवा और स्वास्थ्य, इन 3 क्षेत्र में खूब काम करने की आवश्यकता है। तो अब ये इच्छा तो है, पर परिस्थितियों के साथ आगे होगा तो मैं।
अगला चुनाव आप लड़ेंगे कि नहीं?
देखो ये भी बात आपकी सही है कि अभी तो मेरी इच्छा से ज़्यादा मैं पार्टी में अपनी बात जो कुछ कहना है वो कहूँगा, और मुझे अगर मैं खुश रहूँगा कि अगर मुझे इस काम के लिए अगर कुछ मिले तो जीवन के कुछ समय में अब उन गरीबों के लिए काम करना चाहता हूँ। पर इसके बाद अब संघ बीजेपी के सब लोगों से बातचीत करके तय करूँगा।
तो ये हिंट है एक तरीके का?
नहीं, इसमें हमारी इच्छा से नहीं होता। एक्चुअली व्हेन आपकी कमिटमेंट किसी विचारधारा के साथ होती, देखो अभी पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ कन्वीनियंस देश में पॉपुलर हुआ है, हम पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ कन्विक्शन से आए हैं। इस देश में विचार भिन्नता ये समस्या नहीं है, विचार शून्यता ये समस्या है। जयप्रकाश जी के मूवमेंट जब चल रही थी और मैं कॉलेज में था और इमरजेंसी आई तो मैंने अपना 1 साल एग्ज़ाम नहीं दी थी, और उस समय मैंने जनता पार्टी का और उस समय लोकतंत्र को बचाने के लिए अपने जीवन की शुरुआत की और फिर राजनीति में आया। अगर मैं वकील बनता, क्रिकेटर बनता, तो अब वो उस कमिटमेंट के आधार पर आया हूँ, तो स्वाभाविक रूप से अब मैं मेरे निर्णय खुद नहीं कर सकता हूँ। तो जो लोगों ने यहाँ तक मुझे लाया है उस पार्टी, विचारधारा, संगठन को भी विश्वास में लेकर अपनी बात मैं कहूँगा, उसके बाद जो निर्णय होगा होगा। तब तक मैं, पर अभी मैंने एक बात कही है वो बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि 80% समाजकारण करना चाहिए, तो मैं वो कर रहा हूँ, और 20% राजकारण करना चाहिए। सत्ता कारण, पावर पॉलिटिक्स इज नॉट द पॉलिटिक्स। समाज कारण, राष्ट्र कारण और विकास कारण, पॉलिटिक्स फॉर प्रोग्रेस एंड डेवलपमेंट, एंड पॉलिटिक्स इज द इंस्ट्रूमेंट ऑफ सोशियो इकोनॉमिक रिफॉर्म। ये हमारी कमिटमेंट है, और सामाजिक आर्थिक परिवर्तन की इस प्रक्रिया में काम करो। देखो पहले आदमी रिक्शा चलाते थे, मैं मंत्री बना, मैंने इतना काम कि मैंने तय किया कि ये रिक्शा मैं देश से निकाल दूंगा, और मैकेनिक्स ड्रिवन ई रिक्शा मैंने लाई। 1 करोड़ लोग जो आदमी को आदमी ढोने का काम करते थे, बंगाल में तो वो ऐसा खा लेकर आदमी दौड़ता था, वो पद्धति अभी मैं बंगाल में गया तो मैं सब जगह देख रहा था, वो रिक्शा दिखता है क्या, साइकिल रिक्शा दिखता है क्या, नहीं दिखा। तब मैंने पहले बार मुझे खुशी हुई कि मैंने अपने जीवन में 1 करोड़ गरीब लोग जो जिनका शोषण हो रहा था, जिनको आदमी आदमी को खींचता था, उनको मैकेनिक्स ड्रिवन ई रिक्शा मिला है। अब ऑटो रिक्शा तो दूर की बात है, तो मुझे बहुत खुशी, उसके लिए मैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक लड़ा था, और आज मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि उन लोगों को नया सम्मान मिला। तो यही आदमी को प्रेरणा, मोटिवेशन, इंस्पायरेशन ऐसी घटनाएं देती है कि उन लोगों के लिए और कुछ काम करने की आवश्यकता है।
एक सवाल मैं आपसे पूछना भूल गया था बीच में, आपने इतने बड़े बड़े हाईवेज बनाए, लेकिन जब हमारे देश में प्रोटेस्ट होते हैं, जैसे अभी किसान प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा है, सबसे पहले यही हाईवेज उन प्रोटेस्ट का शिकार होते हैं, यही टोल ब्रिज उनका शिकार होते हैं, और सबसे पहले जो ब्लॉकेज होता है वो यही होता है। तब आपको कैसा लगता है?
सर दुख तो होता है, पर क्या होता है, मैं आपको बताओगे, मैं विरोधी पार्टी में था, विपक्ष में था, स्टूडेंट लीडर था, वही आंदोलन होते थी, मारपीट होती थी, लाठा खाते खाते मेरी जवानी चली गई, कितने बार पुलिस की लाठा खाई, कितने केसेस होती थी। तो ये विपक्ष का और आंदोलन का ये लोकतंत्र में ये रोल ही ऐसा होता है। अब जो वो सीट पर बैठता है वैसे ही बोलता है। अगर मैं कल सत्तारूढ़ पार्टी में हूँ तो अच्छी बात करता हूँ, अब मुझे बताने में अच्छा नहीं लगता, मैं कहता हूँ सहयोग करो, मदद करो, ऐसा करना चाहिए, हम सब ने मिलकर काम। और जब मैं लीडर अपोजिशन बन गया, मैं था तो अपोजिशन में तो रोज़ ठोकने का काम करता हूँ, और मैंने नहीं ठोका तो मीडिया वाले बोलते तुम मैनेज होगा क्या, कुछ ठोक नहीं रहे हो। तो ये दुर्भाग्यवश ऐसा ही है, पर लोकतंत्र में गुणात्मक परिवर्तन हो, विरोध के लिए ना हो, जिसमें देश का हित है, समाज का हित है, गरीब का हित है, जो फ्यूचर 25 साल में देश के विकास के मुद्दे उसमें एकमत रखे, और बाकी बातों में राजनीति भी करे, आंदोलन भी करे। तो दोनों बातों में हमारा जो नेशनल कमिटमेंट है उसको नहीं भूलना चाहिए। और दूसरा, पब्लिक प्रॉपर्टी का नुकसान करना, ये तो हमारी प्रॉपर्टी है, ये रोड हमारे हैं। अगर ये बसेस जला देंगे तो आज पहले तो हमारे लोगों के लिए पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट नहीं है। तो कहीं ना कहीं लोकतंत्र में सभी पार्टी को इस पद्धति में गुणात्मक परिवर्तन करना पड़ेगा, क्वालिटेटिव चेंज। और मुझे खुशी है, मैं आपके कार्यक्रम देखता हूँ, मैं आपका बहुत फैन हूँ इस बात के लिए,
थैंक यू, कि
आपके कार्यक्रम से आप विचार देते हो, नॉलेज देते हो, एंड नॉलेज इज़ ए पावर। देखो सक्सेसफुल प्रैक्टिसेस वर्ल्ड में क्या हो रहा है, कहाँ किसने क्या किया है, आप बताते हो, आई लाइक इट, क्योंकि उससे हम भी कुछ अच्छा करें, ये इंस्पायरेशन और मोटिवेशन मिलता है। तो मुझे लगता है कि आगे जाना चाहिए, हमें जितना बनता है उतना हम अच्छा करते जाएं, शायद हम अच्छा करते जाएंगे तो दूसरा करता जाएगा, फिर कारवा बनता जाएगा और इसी से कुछ ना कुछ अच्छा निकलेगा। लोकतंत्र में भी गुणात्मक परिवर्तन और सभी राजनीतिक पार्टी विचारों के आधार पर काम करे। मुझे बड़ा आदर था, वो AB बर्धन थे हमारे नागपुर से, जो CPI के प्रमुख थे, वो मैं उनको आइकॉन मानता हूँ। मैं शेतकरी संगठन में शरद जोशी थे, वो मेरे बहुत प्रिय नेता थे, मैं उनको बहुत पसंद करता हूँ, उनको आइकॉन मानता था। तो मैं भाऊरावजी देवरस, बाला साहेब देवरस जी के साथ मैंने काम किया। विद्यार्थी परिषद ने मुझे मेरे जीवन को काफ़ी बदला और संघ ने मेरे जीवन को बदला। तो मैं कभी भूल नहीं सकता कि उन लोगों ने जो मुझे सिखाया, जो संस्कार दिए। और मैं बहुत सामान्य आदमी हूँ, मैं बहुत ही छोटा आदमी हूँ, मेरी लायकी इतनी बड़ी नहीं है, पर उन लोगों की संस्कारों ने मुझे काफ़ी कुछ गुणवत्ता प्राप्त करने का अवसर मिला। और जो कुछ मुझे मिला है, जो मेरा अच्छा है, वो उन्हीं का दिया हुआ है। और मैं तो बहुत ही सिंपल छोटा आदमी हूँ, कॉमन आदमी हूँ, और कोई मेरा एजुकेशन करियर खूब मेरिटियस था ऐसा भी नहीं था। तो पर ये जो कुछ मुझे संस्कार मिले हैं उन्हीं के कारण जीवन में मैं कुछ हासिल कर सका हूँ। और आज अगर लोग कहते हैं कि मैंने कुछ अच्छा किया है तो उसका श्रेय उन्हीं लोगों को है जिन्होंने जीवन में मुझे अच्छे संस्कार दिए। मेरी माँ, मेरा परिवार, मेरी बहनें और संघ और विद्यार्थी परिषद के साथ जो मेरा अनुभव था वो मेरे जीवन के गोल्डन डेज थे। और उन्हीं लोगों ने मुझे एक जीवन दृष्टिकोण दिया, लाइफ अप्रोच, और वो भी आज तक मेरे पास कायम है। ये तो बात सही है कि नो वन इज़ परफेक्ट एंड नो वन कैन क्लेम दैट ही इज़ परफेक्ट। सब मेरे में 100% सद्गुण होंगे ऐसा नहीं होगा, मेरे में भी कुछ गुण होंगे, कुछ दोष होंगे। पर अच्छे लोग यही कहते हैं कि धीरे धीरे प्रोसेस में, जीवन में आप गुणों को बढ़ाते जाओ, दोषों को कम करते जाओ, इसी से अच्छा आदमी बनता है। और जो अच्छे लोग देखते हैं उनके अच्छे गुणों को आत्मसात करने की कोशिश करो। अच्छे गुणों का कॉपीराइट किसी के पास नहीं है,
बिल्कुल।
तो जो अच्छा दिखता है उसकी जरूर सीखते जाओ। तो बहुत लोगों ने सिखाया। एक आखिर में आपको एक बात मैं बहुत अच्छी बताऊंगा जो मेरे जीवन का बहुत अच्छी है, कि जिन लोगों को मैं बहुत बड़ा समझ रहा था और जिनका नाम बहुत बड़ा था, वो बड़े थे, पर उनके नज़दीक आने के बाद मुझे पता चला कि मैं इनको जितना बड़ा समझ रहा हूँ उतना बड़े नहीं है। और जिन लोगों को दूर से मैं बहुत छोटा समझ रहा था, अनपढ़, अशिक्षित, अनएजुकेटेड, उन लोगों की व्यवहार से मुझे पता चला कि मैं इनको बहुत छोटा, ये बहुत बड़े हैं। तो आदमी की अच्छाई का संबंध उसकी जात, पंथ, धर्म, भाषा और सेक्स से नहीं है। उसकी कितना धनवान है, पैसा उसके पास है कितना नहीं है, इससे नहीं है। इंसानियत, अच्छे गुण किसी में भी हो सकते हैं। जिसको हमको जिस गुणों को देखकर जिसकी अनुभूति मिलती है वो अपने में आत्मसात करना ही सामान्य व्यक्ति को अच्छा बनने का अच्छा मार्ग है, ऐसा मुझे लगता है।
जी नितिन जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। आज की जो हमारी कोशिश थी वो ये थी कि आपसे ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा सीखा जाए और हमारा जो यूथ है, हमारे जो दर्शक हैं इस समय, वो आपके जीवन से एक तो आपको जान सकें और आपके जीवन से सीख सकें कि आपने क्या जीवन में अच्छा किया, जो कि वो आपसे, जिसको जैसा आपने कहा कि ये तो कॉपीराइटेड नहीं है, तो आपने भी शेयर किया। बहुत अच्छा लगा आज आपसे ये अलग तरह की बातचीत हमारी हुई। अदरवाइज़ तो राजनीति के बारे में बातचीत होती रहती है, मंत्रालय के बारे में होती रहती है। आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया,
धन्यवाद, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
खोजो 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 खोजो।
You're watching Arth, a culture fest promoted by Z. And you just heard and witnessed a very candid conversation with Shri Nitin Gadkari ji. Indeed, there was so much to learn from it. One thing you will all agree with me is that with such transparent and candid leaders, we would always have a future vision. Ladies and gentlemen, the next topic that we will be divulging into deals with the future. So we have a panel discussion which is titled as a vision of India for the future. Let me go ahead and quickly welcome in our panelists to join on. We've got an eminent set of panelists here, starting with Ms. Amrita Narlikar, who's the president of the German Institute for Global and Area Studies, professor at Hamburg University and non-resident senior fellow at the Observer Research Foundation. Her research expertise lies in the areas of multilateralism, international negotiation, WTO, and also rising powers. Professor Narlikar has published numerous books and articles with renowned publishing houses. Her most recent book has been published by the Cambridge University Press, Poverty Narratives in International Trade Negotiations and Beyond. Joining her on the panel is going to be Mr. Harsh Gupta Madhusudan, who's an India-based public markets investor. He has written extensively on economics, finance, politics for Mint and Swarajya, the Wall Street Journal, the Indian Express and other publications as well. Next up is Mr. Rajiv Mantri, who is an India-based entrepreneur and investor, investing in public companies and early-stage technology ventures. He has contributed articles on political economy, technology, investing and entrepreneurship to Mint, Swarajya, the Wall Street Journal, Financial Times, the Indian Express, the New York Times International Weekly and other publications as well. Now this one is going to be a bigger panel, and we also have with us Gautam Chikarmane, who's the Vice President at Observer Research Foundation. His areas of research are economics, politics, foreign policy and the Mahabharata. An author of his newest book is India 2030, The Rise of Rajasic Nation. Now this session is going to be moderated by Ms. Palki Sharma, who's the executive editor at WION, India's only international news channel. She hosts a primetime news and view show called Gravitas that tracks and comments on all the big developments around the world. Another interesting session coming your way. Go watch it out.
Thank you, Kanishk, for the introduction, and good afternoon to all of those who are joining us right now. Welcome to this session. We are going to discuss a vision of India for the future. And a few days back, I promised all the panelists that I'm going to ask some tough questions, and I hope to live up to that. But before I do that, let me give the audience a quick primer. Suddenly, it seems everyone is talking about a new vision, a new India, and books are being written, and all of our panelists have written on this subject. Gautam Chikarmane's new book is called India 2030, The Rise of a Rajasic Nation. Harsh and Rajiv have written a book called A New Idea of India, and Amrita's book came out last year, India Rising, a multi-layered analysis of ideas, interests, and institutions. So, and they're all fabulous books, and if you haven't read them, you should all go out and read them and pick your copy. Our External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, also wrote a book recently. It's called The India Way. The question then is, why is there so much focus suddenly on a new India and a new vision? So in this discussion, we are hoping to cover these few broad points. What do we mean when we say that we have a vision for a country? Why does India need a new vision and a new approach? What is the vision of India that we're working on, or for India that we're working on, and where will that vision take us? So this is the broad, these are the broad parameters for this discussion. Gautam, I'm going to start with you. Your book, The Rise of India, says that the rise of India in the coming decade will be driven by what you call a Rajasic force. What is a Rajasic force? What does that mean, and what does it have to do with India's rise?
So, thank you. Rajasic force is part of the three gunas, which is again part of the Sankhya philosophy, one of the Indian traditions, intellectual traditions that examines how individuals function. Each of us has three aspects of these gunas, which is tamas, rajas, and sattva. Tamas, as you know, is all indolence, lethargy. Rajas is dynamism, action. Sattva is equilibrium. Each individual has some aspect or some variant, some collection of these aspects as a being. That was Rishi Kapila's philosophy. Sri Aurobindo expanded that philosophy and applied it to nations. According to him, nations also go through ups and downs between tamas and rajas. Very flightily, very small, in a very small way, they sometimes touch sattva, but essentially the cycle is between tamas and rajas. I have taken these, both of them, Rishi Kapila's work and Sri Aurobindo's work, and I'm trying to apply it to 21st century India. And what I see in every aspect of where India is now headed, be it the economy, be it foreign policy, be it law and order, be it defense, any aspect of India that you see a new dynamism. At least I see a new dynamism. Was this dynamism not there earlier? No, that's not correct. But the pace of this dynamism I see increasing. For instance, in foreign policy, I think India is now taking far stronger, firmer, more assertive steps. It has been able to, in the defense, Balakot has proved that you cannot mess around with India too much. Galwan is proving that even a much stronger power will have to step back and not get onto India's toes. On the economic front, we are close to being a 3 trillion. We have aspirations to be a 5 trillion economy. Within this decade, we are going to be the world's third largest economy. All these require a whole lot of dynamism from individuals and collectively as a nation. My sense is that over the last 2 or 3 decades, this Rajasic force has been sort of waiting to express itself. Now, the time has come. It seems everybody is looking for the India way. You mentioned Jaishankar's book. Jaishankar has also talked about the India way, which is rooted in the past, but looking into the future. In my book, there are 20 authors who have forecast what India 2030 looks like. All of them. In fact, my introduction, the book was going to be very different, to be very honest. The book was going to be very different. It is only after I read all of the chapters that I realized the underlying theme is actually a Rajasic theme. And that's the philosophical basis of where India is going to be in the next 10 years and mostly in the 21st century.
Very interesting concept. Rajiv and Harsh, your book talks about a new idea of India, and we're all basically looking at unleashing a latent potential, a latent force. You've both emphasized on how India's civilizational legacy is often ignored. Rajiv, let me start with you. How does legacy shape the vision for future?
Well, I think the starting point is always, to know where you want to go or to sort of define a destination. First, we have to know where we came from, and that history offers its own lessons. It offers its own kind of learnings that can be applied to know where we want to go. Obviously, the experience of India over the last 60, 70 years, almost 75 years now, actually, since independence, has, it has been, to put it probably most fairly, it's a mixed bag. The Indian state has done well in certain aspects. In other aspects, we have not done so well. And particularly in the economic aspect, if you talk about the economic aspect, there was a marked change after 1991. In the last 30 years, we've seen the change that liberalization has got. So I think legacy matters, or history matters, to sort of be able to make the right decisions to fulfill the vision, the aspiration that we are looking forward to and sort of aspiring towards.
Harsh, it is individuals who make nations. And when we say that we should tap into India's civilizational legacy and draw from it to shape our future, do you believe that there is a shift in our approach, in the way we look at India? Do you think that there is a sense of pride now more than before? And what do you attribute the shift to?
Thank you so much, Palki. I absolutely agree with you that there is a discernible shift in the way we think about India. There is more of a pride. And I think the big reason is earlier, for a few decades, it became fashionable to see India as a post-colonial entity. That, like we're just one more accident of history or colonialism, even though that was not necessarily the view of the so-called founding fathers themselves. In the 60s, 70s, 80s, that became the view. Now we are much more open and understanding and accepting that it is the world's largest, the world's most ancient continuing civilization. And soon we'll have the world's largest population amongst those large countries, civilization countries. India will overtake the population of China. India's population together is the same of North America, South America, and Western Europe put together. So this massive and ancient civilization, only continuing civilization, even China through the Maoist period had a break in terms of its cultural, religious, and civilizational values, though it's now bringing back the Confucian ethos. But India had a continuous streak, and that is for the first time getting a modern state. Now, obviously, that started earlier. It started in 1947. In some cases, it started even earlier. But it seems to have come all together around right now. And I fully agree with Gautam and Rajiv's kind of formulations of why this coming decade, the decade we've already entered, has a sense of anticipation. And it's kind of an overused phrase about an inflection point, but it does seem to be an inflection point, that there seems to be an ancient nation, ancient civilization, a young nation demographically, a modern state starting from a very low per capita economic base. And the only way to go is up. And India is not doing that by losing its ancient values. So in that sense, because in a dharmic context, as opposed to an Abrahamic context, the ancient and modern are not orthogonal to each other. They're very much syncretic to each other. There's not a sense of time period. There is a very clear sense of the secular and the spiritual can coexist, because there is no truth claim. There is only kind of inner search for salvation and kind of moksha, as we say it. So there's no kind of question about, oh my God, can we accept modern science? Does that mean we are foregoing our civilization? There is no false choices to that sense. So I'm very confident in that sense, because the basis of the civilization is very strong.
Right. Amrita, we've spoken a lot about India's culture and civilizational legacy. And as we reintroduce, some of us are reintroducing ourselves to what is India and what is the true essence of being an Indian. We are also at some level, I think, using our values in our engagements with the world. I think vaccine Maitri is one such example. In India, we always say Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, and we are leading by example in that respect. We are sharing with the rest of the world while our own country also deals with the pandemic. How do you think India can do more of this, can use more of its rich history and culture and values to reform and mold global institutions?
Thank you, Palki. Great question. And I also want to pick up on some of the points that Gautam started off with, and then both Rajiv and Harsh also picked up. And what Gautam said was, India is increasingly showing all the traits of a Rajasic nation, with which I entirely agree. He also pointed to the Sattvic traits. And that's what you're talking about as well, Palki, right? When you're talking about values. And sometimes those two can go together in a very powerful and important and timely combination. And so what we have seen for the past almost 70 years, over 70 years, the multilateral order has been premised on the assumption that you get economic integration and that will automatically lead to peace. Now, increasingly, it is becoming evident that that is not the case. The values that were supposed to underpin the multilateral order are being challenged by systemic rivals. Those systemic rivals include China. And what this is showing us is that there is a crying need for values to be underpinning the multilateral order. We have to be asking the question, what is the purpose of multilateralism? What is the purpose of foreign policy? And we've other important dimensions. There's economics, there's security, and there's values. And we need to have all three of these together. And this is where India can play such an important role. One, by one of the ideas that you mentioned, that's been also quoted by others like President Obama. And that shlok, of course, is Udara Charitanam tu Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, right? For the first-minded, the whole entire world is a family. But India is very shy of claiming this. India's tried to show itself to be quite transactional, right? It's been criticized in the past. So it's tried to make itself, we're realist, we're transactional, and we need that. But we also need to be taking ownership of our values. And those values are democracy and pluralism and liberalism as we understand it as Indians, right? So this is a great opportunity also for the West to be looking at India, to be engaging with India, and for India to be asserting both itself economically in terms of security, as the previous speakers have said, and also in terms of values.
I want to ask you one more question, Amrita. You said that India and a lot of Indians, I agree with you, are shy of taking credit for what they have achieved and are shy of wearing their values and their legacy on their sleeve, as it were. What is it that is preventing Indians from accepting and and taking pride in what they have and what has been passed on to them for generations, and how can they build on it? What is it that is holding us back?
I think it's three things that's been holding us back. One is something that Harsh already touched upon, right? And he said, now we're increasingly looking at ourselves with greater pride. This is a coming of age. It's what Gautam is talking about when he's talking about the emergence of a Rajasic nation, right? So one, it's about it's about it's the domestic angle. But there are two other very important angles that have held India back from claiming its values. And that's one, sort of the West has always looked upon India as somehow that benighted nation, right? This is really a problem, right? And this is not us in India being post-colonial. This is the West still stuck in a very post-colonial mindset, right? And so even now when you hear sort of Europe and the US talking about increasing engagement with India, what they're saying is don't talk about values. They don't know how to do democracy. They don't know democracy, but we need them because there's China there. So it's all about interests, right? So one, it's about Western perceptions. And two, somehow sort of academics in particular, but also practitioners have always argued, most of them have argued there's a separation between ideas and values. So if you talk, values and interests. So if you talk about values, you're somehow being idealistic. That's not true. The two go hand in hand, right? So if you talk about values, doesn't mean you don't stand up for your interests. Your values make your interests, and the interests then reinforce values. They're reflexive, right? So it's those two things that have really stopped India from claiming what it can. And India also is growing, right? I mean, also in terms of it's the full force of its ideational power, right? So now is the time when there is a need for values that India should be exploiting. And when it's engaging with the US and the EU and they're telling us, don't talk about values, what we need to be saying is, you guys, you talk about labor standards and environmental standards when you talk about values. Yeah, those are important. But we actually think there are many other macro level values. Once you achieve those, you will also achieve labor and environmental standards. And those are democracy, liberalism, and so forth.
Indeed, very interesting. Gautam, the West is not going to change their approach towards India just because we want them to. And they're engaging with us, A, because India is the other giant in Asia, B, also because India is a huge market and they want to have access to that market. So if we turn this around and we say, okay, we want to focus on values, but for the world to take us as seriously, for want of a better word, it is important for us to have a robust economy to realize our vision for India's future. In August last year, while writing about India's GDP contraction, you had said that the pandemic and the lockdown have left behind an economic devastation. It's been a year since then. What are your thoughts on the Indian economy, and what do you think needs to be done on this front to realize India's potential?
Very interesting question, a tough question as you had promised. I want to take one step back before I get on to this question, which is what Amrita said, how the West looks at India. And it sees it as a coalescing of interests, and as you mentioned, markets. But I think the biggest hurdle to the rise of India is not the vision of the West or the aggression of China. It is India itself. We talk about values. What values are we talking about here? Are we talking about freedom? Are we talking about economic freedom? Well, let me throw some numbers at you. There are 1,500 laws that govern doing business in this country. There are 6,000 filings that businesses need to do at an aggregate. There are 69,000 compliances that businesses have to follow and report every year at an aggregate. I'm not saying every business has to do that for everything. I think we have, and all this is why, because we have created an Inspector Raj, rent-seeking infrastructure for the economy that prevents entrepreneurs from flowering. Until 1991, we shunned large businesses physically with statements. On my next book, you're going to read about that. Even today, there is some form of, there is actually, and this is where the Rajasic part, which I talk about, comes in. Even today, there is a wrestling match going on between the past, who says crony capitalism, big business is bad, and look how many billionaires are there in India, and what a shame that there are so many poor. And on the other side, we have Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who, as a serving Prime Minister, for the first time that I have heard, has said that we want wealth creators. Manmohan Singh did say it in his 1991 epic speech, but then he was the finance minister, not the prime minister. And I think these kind of changes are now going. So India has been held back by India. India is now going to be unleashed by Indians. And the only difference is this movement from tamas to rajas. As far as how the world goes, India is a big market. Of course it is. Not only is it a big market, it is the most open market. 40% of our GDP comes from trade. Which country, which Western nation can talk about that? A handful. Amrita mentioned labor. Amrita mentioned clean air. Per capita, India is one of the lowest polluters in the world. In labor laws, I think we've gone to such excesses that it would put Sweden to shame. I think we are doing very fine. There is a change of narrative. There is a shift in narrative that is now required to tell the story of who we are. All the time, our stories are being told by some other outside lens. Those lenses, let us talk about academics, lean on the previous academics. Let me give you one small example and I'll conclude here. There was a policy, an industrial policy that was drafted in, the first industrial policy was drafted in 1948. The whole world, Indian academics, foreign academics, everybody calls that policy industrial policy resolution 1948. There is no such document in the Indian literature. There is no such document. There is no such document that says industrial policy resolution 1948. It is just called resolution. But you look at JSTOR, you look at any book, you look at the best scholars in this world and in India, they will be talking about this. Why? Because some scholar, I think it was in Cambridge or was it Oxford, began with this saying that the new industrial policy 1948, and everybody just copy pasting it without looking at the primary data. Now I see a lot of Indians looking at primary data, re-examining that data, not necessarily to counter narrative, but just to explore the narratives. For instance, what Harsh and Rajiv have done in their work. And I think new insights, new information is coming, which has always been lying there buried under the weight of how the West looks at us. I think India needs to start looking at itself and start fixing itself from within. And that's what's happening now.
I can very happily say that we've made that start with WION, where we are telling India's stories and India's voices, and we're also talking about India's narrative vis-a-vis the world. But you talked about India and Indians holding us back. And yes, there is a need for reform. So Harsh, if I could come to you with this question. Yes, we need reforms. Yes, we need to make that leap. But every time there's an attempt at reform, there's also pushback, not just from within, but interestingly, leaders outside. I mean, I still can't wrap this around my head that the British Parliament every couple of weeks finds it their business to discuss laws in India, Indian laws, while there is so much that is going on in Britain, that the Canadian Prime Minister thinks it's his business to advise us on the farmer protest, that a senator in the US thinks that when the defense secretary is visiting India, he should give him advice on what should be raised in his conversations with Indian leaders. So that is one aspect. The second is what is happening within. And in a democracy, yes, there will be protests. So how do you balance the two? How do you make sure that we go ahead with the reform that is needed to achieve our vision, while at the same time taking as many elements in the society with us as possible?
So I think, Palki, that's an excellent question. And I think there is something much more important at the root of it. The root of it is that the Western worldview, in its own mindset, is universalistic. It's basically it's a secular descendant of the Abrahamic theologies. So there is a very deep-rooted understanding in their mind of, like, again, a secular version of evangelism, that if this is a human right, it is fair for everybody to speak about it. Of course, there might be all kinds of hypocrisies around it and so on and so forth. And I think India has initially missed a trick by being, I would say, being too touchy about it. And I think of late we have done the right response by in turn talking about, for example, racism in the UK. I don't think there's any way to prevent other people from talking about us. And I think if we go down that road, we'll just come across very quickly. I think the right thing is for us to talk about others as well, not just in a necessarily tit for tat manner, but also this is where it gets really deep, is we have to have our own universalism. And the Indian universalism is different because it is the only non-homogenizing universalism in the world. I mean, that's again rooted in our dharma. It's the only non-homogenizing universalism in the world. And that in turn is very important. Again, coming back to economics, is because for around 1,000 years we were colonized, first by the Turks, then by the British. We kind of lost touch with our traditions of statecraft. So if you read a lot of these traditions, the 6 Astika traditions that Gautam also referred to, a lot of they are very beautiful philosophies, but they're basically about the self and the Brahman, right? The universe and self. But what is missing is a lot of introspection on my relation with my fellow man. And part of that is, and part of the reason why we allied that is because of a certain agricultural, economic, feudal kind of understanding of Varna and caste, which we have now overturned. And therefore, we basically pretend we don't have any statecraft legacy. We kind of then copy paste the West and then try to force fit into our frameworks. So I think part of the reason these are just learning pains, we're actually getting back to know and create and modify our own statecraft in tune with the philosophy that is brilliant about our individual salvation. How do you take that and how does that lead to statecraft and answer questions like what Amrita asked, what is realism versus constructivism in international relations and trade? Why do values and interests have to be orthogonal? Maybe they're in Myanmar, maybe they're not in some other case. So I think to answer your question broadly, we should not be prickly about it. We should in turn talk about others really. For example, the killings of 8 Asian Americans in the US right now. It's not just tit for tat, it's a terrible case of racism. And apparently the local police officer said he just had a bad day. The killer had a bad day. So, why should we not talk about it? And because the point is, if we do not talk about it, we are pretending the other country is perfect. And then we get really angry when the other country says we are not perfect, because no country is perfect. We can only go towards a more perfect union, as Barack Obama likes to say. So I think we should not be so prickly, and we should talk about others as well and have our own universalism.
Correct. Rajiv, to be able to talk about and weigh in on the issues of others, that also stems from confidence. That also stems from the sense that I should have a say on what's happening, because I am a stakeholder in the global order, in the global affairs, and there is a reason why such and such country or society or whatever entity should listen to what I'm saying, because my point of view is important. I think that's how the West approaches the rest of the world. And do you see India also slowly graduating towards that, while we remain mindful of the fact that we do not want to interfere and be bullying or be talking down to any country? We do raise issues. A very interesting example comes to my mind when Prime Minister Modi went to the United Nations General Assembly. I think he was the only world leader who spoke about the issues that really matter to the world. He spoke about sustainable development goals. He talked about things that the world should be focusing on rather than one country taking aim at another. So do you see, Rajiv, this shift in India's approach to the rest of the world?
On this aspect of others talking about us and us talking about others, there's one of my favorite Oscar Wilde quotes. Oscar Wilde had said, "The only thing worse than being talked about is not being talked about." So in a sense, the fact that countries are now, focusing heavily on India in this manner, micro-analyzing regional protests, talking about, legislative changes that we are bringing in our economy in this detail, only shows that India is an increasingly important country on the world stage. So we should be prepared for more scrutiny on that front. But as Harsh said, just the way other countries are talking about us, we can do the same about them. We can, return the compliment, so to say. I think a gap somewhere there was that India didn't really have media organizations. India did not really have sort of an intellectual class that could do that earlier. or at least a sort of independent intellectual class that could do that earlier, which is now coming up. I think there are certain sort of media, TV channels, newspapers, magazines, even think tanks that are now sort of taking an India-centric view and putting it before the world. In fact, they are inviting global decision makers to look at issues from the perspective of India and Asia and South Asia. So I think I just see it as a teething problem where, as India sort of comes out of this cocoon that we had put ourselves into for the first 5 odd decades, as we come out of that, we will be engaging more and more with the world.
Right. Gautam, India's approach to world affairs has also graduated from non-alignment to what we now call strategic autonomy. And as we speak, we know that his maiden visit, the US Defense Secretary has India as one of his destinations, and that only underscores the significance of India in the changing global order. The question then is, how do we balance autonomy with alliances to fulfill what you've called our Swadharma as a nation?
I'll just answer this question, but in that previous discussion about the India story, I think we have 2 examples sitting on this podium itself. I mean, one is Beyond, which is where you personally, Palki, have done a great job in tracking China. The other is ORF, where we are constantly commenting on in deep manner on what the global affairs are. So I think that step has been taken. I just hope it multiplies.
Yeah, I didn't take the names, Gautam, but I had those names in mind too.
Okay, thank you. Now, as far as strategic autonomy is concerned, I think it's a future that has already happened. Why I say that is because I think over the last 5-6 years, we have seen every country, particularly the large countries, but not excluding the smaller ones, talk about US first, China first, Mexico first, country first. And I think this kind of an inward looking, perhaps it's to please the domestic constituencies among democracies, but this kind of an inward looking prioritization of affairs wherein the global is an appendage, global interactions are an appendage, and globalization is a mere tool to fix domestic issues, is now a reality. So there is no, earlier Amrita had mentioned about values. What values are we talking about? India is constantly being condemned by UK, by US, saying that we should not do this, it should not do that. India is not a democracy, etc. But the same people willingly and happily and with great enthusiasm go and embrace Chinese universities, Chinese businesses, Chinese markets. So I see there is this kind of a duality, which of course over the next, I see this year is going to be the end of that duality. I think a whole lot of people, and I hope some of you here will be exploring this, will be ending. But to say that it's going to end forever, I don't think so. So once you have every country for itself, every leader for himself or herself, then you cannot have fixed alliances. You will always have alliances that will be moving targets. Quad. Until a year ago, Quad was coming and going, and India was also not certain whether it's actively participating or not, etc. We don't want to embarrass China, we don't want to hurt, etc., etc. These were the conversations. What's happening today? Overnight, post Galwan, India has taken lead in this. Everybody's on board. I believe this will continue. At the same time, India is part of BRICS. India is part of the Shanghai. So I think these will be coming and going, and this, I think what's happened is from a unipolar world to a bipolar world is what China wants. And what the world wants is a multipolar world. And that multipolarity in some ways is coming. And I think that there is a failure of the United Nations, which is accentuating these multipolarities across the world. And that is the future which I say that has already happened.
Yes, I want to come back on that point about the failure of the United Nations and global institutions in general, but I believe Amrita wants to weigh in on what you've just said. So Amrita, go ahead.
Thank you. Actually, I want to pick up on a point that Harsh was making, and that was music to my ears, right? And that is exactly how I think one should be framing the Indian narrative. And so what he talked about was Indian universalism, right? And he's absolutely right there, right? And so, and the point, so I want to make 2 points. One, you talked, Palki, about how, you've got Trudeau, you've got the British Parliament, everybody commenting on India's farmer protests, for example, right? What do they do about China? They go and Europe goes and signs the comprehensive agreement on investment, right? And there's all that, yeah, we really care about labor standards, environmental standards. China, don't do what you're doing, right? And that's what Europe says. And then it goes and signs the comprehensive agreement on investment, still to be passed by Parliament, but that was already by the European Parliament, but that was already a big step. So there is clearly there is a big difference in which how Europe looks at the Chinese market versus the Indian market, right? And I have a lot of conversations on this where I try and point out it's messier to deal with democracies, obviously, but this is also why you should be embracing more trade with India. But trade for a while has ceased to be just about trade, right? Because we are seeing the weaponization of trade. We're seeing the weaponization of interdependence. That's my one point. My second point is the one that Harsh is talking about, because this is something that India hasn't laid claim to, and it's there, right? I mean, the books have been written, just so many, also by Indian authors, on why does India not have a strategic policy? Why does India not have a view of the global? Why does India not have a foreign policy? It does. It actually does. Because a lot of those texts that we study in relation to the Atman and the Brahman do actually have quite a lot on how you deal with other beings, right? And so, I mean, you talked about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, but there's another very powerful shlok, and that is Atmavat Sarva Bhuteshu Ya Pashyati Sa Panditaha, right? That is a notion, he looks upon himself in the same way as he looks upon all other creatures. He is the truly wise one, right? This is an understanding, a universal understanding of human rights that are not only human. That is incredible. And what could be more universal than that? And we should be claiming it. And Gautam was asking me before we started, what am I working on? This is one of the things I'm working on in terms of Indian universalism.
Right. So the world's approach to us is one thing. Let me turn this around and play the devil's advocate here, Harsh. The problem also stems from how sometimes we in India seek validation from institutions, individuals, and governments in the West. And when we do that, every time the UNHRC sits in judgment over something without, I dare say, a proper and thorough understanding of a subject, every time some global institution or some questioning our own approach to things. Do you think that needs to change? And do you see evidence of that change as well?
I think another excellent question. Absolutely. I think that needs to be modified. I think there are some early signs. I think there was an article in Hindustan Times just last week that the Ministry of External Affairs is thinking of starting through a think tank, starting its own ranking of political and economic freedom in the world and ranking. So that's another kind of Purva Paksha that we are trying to do, right? I mean, as I think Amrita very beautifully mentioned earlier, that liberalism or democracy as we Indians see or perceive it. So there is no one definition of how do you define democracy. Anyways, these are very subjective, to be very honest, even if we do it. So I think it needs to change, but I think there's a broader economic disequilibrium at play, which explains it partially. And partially it is our current or definitely erstwhile social elite, which was excessively schooled in a certain Anglophone way. So what I mean by that is, even today, let's say the global GDP is $80 trillion. We are at 3 trillion. So that we are getting to close to around 3.5–4% of the global GDP. That was as low as 1 or 2% about 2–3 decades ago. And compared to our per capita income compared to the US in nominal terms was 1% around the turn of the millennium. So, sometimes, as I say, material conditions lead to ideas and then they reflects back into material conditions further. So one was just our economic weakness, which I do think will be rapidly ameliorated. But there is also a lagging indicator, which was our social elite. For various reasons, we are multilingual, for all kinds of reasons, very, very Anglophone. and we did not have, and we perhaps to still extent do not have the cultural confidence. So, for example, the way the Chinese diplomat spoke back to the Secretary of State in the US in Alaska just a couple of days ago. By the way, in his earlier manifestation, he was a translator, English to Mandarin translator, but he spoke in Mandarin only, and for 16 minutes instead of 2 minutes. And I think that kind of cultural confidence, we are slowly beginning it. For example, Vajpayee famously spoke in Hindi at the United Nations. Narendra Modi speaks quite decent English, but he often chooses to speak increasingly in Hindi, and a translator translates that. And I think, so one of the reasons, if you read The Economist, is they will say, well, this Anglophone elite is no longer in power in Delhi. And hence, as Jaishankar said, there are more and more people in India who do not seek foreign approval. So that is a painful transition, because that was not how things were so far. So I agree it will change, but once again, the way to do that is to again start counter with our own indices, our own rankings, our own reports. People like ORF need to do that more. We need more channels like WION to again do that Purva Paksha. I think that is the only way to do it, because in 1.3, 1.4 billion people, some people will always try to latch on to some foreign report, right? The US CIRF, the report on religious freedom, they will say that in Switzerland, if you have a ban on minarets, that's not necessarily a wrong thing to do. But of course, if you have that in India, that's a very wrong thing to do. So there is a sense of Eurocentrism, perhaps subconscious white supremacy, that it's difficult for them to call out for whatever reason. So we need our own rankings, we need our own reports, and we need this chip off our shoulders now. And I think it's happening, as Gautam is saying, but it's a work in progress.
Right, and you see it in every aspect of the narrative, if I may. For instance, the media in the West, Rajiv, there is a gunman and there is a terrorist. Some decisions are Islamophobic and some are for safeguarding the security of a society. And those decisions and those narratives are turned to suit the interests of a particular lobby or institution or government. I think that's a game that India will have to ace if India is going to be able to beat them. I think China's approach is a little more abrasive. How do you think India can make that shift, make that transition without being offensive?
So my view on this is quite simple, actually. I feel India's values should be reflected in India's conduct. India should sort of not have, or rather not sort of care too much about some other person or some other country preaching that, oh, your values are this, hence you should do that. I think we clear in how we behave, and how we sort of do diplomacy, and how we sort of you're talking about vaccine Maitri. I think that reflects the best of Indian values. So for some other country to suddenly come and say that, wait, your ranking has come down here, and now you are this, and 5 years ago you were that. Well, I think we should not be abrasive like China. We should not be sort of too offensive about it, or play too much offense about it. But as Harsh mentioned, we create our own institutions, we create our own commentaries, we create our own we kind of reverse the gaze, to put it sort of bluntly.
You've also both advocated that India should focus on the rights of the individual rather than the rights of a community. Harsh, do you believe Indian institutions are robust enough to ensure that?
I think Indian institutions are absolutely very robust, especially given the fact that we are only 70 years old as a republic, compared to, say, 240 years for the US, compared to the fact that we had universal adult franchise. That means every single man, woman of all religions, language, caste, voting as soon as they become adults. For example, many European countries got women voting rights as late as the 1960s. In some counties of Switzerland, Spain was under Franco, the dictator. So we must realize that India becoming rich and having politically stable institutions while being very poor is not only an exception, it's a massive exception on the world stage. So if you adjust for that, I do think Indian institutions are fairly robust. They can be more robust, absolutely. On the first point you mentioned, this is very important. We need, if Indian law and if the Indian state sees citizens officially as belonging to different religions, I think that negates the most beautiful aspects of Indian spirituality, which again, as Amrita mentioned, has this kind of golden rule about it, that, I see you as I would see myself, whether it's Buddha, you can go by a definition of dharma that Rajiv and I quote in our book. So the only way for us to look at as a fellow individual citizen in terms of law has to be, you are an individual citizen, free and equal as I am. But of course, as a society, we should be able to see each other as groups, if that is what we so choose, which is why in our book, we call the opposite of secularism, the proper definition of secularism is not communalism as we call it in India, is theocracy. Because secularism and theocracy are features of the state. Communalism is a feature of society. So it's very important that you do not force a definition of religion upon, say, an Indian Muslim that you cannot adopt, or that you should be okay if your husband has 3 more wives, or that you should only get half an inheritance from your father if you're a woman. Why? They should be all the same and equal. Whether you want to, there is uniform civil code as an example, which is all about individual rights in the US, in UK and Australia. And nobody says minorities are oppressed because having the same civil laws in all these other democracies. It is only in India that we somehow presume that creating a separate enclave for Sharia, but only in civil rights, not in criminal rights, is somehow not only okay, but the right thing to do. And I call it the soft bigotry of low expectations. One Indian editor said, how can we do something if, quote unquote, they do not say it? And my point is, the moment you start saying we and they, you are the one who's already built mental walls. So either we are one, as in one nation, but individuals, or we are separate groups. And if we are separate groups, why did we accept partition? We accepted partition so that we could then all be individuals, so that we could leave that legacy behind of separate religious identities. So what was the point of taking partition? Are we just trying to kill time before we have another partition a few decades later on? So it's important from strategic, from moral, from spiritual point of view. And it is not a Western value. It is our dharmic value that we see people as individuals, because salvation in dharma is only individual. It's never collective. So it's it's something that we, Rajiv and I feel very strongly about in our book. If you've read it, you'll definitely notice that. And this is just pure vote bank hypocrisy. There is no other way to even defend it. In other cases, you might still argue that there is a certain point of view. In this case, it has been inertia. And we quote many Indian Muslims who said, for example, Rajiv, what is the name of the Mumbai lawyer who said...
Justice Chagla, MC Chagla.
So MC Chagla said that there was the only reason why Nehruji did not have individual rights and same laws for all people was because, either he was afraid, or he was just being communal, or he was just being very tactically smart in terms of getting a vote bank. As MC Chagla said, this is wrong for Indian Muslims. Similarly, Badruddin Tyabji's family and many other people, many progressive Muslims actually were felt let down by this view of the Indian state.
Hamid Dalwai.
Yeah. Rajiv, do you want to add to that?
No, yeah. No, I think Harsh has put it very well. I was just mentioning the name of Hamid Dalwai as well. Hamid Dalwai and his wife had for many decades actually fought for the Uniform Civil Code.
Right.
Palki, may I just make a small comment on the previous discussion? When you were talking about narratives, just a short comment. Okay. At Observer, we keep getting guests from abroad. They keep coming. Media comes. Think tankers come. In one such meeting, there was this media from Europe. And you can take all the top names of publications and TV channels there, and they were there. They came to discuss CAA. They had come for a different issue, but they want, at that time, the CAA agitation was in full swing. And so they began to ask questions. Why is this? Why is that? Etc. I just asked them, how many of you have read the law? And not a single one. Not a single person had read that law. And they were holding forth on all kinds of issues. My point is, the narratives are set elsewhere. They are swallowed whole without unquestioningly by people who are supposed to be skeptics, people who are supposed to read, people who are supposed to analyze context, etc., etc. They are swallowed whole. I believe we are giving excessive respect just because of the color of a skin or the nationality of the person.
I remember reading your write-up on the farm laws as well, and you said that how it takes years and years for people to come up with ideas of reform, and it takes people who are protesting. Most of them have not even probably read the reform that the government is talking about, and that remains a concern. But we are talking about the rights of the individual, Amrita, and Harsh mentioned vote bank hypocrisy. The fact is that votes are the currency in an electoral democracy, and so religion and caste have been used as what shall I say, handles to go up the ladder and to get more votes. Do you believe as a society there is now a consciousness that people from all sides have been taken for a ride by those who wanted to be in power, and that religion is just an excuse for them to galvanize support? Do you believe that India as a society has matured to the point where they will be more accepting of a reform of this nature?
I will limit my comment on this because I think Harsh and Rajiv are better qualified to speak on this particular angle. But I would say this, that in any democracy, right, as we saw in the US in January, what was happening in the US, there is a constant tug and war that will always take place. And the more real your democracy, the more meaningful your democracy, the more contestation you will have, right? And what we need to be doing is perhaps taking charge of the narrative and showing that this contestation shows how that the Indian democracy is still alive and well and growing, right? That's something because what we are doing all the time is we're very much on the defensive, right? And this is where I would actually probably disagree with Gautam, right? Because for me, this is not about people are of a different color or if they're from a different state. This is about narratives which win or don't, right? All I want to do is I want to have a persuasive winning narrative. And I think that can be done by having a strong component internally and then forming networks, working with the media, with domestic constituencies, international constituencies. It's something China did very well until its wolf warrior diplomacy arose. We should be happy about the wolf warrior diplomacy because people are waking up to the problems that China is posing, right? Whereas we were always always on the back foot. And I think we need to stop doing that also in terms of the domestic reform process. And the other point that I want to pick up on is, you talked about strategic autonomy and alliances. And this is what I'm saying also to the US, and I'm saying it to the EU, and I'm saying it to many other countries that say that they are interested in democracy. I'm saying, well, at some point, you all have to stop sitting on the fence, right? And so I think the Quad is a great initiative, but Japan has a security guarantee, right? Australia is also reasonably well protected. Who is in the region next to China? India is. Right? So I wouldn't mind seeing some more commitment, some real commitment to India from the US, from Australia, from Japan, right? Rather than the nice talk, and yes, the military exercises, which are great, and they're an important signal, but I don't want this to be just cheap, what game theorists call cheap talk, right? I want this to be costly signaling, which shows that there is a commitment to a democracy. That also works in the other direction, where India also commits a little, says it's interested in a partnership with NATO. That's an example. Doesn't mean you become a part of NATO in any way, but you say you're interested in a partnership with NATO, which breaks, I know this breaks like decades of tradition, and also I've written about this in terms of India's worldviews, but it's a conversation we need to start having.
Right. We have a couple of questions coming in from our audience, and we have a few minutes left on this panel. So let me throw the questions and you guys can tell me which ones you want to take. One says, through changing political dynamics, how can India ensure it stays on track towards fixed future goals? Harsh, do you want to take this?
Well, absolutely. I think the most important fixed future goal has to be economic growth. And I think the most important thing to do is just keep on reforming, which is what the government has been willing to do, especially in its second term. And you'll get all kinds of domestic and increasingly, as you're seeing, foreign pushback. You just have to remain at it. And the only answer to that is winning at the hustles, the electoral hustles, state elections which are coming up, local elections, national elections, by polls. They are the tests that matter for your legitimacy. And if you're passing those tests and you're reforms, that's good enough. Everything else is secondary.
Gautam, political dynamics change. What does that do to your vision and your reform agenda?
I don't know. I'm a little disappointed with the Congress at this moment, not because of any political reason, but simply because they are not even following their own manifesto. Look at the farm laws. It is very much there in their own manifesto that what they were supposed to do has been done by the 3 farm laws. And now they are backing out. Earlier, it is the Congress which has given us the 1991 reforms. It is the Congress that has repeatedly talked about set up various commissions here and there and brought the positive change in our country. And now suddenly, because of a political reason, you are taking a U-turn. This is not acceptable. Nonetheless, they are isolating themselves. I think a new politics is emerging. For now, it seems as though the BJP is sort of unstoppable, but that's never the case. Things do change. The idea again is, I think India wants change. The Indian people wants change. The Rajasic notion of our country wants change. The change will come. It is destined. It's just a matter of who the instrument we choose at the center and at the state is. But change is here. You can't fight this change.
Right. Rajiv, maybe you want to take this one. How can one equally participate in creating a narrative for India when most of our intelligentsia is not in tune with the ground realities?
Well, nowadays with online media, digital media, and so on, it's very easy to contribute if you want to contribute. In fact, one could argue that digital media platforms have actually disintermediated conventional media to a large extent, and getting out sort of your opinions, getting out even contrary opinions has never been easier. So whereas earlier,
I'm flattered you think that the intelligentsia is the media.
No, but they do constitute a part of the media, right? Media is the distribution mechanism for an intelligentsia's ideas. So whether it's books, whether it is sort of newspaper articles, magazine articles, nowadays, you can go direct to consumers. So I see that as an enormously positive change actually in the last 15 years.
This also goes into your statement, Amrita, of a battle of narratives. So for your narrative to win, your own people, so to speak, should be in tune with what you're trying to tell the world. And that's not the case, especially in a democracy. Someone here said there's too much democracy in India and got into a lot of trouble. But that is a fact, that there are always ideas that counter what you're trying to say, what you're trying to pitch. How do you balance the two and make sure that the story of India that you want to project to the world remains the story that you want to tell?
I think the messiness of democracy is something to value and cherish, needs to be a part of the narrative, right? And the other thing I would say is really important, and Europe is not getting this right at all right now. I'm really worried about the situation here, which is somehow, people sort of in so-called liberal, multilateralist oriented circles, speaking for your nation is somehow supposed to be a bad thing, and it's not. Especially if you're a democracy, for heaven's sake, you were elected to put your nation first. If your people are dying, right, don't let them die, right? Get them the vaccine. And this is where India is such a supermodel of the vaccine maitri, right? Because India is vaccinating at a very rapid pace, and it is offering vaccines to other countries as well. So there is a very important domestic constituency that all democracies need to be paying attention to, because you can't just go off on your crazy intellectual trip somewhere, right? It won't fly anywhere, right? And then there is also an international audience that needs attention, right? And what we need to do if we want to build a convincing narrative is to get that international attention on our own terms. So along the lines of what Harsh was talking about, so when he was talking about the Indian universalism, for example, right? And also laying claim to the successes, right? the developments, the very positive developments that have already taken place in improving the Indian economy is a powerful example.
Right. I think, okay, we have 2 more minutes to go. And we have 4 panelists. If you could, in 30 seconds, each one of you, give me a gist of what is your vision of India.
Okay, I'll go first, Palki.
Okay. Yes. Yes.
I think the most important thing right now is to focus on economic growth, because we are still very, very poor compared to the rest of the world in per capita terms. And since we, as the upper middle class or elite who like to call ourselves a middle class, even though we are not the middle class, we do not realize how bad off the average median Indian is still living, even though it's improving. And I think just once we improve that, just multiplied by the numbers, will automatically increase the weightage of our opinions on the global fora. So a lot of what we are talking about is basically a derivative of economic growth in the coming years. So whatever that requires in terms of reforms, in terms of political management, in terms of macroeconomic out-of-the-box thinking, we need to make sure that we get that right. Thank you.
Rajiv?
No, yeah, I echo Harsh's thoughts. I think building a prosperous, rich India is the main focus for the next probably 25 odd years. I think if we can shift from a per capita income, shift like 5 to 6x at least, if not a 10x, in the next 15, 20 years, I think, that should be the goal for the country, because that will not just sort of internally make us prosperous, but increase our sort of influence abroad. It will make us more secure as a country. It'll have all kinds of other benefits, that we all are aspiring towards.
Amrita.
I'm going to add 2 more variables to that. To what Harsh and Rajiv said, rich and prosperous, absolutely. We also need a more secure India, and we need an India that is true to its own values, domestically and internationally.
That was precise. Gautam.
I think all 3 speakers have taken the wind off my sails. So I'm going to just be very short and crisp. First, per capita income of $20,000 by the middle of this century. Second, on the high table of setting the new world order. If the United Nations is imploding, let it implode, let it drown. The new order is here. It has begun with G20. It should coagulate more. And I think India will be among those who will define this new world order. Third and final, the India narrative to be unleashed with greater conviction and with strong values, the Indian values of the sort that Amrita and Harsh spoke about.
I'll paraphrase all of you. I think this was a very enriching discussion. This, according to this panel, is a vision of India for the future. We need to work on our economy. We need to work on our security, ensure that, be true to our values, and push the India narrative according to Indian values, and be an active player in shaping the new world order. If we manage to do all of this, we should be in a good place. Thank you very much, Amrita, Harsh, Rajiv, and Gautam. It was a pleasure talking to all of you.
Thank you.
Kojo, kojo. Kojo, kojo. Kojo, kojo.
We are sure that you're enjoying Arth, a culture fest promoted by Z so far. In the previous panel discussion, you heard the panelists express their views about how they see the vision of our country. Well, the question still remains as to how you and each one of us who is watching the event is thinking about the vision and how we could contribute to our country. Now, moving further, we move on to a very different topic altogether. Now, this one is a very interesting conversation which is titled as Letters to Mother, exploring a new dimension of PM Modi. Now, in this conversation, we have Bhavna Somaya, who's been a film critic for more than 40 years and has contributed columns to various publications. She's the former editor of Screen and has authored several books on cinema that includes biographies of Hema Malini ji and Amitabh Bachchan ji. Letters to Mother is the English translation of the Prime Minister's Sakshi Bhav, and this is her 17th book. Somaya was conferred with Padma Shri in 2017. In conversation with her, we have Shubhrashta. She is a graduate of Miranda House, New Delhi, and is a noted columnist and TV debater. She is the assistant editor of the India Foundation Journal and works with the office of the BJP National General Secretary Ram Madhavji in the Northeast. Another interesting conversation to look forward to. Here we go.
Thank you, Bhavna ji, for agreeing to do this. Without much ado, I would quickly introduce Padma Shri Bhavna Somaya ji. She's been a journalist, critic, film critic, a notable one at that, has written many books, chartered the entire course of the Hindi film industry and beyond. She's also translated this very interesting book called Narendra Modi, Letters to Mother. It's been translated from Gujarati by Bhavna ji, and I would just kickstart the session by asking Bhavna ji, what made you, what made you translate these collections of letters that our Prime Minister Modi, then he was not the Prime Minister, he wrote to Bhagwati, addressing him as mother, and shared so much of intimate details, not just about his life, about his work and his philosophies. What made you translate that?
In 2008, I had translated a Gujarati book called Krishnayan, which was called in English, The God Who Lived as Man. And by my own admission, it was a good job, even though my vocabulary in Gujarati is not great. It's just limited to an everyday normal language. So there is a friend of mine who is also a writer. One day he called me up and he said, so what are you translating these days? And I said, nothing. So he said, why? Because my experience of translating was not very good. I felt a lot of effort and energy goes into it. And then if you don't have a good equation with the original author, it seems like a waste of time and effort. And I kind of retreated from the idea and I did not do any more translations. So he said, I think you should translate the Prime Minister's book. You will not face those kind of problems. And my immediate reaction was, I don't want to do it. And he said, why? So I said, नहीं इतना ज़्यादा टेंशन और क्यों मैं इतना ज़्यादा मुसीबतें अपने सर पे ले लूँ, मुझे नहीं चाहिए ये सब हाई प्रोफाइल लोगों के बीच में, मुझे नहीं जाना. Every day he would ring me up and ask me that, have you thought about it? Have you thought about it? Finally, to just get him off my back, I remembered vaguely that I had a book of his in my bookshelf, searched for it and started reading. It's a very difficult read because the Prime Minister uses extremely flowery and very high vocabulary. His vocabulary is very, very good, very impressive. And it was tough for me to understand and follow. So it took me a very long time. And finally, when I finished, I reflected on it. And I like two things. I like the fact that he addresses to the Mother Goddess, their Mother Divine. And two, that his connect is so deep. The emotion quotient of the book is very, very high, very high. So I said, only if I'm able to do justice to both, then I will think about the translation. And I left it at that, thinking and reflecting for a long time.
Bhavna ji, your name itself suggests emotions, and I think you've done great justice, because while I was going through the book, and there are certain, of course, they are your translations, but there are certain phrases and certain stanzas which stand out, and they are very, very evocative, and perhaps they're also futuristic. For example, when anguished cry, when you translate anguished cry, and what interestingly what you've done is you've taken an excerpt and put it towards the beginning of the poems. So it says, you are determined to torment me, and I seem destined for suffering. Still, I have faith in my integrity. I know I will someday quote the circumstances I deserve, Mother. I have submitted to you. What more can I do? Bhavna ji, now when you look back at your work as a translator, and you look at the man Narendra Modi is in public life as the Prime Minister of the country, do you think these poems are also somehow they are an umbilical cord in a certain way to what was about to come? I wouldn't use the term premonition because that has a very negative connotation. But did he know that he was destined to do such great things that he is doing today?
That's a very interesting observation. And in fact, I even like the idea when you say, this book determines the man he is. And as a countryman, we need to understand the man. The book is not about the Prime Minister. The book is not about the Chief Minister. The book is about the human being. And he was feeling all this in 1986 when he was hosting no position of power. And he's feeling so strongly, and he jots it down. And today we are publishing it when he is in a different phase. But it is the umbilical cord. And what comes across in every poem for me is that his faith in Mother Divine remains undiminished. And he is so clear-headed about what he feels, what he wants to do, what he will do whenever circumstances willing. You cannot doubt his intentions. And that the Mother Goddess will hold his hand and walk him through the darkest tunnel. So what happens now, Shubhrasta, when I'm with my very politically minded friends, and when they are discussing politics and what's going to happen in Bengal and what's going to happen in Tamil Nadu and what's going to happen to India, and I just throw one dice, which has no foundation of any knowledge of politics, because I'm a political person. I know nothing about anybody's reign or any Congress party or any Samajwadi party. And they all look at me wide-eyed and say, do you know anything? So I said, no, but I understand instinct. And I understand what I have translated. And from that, I'm saying this. Maybe I'm wrong, but my heart says I'm right.
Right. Bhavna ji, just going, carrying forward the conversation where you just stopped speaking, there are these lines before your creation, and you write, "It is your mercy, Mother, that I'm able to connect with the oneness, and the reason I yearn to preserve your integrity." And then there's a poem which is called "Pain is Not an Orphan," where you translate, "Why is it that despite my immense suffering, there is no trace of creation? Then is it compassion, not anguish, that compels creation?" These are pretty deep thoughts, Bhavna ji. Very, very deep thoughts. And then he goes on in constant conflict, that letter, he goes on to say, and you translate, "My only plea to you, Mother, is to bestow me with patience, that someday the existing darkness dispels. Someday the ongoing conflict ceases. Someday enlightenment will prevail." Bhavna ji, I want to ask a question to you. Did you consult the Prime Minister while you were translating this work? Or did you just go through his writings and translated it thus? Because the kind of ideas that are coming through this book are of somebody who is spiritually ordained to do a lot of things, and somebody who is in tune with that spiritual self right from 1986, 1987. This is that time that you are translating from.
After I finished reading and reflecting and finally deciding that I was going to do it, so this friend told me, what you do is you translate about 5 poems and try and seek an appointment with him. Obviously, he knows more about the Delhi culture than I do. I'm only familiar with the Bollywood. And if he feels that it is in tune with what his writing is about, and he's satisfied, only then you do it, otherwise there is no point. And I saw sense in that. So I translated 5 and I sought an appointment from Delhi. And in fact, 2-3 times they were trying to tell me to come. I did not tell them, by the way, that why I was seeking an appointment. I just said I want to present him a book, because I don't like talking about anything before it is done. And I didn't even know whether I was correct for the job. So he was passing Mumbai, going somewhere. So I was meeting him at the Raj Bhavan. And he had just 2 questions to ask me. One question. He said, why this book? And I told him the same thing which I told you, that I like the structure and I like the connection with the Mother Goddess. So he smiled and he elaborated on how the book was done, the Gujarati book. And after that, very shyly, I gave him that few pages which I had prepared and said that you go through this, and if you feel it's in tune with your DNA, only then I will go ahead with it. Then as he was going, I said, I know that you're very busy and it's difficult to be in touch with you, but if somebody from your office can give me a signal that it's fine, because I don't know how to follow up this Delhi bit. So again, he smiled and he nodded. And then the office said, it is fine. You are free to do what you want. They left it very vague because that's the way things are done, I'm told. And then I started doing it, and it was not easy at all, Shubhrasta. Let me tell you. There were times I wanted to give it up. There were times I was feeling I'm inadequate. There were times I was feeling very weighed down with his suffering. I don't know what was so tormenting him, because it was affecting my DNA also. I was unable to pinpoint what was the cause of this over-churning, overthinking. And because he's not a film person, I don't know what was happening in 1986. I tried to go on the internet and see, but I could not make out. And then when I got very drained and exhausted, I would close the book and say, I don't want to do it. And then I would switch on the TV to watch the news. And he would be going from left to right and right to left, sometimes with a beard, sometimes without a beard, making a speech here and making a speech there, addressing an issue here and addressing an issue there. And I would ask myself, is this the guy? Is this the guy? Which is the guy I'm writing about? Do I want to know both? Do I want to know anyone? And then I would shut the book, shut the TV, and not do anything. But you see, the writer, the journalist in me is the dominant factor above all. So as you know, we are so tuned and disciplined for deadlines and accomplishing a task that even though it was unfinished, I could not give it up. So I told myself, I'm not going to tell anybody I've done this. I will first finish one draft at least. And then if it doesn't sound good, I chuck it. So I did the first draft, then I did the second one. Then you become obsessed. So you go on sculpting it till it's reading fine. And finally, I shared the secret with my agent, who started pitching to the publishers. And HarperCollins came in. Udayan Mitra is a fabulous editor himself. And he was so wonderful. He said, thank you very much for allowing us to do the book. So the size of the book was Udayan's idea. He said, it's about the human being. It should be affordable to everybody. Everybody should be able to afford the Prime Minister's book. And the presentation, and even those highlights that you see in the beginning of every poem or few poems, is Udayan's idea. So I am very privileged that I got such a good agent, I got such a good publisher, and hopefully everybody's reading it.
Bhavna ji, I've been a student of literature and I studied English literature, also Hindi. Somehow I cannot stop myself from sharing this with you, that, as you said, that you see the man out on television delivering speeches after speeches. And then there is this book which peels a completely different side of a personality to the man. When he writes, Mother, today was the meeting I spoke little, felt alone amidst a crowd, the heart overflowed with sorrow. Then why was I unable to express it, Mother? Do you find today, when you see the Prime Minister making those amazing speeches and sometimes shedding a tear or two in Parliament, trying to somehow express himself and not being able to express himself the way perhaps he would want to, how much of a parity do you find in the man of 1986 when he was writing this and the man of today?
I find it's the same man, the same emotion quotient from 80s to 90s to when he was the chief minister. Because let me just share an incident with you. Sure. I think it was probably in 2000 sometime. A friend of mine had written a book on him, political book. And I think that book was stuck or something. And he said, if you talk to the chief minister, maybe things will move. So I said, I don't know the man, I don't know the subject, I don't know anything. They gave me the Ahmedabad office number. And just for that veteran journalist, M.B. Kamath, who is no more today, I just did just a gesture of calling. And of course, the chief minister was not in his chair. They took my number, he called back. And I told him that I don't know you, I don't know anything about politics. I'm just doing this because my friend has asked me to. He thinks that this thing will happen. There was silence, and then he started laughing. What I'm trying to tell you is that my judgment of all people who are well known, all superstars, is that we make a balloon and we make a perception of that person, but actually they are completely human and they are very good judges of people, and they immediately see a genuine person before them and know what intention that person has. For example, I'm very deeply touched by you, Shubrasta, because all the things that you're reading out, all the things that you're pointing out, all the things that you're questioning me about is what I went through. You know, that pain when he talks about. When he talks about the quietude in that meeting, you know, it's so subtle, it's so quiet, it can almost go missed out by a regular reader. You are taking all the right cues. You have pinned it in the description of the book, in description of the man. So I lost it. What I was saying, it doesn't matter.
Bhavna ji, you have no idea. You've made my day by saying that, because whatever I do, and I know that, you know, the kind of world that I am traversing these days too is so full of complications. I don't want to lose this touch, you know, of reading people, reading ideas, pinpointing exactly to the core of what they want to convey. I would like to read two more things actually. It says, this is 8 December 1986. So many queries, or should I say so many expectations of me. Mother, will I be able to fulfill them all? Will I hold true of their faith in me? With dedicated hard work, will I accomplish the promise? I sense immense trust, but also high expectations. And then 9th December, this is the very next day he writes, how the world perceives me is of little significance to me, as long as this heart remains connected with you. Now, Bhavna ji, these are years when I was not even born. So these are days when, forget about 1986 and 2002, 2001, 2006, 7. We never knew who was going to be the Prime Minister of the country in 2014. Now, the earlier, you know, lines that I read of expectations and of him thinking if he would be able to meet those expectations, this is where I feel there's some divine connection that he has. He knew that he was destined for such greater duties. How do you see it? Are you as emotional as I am while I'm reading this?
Of course, you see, what happens is you write it, then it goes through so many processes, then it goes through so many delays, then the COVID, then the China, so many things happen. Finally, the book comes out, the feedback starts trickling in, not always from the right person. There are people who hate him, hate the book, people who like him, like the book. So all this conglomeration happens. Then there are journalists who ask me, won't you get criticism for doing this book? I said, why? I'm not a political journalist. I have no agenda. I have no baggage. I am from the cinema world. My plus is that I'm speaking and writing the language. I know the language that is his mother tongue. So what is wonderful is that it finally gets done and it is there between the pages. And besides the Mother Divine, besides his devotion, commitment to humanity and to people, it is the various subjects that he reflects and contemplates upon. It is the nature, the universe, the trees, lake, river, ocean, motherhood, time, how time travels. It is never ending, the choice of subjects.
True. And which takes me to the debris of dreams, where he writes, the sun rises every morning with a purpose. But this morning, the sun appears hazy, somewhat restless, as if something unbecoming is going to occur, something macabre. So you're so right when you say that the range of subjects and the range of images that he picks up upon are so stark. Now, Bhavna ji, yeah, please.
Subjects he's writing about, and when he's connecting with the trees and the sparrows and everything.
Yes.
I remember one day a video of his was released about him waking up in the morning and feeding the peacock. Then another day, another video was released where in his garden there are sand, rocks, water, and something else, and how he's walking around it, because apparently, according to Arogya, you need to step on sand, rock, water, whatever. So this is not something that has happened because today you have the comforts around you. It is a part of your persona, DNA.
True. Bhavnaji, we have eight or 9 minutes left with us. I would want to ask you a question which I think, as a student of literature, I always want to ask translators: how difficult it is to translate a work. I'm sure you cannot, one just cannot translate the emotions with which the person is writing, the original author. How difficult was for you to merely translate it, not the process of it, not the fact that he was the prime minister while you were translating the book and the logistical details of it, but purely, as a woman of words, how difficult was it to read between the letters and put it to paper?
To be honest, the reading between the words and lines was not difficult. Connecting to the emotions and recreating the emotion was also not difficult, because even when I started out as a film scribe in the early 80s, my editors and all of them said that you write too sensitively. I can hear your glass bangles in your writing. And often it was thrown as a kind of not a good compliment. And I used to try to fight the sensitivity, but I have finished with all those phases. My worry was doing just worry was the words, because the words also, he has a great power over it. He has great control over his vocabulary. So I had a friend who is Gujarati medium educated, and who I would constantly ask that, will this word be okay? Will that word be okay? So then she would leave it to me, because her English is not good and my Gujarati is not good. But even after I finished sculpting and chiseling the entire thing, I insisted on reading the entire thing to her over the phone, because we were going through the COVID times at that time. My second worry was the voice, because it is a male voice and I am a female translating it. I did not want the gender to overtake the overtures or the tones. So I was taking care to keep gender in place. And that glass bangle of my editor was haunting me. So I knew I had to keep it. And I'm absolutely confident when I read it that I don't see it as a female gaze. It is a gaze. It is an individual gaze. So that was it.
But Bhavnaji, I think there is a lot of feminine, divine in the translations that you've done. And I'm not talking about the divinity that the Prime Minister is referring to. I'm talking about the divinity which has come through your own translations. I mean, there are certain phrases and words which are so evocative, which can literally translate as an image right in front of your eyes. Now, there are a couple of interesting questions that have come to us, Bhavnaji, but please go ahead if you want to say something, and then we'll take up.
I said that it's because, you see, I grew up in a home where God was always revered, and it's been a part of my growing up. So that kind of also helps.
True. By your observation, what dimensions do you think have been added to our team? I hope it's in relation to the coming out of this book.
I don't understand the question.
Okay. Do you believe that adversity brings out the best in leaders?
I think those who are workers and creators create and work when they are in crisis or not in crisis, whether they are being watched or not watched. It's all about discipline and dedication.
Okay, there's one more question which I think I'll try to rephrase it also. how does leadership and responsibility further shape leaders such as our PM? I think let's chart, if one were to chart out the journey of the Prime Minister from 1986 to 2021 today, what added to his personality, or what has added to his personality in terms of leadership and responsibility, going by the person that he is, that one small meeting weighs down so much upon him that he is forced to address it to the Divine Mother. He's forced to write that I have a lot of responsibilities, that I couldn't speak so much today, or that, I don't know if I'll be able to fulfill expectations, to a man who leads the world's largest democracy.
I think that all these questions which are coming from apparently our viewers are as complicated as them. I'd rather you ask me questions than them, or you simplify the questions and ask me, because I'm not a political analyst. I don't know what was he in the 80s and I don't know what he's now. So let the TV channels decide and debate on that. That's my answer.
Bhavnaji, as a poet, there are so many different dimensions to a poet's life and to a poet's creation, which I think gets layered once you get into public life. If you were to look at Narendra Modi in 1986, which is what you have done through his writings, and obviously you didn't have the chance to meet him in person in 1986, but the man that you look at through these conversations and the man that you see on the television today, what kind of a difference or parity do you see in those two personalities?
I don't see diversity. I think it's a continuity. It's just that everything does not have to be articulated. Everything does not have to be expressed. It's a mere close-up and the expression in the eye, and you can make out what that person is thinking, reflecting. So I think it's the same man.
Bhavnaji, one, you've written so much about Amitabh Bachchan that you can be one point contact for people researching on the man in posterity. Tomorrow, if you were asked or inspired to write a biography of Prime Minister Modi, would you do that? Because I think the intimacy with which you have translated these poetries, the intimacy that you have with the thoughts, the ideas, the emotions, the images in this book, I think you would be a perfect choice to do that. Would you take that chance if ever it comes to you?
I would like to do a biography where he is not the voice, where I am just observing him and writing. So, for example, if I'm traveling with him, when he's doing his meetings, that I think would be interesting for me to do it without his voice. And that would also be less pressure on him or anybody. To have a feature in a magazine called Diary. So I followed Amitabh Bachchan for a week. And I would be on his sets, I would be on his dubbing, I would be with him wherever he was traveling. And I asked him no questions. He continued with his job without any invasion from me. And then I wrote a story. And I find that very challenging.
Thank you so much, Bhavnaji, for your time. Thank you, Arth, for giving me this opportunity. Bhavnaji, let me be very candid. It's not only because of this book that I followed you. I've been following your works for a very long time. I've read everything that you have written. So I absolutely love women like you who move out of their comfort zones. When I'm saying comfort zone, I'm talking about the emotional comfort zone, and take up challenges which are absolutely innovative and new in their own ways. Thank you so much for doing this.
And I want to say that I'm so grateful that Z chose you, because you were absolutely fabulous today. You asked me questions that deeply touch me, and most important, your insights, your observations, and the way you read the passages better than me.
Thank you, Bhavnaji. You have no idea, you've made my day. Thank you.
Be in touch.
Yes, I will.
Can we exit?
Kojo, kojo. Kojo, kojo. Kojo, kojo.